Hello. It will be no gainsaying the fact that Nigeria is at its worst precipice. And we can also not gainsay the fact that Nigeria is now more than ever torn along ethnic and religious lines. You could also say that we may have toyed with this debate or perhaps argued along this line sometimes. If we must catch the culprit responsible for Nigeria's disunity, and we must indeed find ethnic culprits, who will they be? Now, it is also a fact that the three major tribes in Nigeria are Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, coined in the form of Wazobia. So if we must say one of these ethnic group, because the truth is that, quite frankly, as I look at Nigeria, it's more or less like a case of where elephants are fighting and the grass is suffer. Because quite frankly, as an Urobo man, or as a Jarawa man, or as one of the lesser tribe, or one of the less populated tribe, I don't like calling them minorities, one of the less populated tribe may not have an opportunity of becoming the president in the next 1,000 years in Nigeria, if Nigeria exists for another, for that long. It is even more worrisome that one of the major tribes, which is Igbo, are being also shortchanged in the power distribution. But that's not my even area of concentration. My area of concentration is, if we must catch a culprit that is responsible for the disunity of Nigeria, who will they be? So let's take it alphabetically. Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. Because one of these tribes is indeed the reason why Nigeria is not united. And I'm going to prove it at the end of this discussion. This perhaps will be my longest video. Usually my videos, I try as much as possible not to exceed 10 minutes. But this one may exceed 10 minutes. But please try and watch it to the end. And please, if you are watching this video, make sure you follow this page. Now, one of the things about the Northerners, the Hausas, when they say one Nigeria, truly, they really want Nigeria to remain one. Truly, they really want Nigeria to remain one. From the sugarcane seller on the street to the man and the political hemisphere, they want Nigeria to be one. But the only thing that I've discovered about them is that they are scared. Don't mind the political braggadocio they express or the political intimidation they express. The truth is that they are scared and somehow feel inferior or threatened. They know that if Nigeria works according to merit, they will be shortchanged. They know it. And if that is the case, then we should use all form of intimidation, all form of blackmail to get ourselves to retaining power. Because he who plays the piper dictates the tune. And that is why today you see a Northerner with far less educational qualification heading the judiciary, heading the Ministry of Finance, heading virtually almost everywhere. Because they know that with the instrument of power, you can actually bend the criteria of merit to retain power. Beyond that, the everyday relationship with the Hausa man, truly, and I say this without any bias, the Hausa man is very welcoming. Even deep into his villages, is very welcoming. He doesn't, of course, he sees you as an Igbo man, as someone that doesn't share his religious distinct, but then he's buoyed by an innate desire to welcome you. And they do that here in the north by offering you water, a very big bowl of water. When they do that, you are welcomed. The only problem I see with these people rather, is the fact that the imams, the religious scholars who work hand in hand with the politicians, somehow try as much as possible to brainwash them into believing that people who don't share the same faith with them are enemies and therefore cannot be counted upon. But beyond that, their everyday relationship with people is welcoming. That's the northern man for you. So they are threatened that if they don't hold on to power, they will be shortchanged. And therefore, in order to safeguard their future in Nigeria, if Nigeria disintegrates and everybody goes, the worst off will be the north. And they know it. The worst off will be the north. And therefore, the north will fight by every means to keep Nigeria together, but dictate the internal political workings of Nigeria. The Igbos, on the other hand, like I said, are a two set of people. We have the radical Igbos and the liberal Igbos, which we also have in the Hausas and the Fulanis and the Yorubas. In the Yorubas, everywhere they all have them. But what has kept the let me go back to the Hausas. So I think I've also, but let me just quickly talk about it again. So the unity. Hausas are fighting for the unity of Nigeria, not because they want Nigeria to be one so that all of us have equal stakes, unity and harmony. They fight for the unity of Nigeria without the harmony. The North wants the unity of Nigeria without the harmony. But the truth is that the North wants Nigeria to be one. That's true. But without the harmony, without the equality, and without the fairness. The Igbos, on the other hand, are a more complex set of people who choose to disregard their strength of population, strength of exposure, strength of spread, strength of economic endowment, strength of virtually almost everything. In fact, to me, in my own expression, the Igbos are the most endowed in Nigeria. They are the most qualified to dictate the political underpinnings of this country. But rather than focus on their political strength, or rather than focus on their advantage to bend the political underpinnings of Nigeria to their own favor, they choose rather to complain about some form of marginalization that they themselves have imposed on themselves. But beyond that, the people who trust Nigeria more than everybody are the Igbos, because these are the only people who will take the boldness of going to lands that they don't know to settle. Even the worst places we claim have kidnappings, Boko Haram, terrorists, the Igbos are there doing business and living happily. Katsina, Zamfara, Sokoto, they are everywhere. So I would have imagined if other tribes are also that itinerant to the point that they boldly go to other places to settle and make those places their homes, Nigeria would have long outgrown these tribal divisions. So for me, in terms of connecting and weaving those cultural synapses and cultural connections, I think the Igbos have done a lot in that aspect. The Igbos have done a lot. And in terms of acceptability, I usually make this example. Say, for instance, I'm so sorry. That's the only example that can come to my head. So forgive me if I use the example. I said, if you have, let's say you are in a bar, and then there are 3 tables of 4 chairs each. 3 tables of 4 chairs each. One table is occupied by Hausas. 3 Hausas with 1 seat empty. With 1 seat empty. Then the second table is occupied by Igbos. 3 seats and 1 seat empty. Then the fourth table is occupied by Yorubas. 3 seats but 1 seat is empty. Do you know that if you walk to the Hausa man's table and greet them, the only thing is that maybe you may have to greet them with their language. Sanunkufa, barin taya ku hira nang. They'll Kazona, they'll tell you, please sit down, please sit down, please sit down. They will be so surprised that you were able to look beyond the cultural differences, beyond the religious differences, beyond the regional differences, and you decide to come with them. They'll be very happy. The only drawback may be if you are unable to speak the language with them, the Hausa language with them. But if you are lucky to sit with those that can speak English, well, but I can assure you that in that table, there will be that air of acceptance, that air of hospitality in that table. The same thing with the Igbo man. If you have a table with Igbo people sitting down and there are 3 people, 3 Igbos and 1 seat is empty, and one non-Igbo comes there and says, please, I want to sit with you guys. So, can I sit? The Igbo man will say, please, come and sit down. Feel free. In fact, they'll be so happy that somebody looked beyond their religious affiliation, beyond their cultural identity or cultural similarity, and decide to sit there. They'll be happy. In fact, all the drinks you drink, you might not even have to pay. They may have to pay it for you. So, the purpose of this video is such that at the end, you can now choose who really are the problems of Nigeria. I have my own conclusion, but I want you to make your own conclusion. So the Igbos, to me, are those who have, defined what living in Nigeria should be like. The Igbos, to me. Because if an Igbo man has any bias towards a place, of course he will not go there. Build a house and live there. And give birth and raise a family there. Yes, some people may bring the argument that if you go to the southeast, you will not get land. Well, that is left. I'm yet to see somebody who said, I went to the southeast, I went to look for a land to buy, they refused to sell for me. I'm yet to see that. So until I see that, perhaps I have to make another video and change my perspective. Now, if you go to a Yoruba man's table, judging from my earlier analysis, now the Yoruba man is a tightly knit, K-N-I-T, tightly knit cultural set of people who cannot see beyond the enclave of that tribal fence. If you walk into that table and maybe there are 3 regular Yoruba people and say, can I sit with you? First of all, you would notice the fact that they will look at you. If you are not Yoruba, they might just show you that you are not welcomed. One of the things that I've observed, like here in Jos, almost every business, almost all the businesses owned by Yorubas employ only Yorubas to work in that business. And that's terrible. That's terrible. That does not show any indication that these people are ready to integrate themselves into the Nigerianness. So if at all you are able to even cajole yourself into sitting with the Yoruba man at that table, That's my analytical table. I can assure you that if they were speaking Yoruba, they will continue speaking Yoruba till you get frustrated and probably leave that table, because they will tell you are not welcomed. I know when I was in the NYC camp, and I don't know if it is still happening, but I saw that when I was serving in Anegbete, yeah, that was where I served. It's like all the Yorubas from all the country will just find themselves and connect themselves and pack themselves in the evening when we are not doing parade, or we're not doing anything, when we have our free time. All the Yorubas will suddenly identify themselves and they're in one block, gisting among themselves. The one from Ondo, the one from Lagos, beating and killing the idea of NYSC. Because the whole idea of NYC is for people to interact, know other people's culture, and blend with it. But today, I don't think anybody who goes to serve in a place 1 year even carries anything about that place to his place. So for me, except there's another reason why NYC should exist, for me, they should scrap it. So if you see now, like this is not an attempt to stereotype. For me, it's not an attempt to stereotype. If I'm going to stereotype, then what am I going to say about the likes of Obasanjo, Dele Farotimi, and a host of very good Yoruba people that have shown clear direction that they are not tribalistic? But the truth still remains that, based on my own observation, those who clearly show a desire for unity more are the Igbos and the Hausas, with a little drawbacks here and here. The Hausas on their own want unity, but they will be in charge and leave the crumbs for you. The Igbos want unity, but if it were possible, give them their Biafra, let them go, and pick the minorities with them and go with them. But beyond that, if this country were to be okay, there's no policies are well, driven. So the Hausas want unity, but with a drawback. They want to be in charge. Where a case of monkey they walk, baboon they chop. They want a unity of Nigeria where merit does not count. You can have 2 credits and still become the chairman of NYC, the head of CNN, the head of NNPC. You can have 2 credits and still become a major general. The Igbos, on the other hand, want unity of Nigeria because they want their businesses to thrive, because they want... Actually, if you really ask me, without any bias, the Igbos are the ones that really want Nigeria to work. They are the ones that want Nigeria to really work on the basis of merit. Just allow them to do their business. The Yorubas, on the other hand, I don't think they are connected to the oneness of Nigeria. It is all about Yoruba, Yoruba local, Tiwa Tiwani, mi le dibo fun Igbo. These evidence were highlighted by the coming of Tinubu. It's there. I'm not making them up. I saw it and I'm totally disgusted. So if you ask me now, who are responsible for the lack of unity, for the lack of progress of Nigeria, I will tell you that those group of Yorubas that have identified themselves with Tinubu, the Emilokons, the Awalokons, Yoruba Lokons, are indeed the reason why Nigeria can never be one. Please follow this page and share this post now.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. We're back here again. It's another wonderful day. How are you guys doing today? Thank you very much for your time with us. Yes. Today is Tuesday, 12th December 2023. We have a wonderful guest today. Mr. Tony Nnadi will be joining us shortly. I can see that a couple of you already there on the comment section. I'd like to quickly acknowledge Those of you already here with us, then I'll post out a link. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, good evening to you, Mommy. Thanks very much for all you do. Happy Tuesday to you and to every one of you right there. I appreciate you all, my wonderful people. Can see Mother Bella, Naomi, thank you very much. Good evening to you. Thanks for the super chat earlier on as well. May God bless you, ma. Thanks for your encouragement. Thank you very much. I see Excel, Lucy, thank you very much, my wonderful people. Press on the like button. Help us to share. Love God is my strength. Thank you very much, madam. I appreciate you. Says more. I can see right there. Good evening to you. Samson Omori is with us as well. Mofure, my brother, I can see right there. Promise. Good evening to every one of you right there. Peggy Modi is with us as one go. Rosie Ayosh is with us as well. Mr. Johnson Emmanuel, Miracle B. Good evening to every one of you. I appreciate you all. Ogunli, I can see right there. Good evening, good evening, good evening. My wonderful people. Press on the like button. It's very, very important to have so that our voices can go far. Constant, I can see right there. Patricia, I don't feel my sister. I can see you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my wonderful people. Evie Jack, thanks for joining us this evening. Good evening to you. And I can see more people right there. Veronica Obano is with us. Levis Torre from Facebook. Thank you very much. Good evening to you. Hele Diana, thank you very much. Jikwe, I can see you. Vitus Ekwebele, Mark Gold, Mike Akyonbari, my brother. Good evening, good evening, good evening to you all. Augustine, good evening to you, sir. Yes, a link will be posted out in the next 10 seconds. Don Anthony, thank you very much. Mavis, I want to say good evening to you. Timmy Dibe, thank you. Peter Ife, I can see you as well. Fred Wilfred is with us as well. Good evening to you. Then we have Social Metal TV, Furu, thank you very much. And Anthony Ola in the building. Big Uyi, good to hear from you. It's been a while, you know. Thank you very much, my wonderful people right there. In case I didn't mention your name, it's not retentional. As you know that on this platform, we appreciate everybody equally. Okay, let me post out a link right now for those of you that want to join us. Remember, today, because we have our guests, we are certainly going to be removing one or two last persons on the panel today. Is the rules. I don't want you to think that, oh, we've been sentimental. When our guest is ready to come in, maybe, for example, the platform is filled up, then we'll remove the last two that came in, or last one, because I'm expecting two people. So that's why I'm using the word two. It could be one, it could be two, but let's see how it goes. You know, a link I've been posted. Click on it. Join us here. Sake, I can see right there. Watch it on Morrigan. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. God bless you all. I see Patience Idemudia just come in. Jeko Obedient. Thank you. Gentleman Edo TV. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my wonderful people. Yes. I believe I've acknowledged almost everybody right there already. Thank you. May God bless you all. Okay. And for those of you that are going to be joining us as well, I want you to also have it that for you to be able to pass your question today, you will turn your camera on once we have our guest on the panel. Please, you know how it is. Everybody, most of us already know how we work here. Once it gets to the time you want to pass your question, you turn your camera on. At least let our guests see the face of whoever that is passing down their questions. Even myself, don't worry, you'll see my face soon. You know, I appreciate every one of you right there. So I'll try to quickly start acknowledging people in right now. Okay, Mr. Jonathan is there with us. Ogasime, this one we Ogasime quick call today. So Ogasime no one miss today at all. All right. Let me give us a birthday. Thank you very much. Midwest people is with us today. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Then we have Olumide with us as well. Thank you, my wonderful people. Can see you all right there. May God bless you all. All right. But meanwhile, before we have our guest in, I would like us to quickly go to our rise and watch this. Then we'll take it from there. Thank you. Press on the like button and help us to share.
Continue on what's trending. On Monday, social media was awash with reactions following the sudden decision of 27 lawmakers of the Rivers House of Assembly who decamped from the People's Democratic Party to join the All Progressives Congress. The lawmakers, said to be loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, held a plenary session where the decision was taken amid tight security at the entrance of the Assembly complex in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital. I told you this is Wike's new song. I told you it was On Your Monday, Bola, and now Jagabano. That video that we played last week showed us that Wike is in charge of the new song, while the defection of the lawmakers, according to reports, is said to be connected to the rift between the governor of Rivers State, Sim Fubara, and Wike over control of the political structure in the state, while users on social media reacting to the lawmakers' defection pulled up an old video where Wike condemned defectors in political parties.
Everybody will have to be careful. You give somebody an umbrella, the next day he defects. The EFCC will come, he said, no, let me join them, so EFCC will not be against you. You carry the vote of another party, and you join another party. Can you transfer vote? You work hard for somebody to win the election. Tomorrow the person say, no, I have defected. If you are defecting, leave the seat. If you know it is easy.
Wike is trending. Another old video showing Nyesom Wike condemning the All Progressives Congress over failed leadership also made the rounds on social media. Well, let's take a look before we take some reactions.
When I hear people declaring for APC, saying that they want to continue the good job of Mr. President, the good job of people dying every day, the good job of Naira falling every day, I feel so ashamed that we have gotten to the level where sacrificing, people will come and say, look, I want to continue the good job of Buhari. What is the good job of Buhari? Of hunger is a good job. Of poverty is a good job. Of insecurity is a good job. Of the economy falling is a good job. It's such a shameful thing. I can't believe that somebody will come out in today's Nigeria and say, I want to continue where Mr. Buhari has stopped. May God forgive. May God never allow that people to continue.
All right, God is listening. Well, let's take some tweets. Let's take this tweet from Oloye, who wrote, Wike's many lies. 1, I will not be minister. I will not support whoever emerges at the PDP presidential elections. I can never leave malaria and join APC cancer. I will never disturb Sim when I hand over power to him. You cannot decamp with another party's votes. And many, many more. Fire, laughing. Go ahead.
I mean, which installation is this?
The only thing is now, we when is Wike going to decamp? This is the question now.
I don't know.
You don't know what party PDP.
Okay. At this rate, he has done more than possible that you already know is with the APC.
Okay.
I mean, there was a man that worked against his party. When he was governor of the state, the party couldn't hold a rally, presidential rally in his state. So how else would you want? But, he likes to be very, amorphous or mercurial is the word, So he's a member of the PDP, but serving in an APC government. The same APC he claimed he will never have anything because it's cancer. Hope he knows that Bola Tinubu's presidency said he will continue Buhari's legacy.
That's what he said.
So he's continuing that legacy of cancer now, and he's enjoying it. And that's the thing about politicians. When he favors them, they'll say something. When he's against them, they'll say otherwise. So he's continuing that legacy. He's become a minister now, and he's destroying his own party, the PDP. But I think what is happening here is the fact that he knows that the game is tight for him now. He's no longer governor of the state. He doesn't wield a lot of that power, executive power in the state. And probably President Tinubu would like to work with Fubara. So as he discovered that, he says, what can I do? So probably he went to get his lawmakers to defect to the APC so that he will show loyalty to President Tinubu and try to block any attempt at doing that. But let us see. This game will be incumbent on what Mr. Fubara, because this is another game of throws. This game will be incumbent on the political understanding of Mr. Fubara and what game he will play in return. And in the coming days, you will see action, because there's going to be a move, I probably will predict, on impeachment again, and let's see how it will pan out. But the part of this game that is not clear is the fact that Mr. Fubara is not aligning with some of the people in the PDP that are key stakeholders. And I've not seen that alignment, the likes of the League Mayabars of this world and a couple of other people. We've not seen that alignment, among him and the great PDP folk. But probably if that alignment happens, then at first they will start by ensuring that they push the case in court. Probably these lawmakers will be able to, some of them will be able to lose theirs if they can prove it in court and INEC can organize by-election. This might be the first step in him asserting. But also, you can't take it away from Wike. Wike, that could pull such a stunt in a state that he's no longer there, with a lot of political power. And that's when a lot of people say he's valueless. No,
that's exactly what I said.
He's been able to turn everybody around.
Absolutely.
You know, on their heels. And that's why everybody is careful with him.
Yeah.
Look at leading up to the election. He kept on decimating the PDP, and PDP could not say anything. Yeah. It was 4-0. That's how the PDP came out to say that, oh, Wike and his cohort of 5 governors will not do anything. But they disturbed the chance of the PDP. You can't take that away.
Yeah.
So let's see the political gravitas at which Fubara is going to fight. But Fubara is in a big cul-de-sac. Another scenario I'd like to posit will be endgame scenario, where Fubara will likely come out to tell us why the EFCC was chasing him when he was governor, when he was part of the Wike cabinet. What does he have to do? But I pretty much doubt that Fubara will go to that extent, because in that case, everybody will go down.
Absolutely.
So I pretty much doubt that scenario. But they will fight back. I've started to take polls online of who will win this weekend Fubara fight. A lot of people.
Are you doing that?
Oh, yes. So
okay.
I started yesterday night. This is Game of Thrones.
So
based on my Twitter,
about
74% is saying Fubara will win.
Okay.
23% is saying Wike. But based on my deep understanding of politics, maybe if they would teach Fubara how to fight Wike, Wike has a better grasp of this.
Well, all right.
He's played this game before with Amechi, and he knows he has a better grasp, and he has the arsenal of money. But Fubara might spring a surprise. But it's a fight for survival. It's just like your motopark garage fight. If Fubara wins this fight, he's the new king in town.
Right. That's right.
It's like the slum king that is currently showing on TV.
Okay, let me quickly bring this in so that, because I want us to start discussing this before we have our guest in, but let me quickly bring this to your screen. Okay, there you go. All right, I would like to quickly take this from here. Peter Obi donates to Kaduna bombing victim 1 million to 1,000 hospitals workers to buy coke. All right, to buy coke. All right, okay, let's take this quickly. The former Anambra State governor said the donation should be used to buy a bottle of coke for each of the hospital workers. The candidate of the Labour Party LP in the 2023 presidential election, Mr. Peter Obi, has donated a sum of 1 million naira to about 1,000 hospital staffs members treating victims of recent military bombing in Kaduna State, northwest Nigeria. The former Anambra State governor said the donation should be used to buy a bottle of coke for each of the hospital's workers. The Nigerian army had claimed responsibility for the bombing, which happened on Sunday, December 3rd, where scores of civilians were killed. The army said the bombing was targeted at insurgents in Tundu Biri in the Igabi local government area of the state, but mistakenly killed the civilians. Obi donated the money during his visit to the community on Tuesday and called on the Nigerian government to support the security operative to prevent such a tragic incident from happening in the future. In a video uploaded by the channel's television, Obi said, unquote, I have to make her personal little contribution of 3 million to support doctors told me they have about 1,000 workers in this hospital because I am very critical. You can't talk about healthcare unless there is the staff, and the staff are critical. Then Mr. Peter Obi went on, so I will buy them at least a bottle of coke each. I'm going to give Professor 1 million to be able to buy the staff 1,000 of them as of coke will be for 1 million people. Okay, for 1 million naira. Sorry about that. So I'm going to make the contribution to him because it is important. And of course, there is other extraordinary things. So I will be making a donation of about 5 million naira. Mr. Obi also criticized President Bola Tinubu's administration for not prioritizing the fight against insecurity. He said if the Nigeria government could redirect funds intended for frivolous items such as the purchase of luxury automobiles to equip Nigerian security officers, the country's biggest problem would be reduced to a manageable level. He continued, unquote. I think it was the Chief of Defense Staff who said that their regular allocations, budgetary allocations, are not released to them adequately. And then one question: what is our priority? To release money for non-essential things like source or renovation and everything, or to release money to secure ourselves? Then Mr. Peter Obi went on, because security, everybody knows, is very, very critical to our problem today, that we take our farmers back to the farm, which we tackle our main inflationary item, food. If you secure the country, that is the only way we could attract foreign investors we are looking for all over the world. So this is the critical. Then he went on. So for me, we need to do more and make sure that we spend our resources in the critical areas where it will be even improving the health sector, like this hospital, bringing them and treating them in the hospital. In one thing, do we have a sustainable foundation to see, especially the orphan children, all through question? I have somebody who lost 34 family members. You know the trauma of that, especially these orphan children. We must all join hands. They are now our children. They are now our property. Everybody must join hands to see them through. Nigeria's 101 senators earlier donated their December salaries to the victims of the military drone attack. The salary reportedly amounts to 109 million. Jibrin Baru, the Deputy Senate President Jibrin Baru, made the announcement when the Senate leadership paid a condolence visit to the Kaduna State Governor, Senator Uba Sani, at the government house. So that is all I have for you in terms of article right now. So Mr. Peter Obi, thank you very much for doing that. You know, that is all we want right now. But meanwhile, I would like us to start talking straight away until we have our guest with us. I'm already getting indication that will be joining us soon. But meanwhile, what we've presented today, I would like us to talk about it. Thank you very much, my people. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you right there. Please press on the like button, help us to share. Also press on the dollar sign, support what we are doing here, encourage what we are doing here. All right, I would like to start with Mr. Ogasiem. Ogasiem, thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. You are the first person on the panel today, so I'd like you to talk to us. Let's give only 5 Yes, Ogasiem there now. Because say you quick on today, I don't even know what, and I tell this jump. I tell this jump they love me though.
This year, man. You know they give chance at all.
Ogasiem, be like say your audio not good today, oh.
All this one where you're supposed to done, you're supposed to don't greet me. You just they talk.
These British people they keep to time. Oh.
Jesus Christ. I bet who and who they might greet them. I don't go there too. They rely on protocol. Might talk to people. Good evening, Niger Watch.
But see, I'm not the first person you call me here now, so you not keep to time now.
Good evening. Waiting.
No, Ogasiem, you follow to be second now, Abi.
Well, is there?
No, I beat up to the game today now.
Good evening, Niger Watch. Good evening. Good evening,
okay,
Jonathan.
You were locked down.
Midwest people. Nice to see you again.
I beat Dr. CM to the game now.
Olumide, welcome to the show. Give us a mandate. You are welcome. Then anybody welcome through the window. You know yourself. Also welcome. Anyway, the thing is that I know we're expecting a guest. So maybe say this: if when Tony comes in, when Mr. Nnadi or Tony comes in. Yes, please. Even if he gets to my turn, I'm not available. Let another person take, but I must try because that is why I want to talk to him. When it is 7 o'clock, which is exactly 8 p.m. Nigerian time, I know when he comes in, any other person, anybody could start asking him questions whenever you invite questions if I'm not here. So quickly, without wasting time, I will say I had a weekend character before, Wike's character, what they showed and the video. It's a shame really that sometimes you don't know who really to trust. Wike criticized the APC for being a fourth grade cancer. Now he's already working for them and almost like joining them. And he's even he recommended, this is my word, people in PDP where there's malaria for them to go and join cancer. You see that type of thing, 27 of them, like I heard from Rivers State House of Assembly. So that tells you the type of character. And Wike will be the person that will say, people don't have character.
Are you saying
You
that
don't
we have 27 cancer patients now?
well, probably. So he said, we don't have people don't have integrity. I have character. You see him talking. Look at character. Why is your character now? Where is Wike's character? Wike said if they give you umbrella, which is under PDP, you get a mandate under PDP with umbrella. Tomorrow you leave. Where is your character? Now look at Wike. So this tells you it goes a lot. I'm just using him as an example to tell you that Nigerian politicians are neither here nor there. They're just fair weather friends. Whatever comes, anywhere where belly face, they are always in the service of their stomach. So wherever it's happening. But be that as it may, I listened to an interview by Ankyo Briggs, and I always like the way the lady presents her point of view. What Wike is trying to precipitate in River State, of course, Rufai published the opinion pool of those he interviewed or sort of. So what Wike is trying to precipitate in River State, Wike won't win as far as because morally is bankrupt. Wike will never win. I don't see him winning. I've already had a situation. I had a rumor, not really rumor. I read it somewhere that he's going to Tonyeko, former APC candidate. In the last election, telling him to get ready that they will deal with Fubara at the Supreme Court, so that Supreme Court will nullify his election and award it to APC. Immediately he gets in, already he has 27 members. They will they will deal with all those things. Man proposed, it may not work out like that because the mass action of the people, you can never tell what it is. You make like Agbado man is claiming a victory, but legitimacy is a problem. I don't know how he sleeps. You may not know what will come out of it. So let me just leave that for now. I know Wike is playing what is it called? The one type of a gambit that won't lead him to anywhere. He's not God and he can never be. Then on P2B's visit to Kaduna, I welcome it. People will now make a sense of it. 1 million naira, let every member, every hospital worker take a bottle of Coke. The essence of, I'm not trying to put a spin, but the way I understand it is that he wants to tell them that at least in the service of humanity, just use this as to cool your this thing because this is like the job you never expected. All of a sudden, you overwhelmed with emergency, treating people on the floor, and then coping with whatever thing you are doing, just to tell them I don't think it's much. It may work out to be some few naira per person, if that is what it is, but it's quite symbolic. It's just like they needed somebody like that to come and say, look, we recognize the work you're doing while consoling the victims, those that lost their loved ones. You can also go to those that are doing overtime, those on the shift, say, look, we recognize the job you are doing, then let's have it that way. In fact, I'm looking for a day, probably I propose it here and now, that all these are celebrities, from Davido to Flavor to Timaya to, they know all of them. They organize shows every now and then. Because in the UK it's done like that. When they want to sell a ticket, like, what is this man that sing, Elton John, he's a big star. If there was a time they sold a ticket for his show, he said, let them divide it into two, give all the NHS staff, those working in the hospital, because you are treating sick patients, the ticket is so expensive that most people cannot afford it because these are civil servants. So he said, give it to them. In some hospitals, it was balloted, so that and then allow them to attend. So I want a situation whereby all this Davido, Wizkid, all of them, we just one day say they want to organize a show and then invite, say, this is only for those working in hospitals. Let them just come and enjoy free. Because sometimes that's how you give to humanity and you tell them that they belong. let's copy this type of thing. I would like it. Let them do it. It won't cost them so much. Open it in different places, these 6 geographical zones. When they're organizing Enugu, say all the people, hospital workers, you must come with your ID, showing where you are working, and then you allow you in. You interact and enjoy it free. So what P2B did today is symbolic, and I quite like it. Sometimes everything is not based on money. You have to show we have to show that we belong to the same common humanity. Then as for Baba Gana Zulum electric car, in fact, that's a welcome development. You see, this is what I feel, this is what I want, how a system should operate. The fact that that man did it, the governor of Bayelsa State, Anambra or Imo or Ondo, we now go and say, Professor Zulum, how did you do it? We did it like this. You copy it. That's what we want. Devolve this power so that every state can, every area can develop at its own pace. It's not a question of going to Abuja to go and collect money there you spend. So I welcome by the way, the man is a professor, so he's learned. Obviously, he's thinking ahead of time. He's not like the wicked type. So I welcome it. In fact, I like it. I
All right.
want
Let's
that
quickly
to
hear
be
from others.
okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
let me
Augustine.
stop
Thank
here.
you. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Give us a mandate. Thank you very much. Good evening to you. Please, I would like you to quickly talk to. Okay, we lost. Give us a mandate. He's not over here. Mr. Jonathan Kingsley, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to
Thank
you,
you.
sir. Please, I'd like to talk to
Thank
us
you very
5
much.
minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Thanks to everyone, to all the panelists and everyone that is, those that are joining. It's another day, a beautiful day. Thank you very much. I just want to say just one or two things with respect to Wiki. You know, I think I said it sometimes ago. I said Wiki is a textbook definition of psychophancy and even hypocrisy. And for me, I think that's just the definition now. Can even enter into the the English dictionary, the definition of psychophancy and hypocrisy. Yes, some wicked. And then you go deeper, then you will know better. You know, this is a man who described the governing party in Nigeria as having a terminal cancer. Terminal cancer. And that is pretty much saying, if you interpret that statement, that the governing government, is a party with terminal cancer. What he's saying pretty much is that over his spy body, will he ever be part of that system? Because terminal cancer simply means someone who is waiting, a pie man that is just waiting to be declared pie. This is a man who described the governing party as such, pretty much saying that over his dead body will he join or be part of it. And yet, he today is a minister in that same party. Yet, he rigged the election for that same governing party. What a shame. What a shame. This is just, I mean, I don't know how else to describe hypocrisy anymore. Just show Wiki's video. Just take 1 and 2 and put them together side by side. You want to describe hypocrisy. If you have students in school and then you are introducing to them the word hypocrisy for the first time and telling them what is the meaning, example of hypocrisy, just bring the video out side by side. The student will never forget the meaning of hypocrisy for the rest of their lives. They will have no problem. They will use it perfectly well in any situation or circumstances that they find themselves in their lives. What hypocrisy is. What the teacher just need to do, come to the class with a video of some wiki, the two. That's it. You just make the life of the teacher or instructor much easier. And for me, PDP has most of the blame. That party is not worthy to hold any political relevance in Nigeria again. That party called PDP is a weak, toothless, corrupt political party. That's what PDP is. Well, when I just watched this again today, what happened in Rivers State, that is just the conclusion for me. that today the party called PDP cannot, and I said it before, and that party, I will say it again, I dare the leadership of PDP to come out within the next 48 hours and face Wike head on. I dare them. They can't. They can't do it. Why? Because PDP is a weak, corrupt, shameless political party. And this is the party that is still talking all over the country, going all over the place, still pretending to hold any political relevance. In a normal climb, a party called PDP will have been, be in the garbage of history. This is a man who is a member of your party, denigrated the party during, before, during, and after the election. And PDP today has not made any public statement, make any public declaration with respect to Nyesom Wike today. What a shame. And they still want to hold any political relevance. Anybody will still stand and say, I'm a member and I'm going to support PDP. Then you have no clue. You have no clue. Even what happened today, forget what has happened in the last 6 months or even before the election, immediately after the election. Today alone, PDP should have come out, face Wike head on, get him out of the party. What is it? Do you have any deal with Wike? Is there any deal somewhere, any agreement somewhere that we don't know? I leave that to the media in Nigeria, if we have any serious media.
It even look like Wike is not the owner of PDP.
Yes, he is. He is the owner of the party. As big as they claim they are within the PDP, all of them, they still cannot face Wike head on. All they know is to steal the commonwealth of the country, to sit down and strategize sophisticatedly how to siphon the commonwealth of the country. That's all they can do. With all of them within the PDP, all across Nigeria, they cannot sit down on how to get this man out of the party. They can't do that. For what? Do you have any deal with Wike? Have you sat down in one place and had any deal with Wike that the people don't know? What? What is this? So for me, it is PDP that I hold responsible for this, and PDP that party has no face in Nigeria again, and I don't see anybody that can reason, that have reasoning brain, that will still call PDP relevant, even seeing what. How many of Wike do we still have within the PDP? How many of Wike do we that is still in the PDP that we don't even know, that will still, spring up sometime, somewhere in the future, in the nearest future? How many of them? That is the question. So I will leave it at that for now, and everything is directed to PDP. If PDP has acted as a political party, Wike will not even be where he is right now. They will have put him in his place, and they can't face him head on. And all the members within the party in a state, all of them cross-carpeted in one day, in one sweep. And you say you are a political party. No public statement, nothing, nobody is talking, because they are not stealing now. They don't have money they are not in position to steal now. There is nothing in it for them. So let them do whatever they want to do, simply because there is nothing in it for them now financially. If there is, all hell will have broken loose. All of them will have come out. We think they really know what they are doing. They don't know shit. They don't know anything. The only time they act, Nigerian politicians will act openly, vibrantly, that you will think maybe is acting for the people, is working for the people. It is mostly largely because of what is in it for him or what is in it for them. The moment you take that out, they will go back into their shell, the way PDP leadership, is acting right now. I will leave it at that for now, man, Mr. Elvis. And then with respect to Peter Obi, for me, it's not the 1 million. It's the visit itself, the importance of the visit itself. That is what is it. This is the second week running now. The second week running that this news broke out, the bombing of innocent people in Kaduna State. This is the second week running now. No, the selected president has not made any open public visit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyway, we'll leave it at that for now, Mr.
Let me
Elvis.
take
Thank
this
you very
call
much.
quickly.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Madam, thank you very much, Madam Origin, for calling in. Good evening to you, ma'am. Please, you only have 2 minutes because we are expecting a visitor, so we don't want to spend so much time on the phone.
Yes, I am very much aware of that. Yes, I'll go straight to the point. Hello, everyone. All protocols observed. I just want to make this quick. Thank you, Mr. Niger Watch, for allowing me to speak. I just want to stress this out. Mr. Jonathan, thank you for your submission. Quite apt, but I had to disagree with you on one point. The PDP, as you describe them right now, is a representation of the political parties that was. And I mean APC, PDP, QYZ, all of them. This is how they operate. They don't operate where it is not going to favor them as individual. So it is all about their greediness and what they stand for. Now, what I want to address very quickly is my concern. My concern is on this rising rhetoric and portraying Nigeria as a nation of and for bullies, where force, fight, toggery, run away with it is achievement of the day. I kind of for a little bit kind of want to even commend PDP for treating Wike the way he is. One of the things I watched on another, Arise, Mr. Carlo, he said, you don't follow a mad person to fight on the street. He'll first of all remove his clothes and then tear you up. So when I think they are managing the case of Wike because they know who he is. And that brings me to still this concern on how I'm disappointed, and I disagree with Rufai and Ayo, how they describe and they were promoting Wike's toggery attitude as if it is the way for Nigeria to go forward.
I'm surprised.
Me, I'm past that.
I'm surprised for these people.
Me, I'm past that. They need to wake up, Nigerians, and all of us need to wake up that we are past medieval type of rulership, leadership. All these things need to stop. Mr. Peter Obi has made this is a new era, and we need to start reprogramming our brain to think about how can we be civil in treating matters. As far as I'm concerned, all Wike is doing is toggery. And that is what they want us to see. And I refuse that. I think I'm going to stop here. And one more thing I say about Mr. The man, I so much commend him. He had 4 caps. And I still want to let Ayo and Rufai know. This man came with 4 caps. PDP chief, APC chieftain, PDP lawyer, an NGO, and an advocacy for Nigeria. Advocacy for good governance, which was what he was focusing on, to let them know. And they were badgering on him as though, and that is what made other countries what they are. People coming out and standing for what is right. And anybody that stands for what is right and comes out on that media, they should applaud the person and encourage the person and not put the person under the bus. I rest it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Origin. Thank you very much for all you do. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Okay, let me quickly pick another call here. Hello, yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, hello, good evening. Yeah, good evening, Mr. Najawash. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, sir.
Yeah, I want to. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I want to comment on this. The man that speak before this auntie that speak. I really beg to disagree with him. You know why, Mr. Elvis? You see, Wiki. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Just speak, please. We don't have time.
You see, Wiki. Okay, good. You see, Wiki. At the appropriate time, PDP will mess him up. Because at the appropriate time, PDP will mess him up. Okay, it's just like Labour Party. Why Labour Party have not been able to suspend Aramabe or the other Apapa? Why have they not been able to suspend them? It's a procedure. The same Wiki has injunction in court for PDP not to suspend, not to discipline him. But
Okay.
I'm showing you and the other speaker for this lady that at the proper time, PDP will mess him up.
Okay.
It's Wiki time because of the party.
Thank you.
Are you hearing me, sir?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. God bless you, sir. Thank you. All right. I think we need to pick the last call right now. Hello, sir. Thanks for calling in. Good evening to you. Please, you have only 2 minutes. Go straight to the point, please.
Good evening, Mr. Manjawat.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening, my brothers and sisters in panel. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. I am calling on our principal. I am begging our principal, please and please, Dalada and Nabi, our principal, Mr. Gregory Obi, come out 2027 to contest. We are ready to vote for you. We Nigerians are ready to stand by you. We are ready to defend our vote. Please come and don't vote, don't join any PDP. PDP has nothing to offer. Please, I am an adversary, I beg you, in the name of God, don't join PDP. Nigerians are ready to vote for you because we cannot leave our country in the hands of criminals. We can never leave our country in the hands of criminals. Please, and please, Mr. Obi, please and please, come on 2027 and contest. We are going to vote for you. We stand by you. We are going to defend our vote. Anything that are going to do, we are going to defend our vote. Thank you. That's what I want to say.
God bless you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, callers, I'm done for now. Let me come back to the panel again. Let everybody have their share before our guest. Our guest just told us that he's running late. So, but let's continue to talk. Let me come to give us a mandate. Give us a mandate. I called you earlier on. You were not here. I don't know if you're available to speak right now. Give us a mandate. Okay, you are not there still. Let's move on. Midwest people, thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. Good evening to you. Please, I'd like you to talk to us. Are you there, sir? Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. You are muted.
Yes, okay.
Okay,
yes,
you are good.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good evening. I greet your house and everybody. I greet the listeners worldwide as a whole.
Thank you, sir.
My contribution is that the politics of Nigeria is no longer for the interest of the masses. It is now a game of power and influence and personality. It's very unfortunate. And I don't even know how we're going to get out of this mess. It's becoming very challenging. And every blessed day is getting worse. And very heartbroken, because when you see these 24/7 member pulling from one party to another, if I wish it's for the interest of the people of Rivers State now, would have been better. But these are just few individuals' interests that large number of House of Assembly want to fulfill. So that's to say that the tenure of this governor will be a tenure of fight, whether I like it or not. And if that happens, the progress of the state will pay for it. Edo State is an example. And that's what we will be facing. So it's very unfortunate and very heartbroken. So I don't have much to say because the whole issue is becoming very complex, but I wait for our guest today to also listen to him about what he wants to say about Nina. And if I have any question, and then I will ask him some fundamental question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much,
Hello.
sir. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Ogami US people. God bless you, sir. Olamide, please, sir, talk to us if you're available, please. 5 minutes. Olamide, we can't hear anything from you at all. I'll come back to you as well. Let me go to Black Panther. Black Panther, please talk to us. Good evening to you once again, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Najawash. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. To everyone out there living in different time zone, I welcome you to today's a very beautiful day. It's another day which God has blessed and He has made us perfectly well. And we are here to discuss what the way forward for our nation. And I want to thank every other speakers that have spoken. And God bless every one of us. And we'll continue to dialogue on the round table. I want to say today, Wike, you see, like I said before, the Nigerian politicians will never change. Their approach towards anything will never change. The only thing that will change is it coming from the west, from the north, or the south? The direction in which they want to come, that is the only thing. But the character, the attitude, the mindset, the thinking, the reasoning never change. You see, people are saying, why is it that PDP has not dealt with Wike? You see, person like Wike, who is a lawyer, certified lawyer, called to Barr, you will see the damages in terms of, damaging that profession. Wike cannot reason, he cannot think, but he's only trying to mimic mimic the Nigerian people and destroy it more and more and more, just for selfish, means. There's one thing about Nigerian politicians that I know, that I've seen. If they are not in the position to loot, they are all quiet. But immediately you put them in the position to loot, they'll start making noise. We should all try to extract. That is who they are. The reason why they are not even looking at Wike is because Wike is part of them. He has their DNA. At the appropriate time, when Wike comes out, because I know this APC, Wike is a member of APC, just trying to deceive people. He's a member. But this same APC are going to deal with him. Because that's the way they operate. The APC are going to deal with him when the time comes. Because definitely he's going to make a mistake. And which every Nigerian politician will always make a mistake because of their selfish intention towards their nation. I want to speak on our amiable and blessed, intelligent, a man filled with passion for human, not only in Nigeria but around the world. A man that is so passionate to see his fatherland come together to become a great nation in which we have been called, but we have not been able to transform or be able to sit on that throne of being in the position of leadership in Africa. But we are just, surfacing round. And it's in the person of Mr. Peter Obi. What Peter Obi did there is showing love to his own fellow citizen in the northern part of the country, who has been so impoverished and dealt with, all because of being in the position, want to be in the position of power, all in the cause of being saying that I am born to rule. The ordinary northern man, who is our brothers and sisters and our children, are being positioned in a way of, in a pool of destruction. And I just want to thank Peter Obi for expressing that love. What he did was an expression of love. If you look at the monetary part of it, don't look at the monetary part, is an expression of love. It's not the amount of money, but the heart towards doing that act. It's what is being recognized. Not all of them are looking at it as he has done it now. All of them will bring billions of dollars, start donating. But this is not from their heart, but for self-aggrandizement. That is what they are doing it for. But he's doing it from out of passion for humanity and for the love of his fellow citizens. That is what is called love. At the time of need, encourage them. That is, there is still hope. Where other people are not seeing hope, see hope. Because it is hope that made me to come and approach you with love, because I know there is hope. That tiny light in the tunnel, we will take that tiny light and see our roadmap towards victory and become a great nation again. We'll all have to join together and show love to every citizen in Nigeria. Whether you are from the north to west or east or wherever you come from, as long as you have the mark of the Nigerian citizen, you need to show love. Love conquers all. Love will conquer these people. Love will take away tribalism. Love will take away whether you come from the north. Love will take it all away. Love only sees you. Love does not see whether you are from this. It does not see. It just sees you. And that is what Peter Obi has expressed. And I want to thank him from the bottom of my heart. I want to pray for him that God will continue to bless him and strengthen him. The grace that was bestowed upon Abraham, Moses, may the good Lord let it rest upon him. The grace that is upon Elijah, may the good Lord in heaven made it to come upon him to overcome this wall of Jericho in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. May God bless him for that. It moves me when I heard it, because I know what he did. And to all the Nigerians, I still stand my ground. We need to form a bond. When we form bond, the more they push us down, the more we should come together and form a bond, an unbreakable bond. This is what we are going to use against them, and we'll get victory. At the end of the tunnel, we'll come out shining. And today, we are going to listen to our brother who have dug into it, who has done a lot of research. And it will come out to educate us on how to form a bond, a strong bond, and move with the flame that God has given us to take back our destiny. Like I said before, these politicians, you cannot change them, because they have their own destiny, and their destiny to come and destroy and take from the people that owns the land. They have a mission, and their mission you cannot change. The only thing we got to do, we got to come together, united for freedom. We got to take it. Take it. That is the only thing we should see. Take it. Whether you are from the north to the south, we got to form a bond. Whether you are a Muslim or a Christian, these are the divisionary factors they are using against us. But all we should do today, all we should continuously do until we get the land, is for us to form a formidable bond as one entity that will move like a flame, that will move like the speed of light to take what belongs to you. And if you don't do that, I say this, we have to do it. If we don't do that, God will pick a man that will come in a dimension that we've not seen before. And that man will put himself in a position to pay the sacrifice to get this thing done. Nigerians, we are one. They disunited us, but we have to come together. The only way they would make us not to see is to divide us the more. But the more they come, the more we form that bond. Brothers and sisters, we have to come together to a round table. When they see us coming together, that is what we are going to use to choke them. Coming together is what we are going to use to choke them. And today, you are going to see the in-depth research that have been done. And a man will come forth to show us. I beseech every one of us to sit down with your pen and paper. As he goes out this point, you should go on your own research. You should think about it and ask yourself questions. Great philosophers do ask themselves questions. When you ask yourself questions, you will eyes up in the morning and you begin to see answers coming out from your inner man, inner spirit that God has given you. That is it, my brothers and sisters, Nigerians. How to get is not going. The road is not going to be smooth. The road is going to be crooked. The road is going to be full with a lot of things that is not of that we least expected. But the God that we serve has gone before us. We have prayed enough. Now is to walk our faith. Nigerians, we have to walk because we have sown the seed of prayer. We have to walk it now. Sit quietly and listen to the man that is coming to lecture you and give you historical things that you need as a weapon to move forward. Take your Bible, take your pen, because every one of us are going to become researchers. So that history, if you hold the weapon of history, that is your weapon that you move, intellectual weapon that you use to take back your country. We need to form a bond. And I beseech every one of us, we need to form a bond. Forget about where we come from. Let us begin to form that bond from today. As we begin to form it, the pressure, we are putting pressure in the neck of our distractors. God bless Nigeria Watch, and listen to everyone. Make sure you click on that button, like button, and make sure you subscribe to Nigeria Watch TV. God bless you, Nigeria Watch. God bless you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, my dear brother. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. Give us a mandate. Are you available to speak now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Okay, good evening to you and then the panelists and everyone. Hopefully I'm coming out clearly and everyone can hear me properly. Greetings to the people on the comment section.
Very clear. Very
clear. Okay. Well, I mean, we are actually out here again doing this for the nation. But like we actually said yesterday, the sad thing is, maybe I'll just go on maybe Peter Obi's donation and then the video earlier, because ordinarily, if you look at the criminal in quotes that they selected as the president, the very first thing you should have done is probably go visit the victims, right? But that was not even done, and up until now, nobody is actually already responsible. That means as things progress in Nigeria, things will happen and then they will sweep them under the carpet and then hanging on the mantra, oh, God gives and God takes. But that's not that should not be the case. But you know, what can a criminal do other than spilled the word that is spilled? But I think Peter Obi has taken a lead by ensuring that the people that are actually the victim of this issue, they were visited, they got empathy from a man that stands as the president of Nigeria. They got empathy from him. They get love and they get care, and that is what is needed. See, most of these things are not rocket science. They are just ordinary. They are just things that if you're a leader, you're a leader. If you're not a leader, you are not a leader. Peter Obi leads by example. He has that quality. He has that ability he knows what to do, how to do it, and where to do it. So for me, I think it's just a show of empathy, a show of compassion, and a show of love from a man that actually, and I mean, what can you say again? Peter Obi is the man of the people. The people voted for him. And this just to show that he won the election. He won the election, but Mahmoud Yakub rigged the election for just like somebody saying that what we ordered is not what we got. We didn't get what we ordered. So hopefully Nigerians can still arise and do the needful, because this is what we are supposed to see from a leader, going to the people, showing them empathy, even though in the long run, whoever is responsible for this should be held accountable. But you see, go there as a leader to go show the people that actually were victim of this bombing. You show them empathy, you show them love, you show them care, and you can do the best you can do for them. So to Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, thank you for taking the lead. It just shows to Nigeria again that you are truly a leader, a man of his own word, a man that stands tall in the midst of adversity and then obscurity. Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. Then now going to the 27th legislators, all right? So Nigerians, you guys just allegedly get another 27 cancer patients, stage 4 cancer patient from River State. So when you begin to eat them, you may probably pity them or not pity them, because they have soiled the hand that feeds them. They are biting the hand that feeds them. And now, so what came to mind yesterday that I was pondering about is, it shows that these people are truly not there for the Rivers people. I need to pay attention. The 27 lawmakers, they are truly not there because of the Rivers people. They are there because of themselves and because of Wike. So Rivers, you need to understand that those 27 guys, they were not in that house because of you. They were only there because of themselves, their family, and then their paid master. Because if they actually were there because of their constituency, once Wike called on them to defect to a different party, then they should have raised an eyebrow against Wike. But because they are not there because of the people, they are being tossed around by the wind of political tsunami that is happening now in River State. Because ordinarily they should stand up to Wike and tell Wike, we cannot lead PDP. We are for the people and not for you. And it just shows that these guys, they are not there for Wike. Sorry, they are not there for the River people. They are there for Wike. They are doing the bidding of their master. But the question now is, what will the River people do? The Rivers people, what will they do to these 27 legislators that defect to APC? There are things that you can do. You can recall them. And that is, you declare their seat vacant. A different election will be held, and those seats will be filled up. Because as it stands right now, River State, it's up for a grabs. Those 27 seats, they are up for grabs. And Labour Party begin to get ready in case INEC declare that there will be an election in River State for those 27 seats. Labour Party begin to get ready and begin to put your house in order. And these guys should be dealt with both politically and individually by their constituency. I see that the Ijo Youth Council are already they are singing behind Fubara. The other Riverine people also, they are singing behind Fubara. So now you guys should do everything possible to make sure that these lawmakers are dealt with both politically and individually, because they put personal ambition above the will of the people that put them in power, and they must be dealt with politically. They must be dealt with individually. if you are hearing us tonight and those men came from your constituency, begin to see what you can do to recall them back. And the new Speaker of the House, go ahead and declare those seats vacant. I know there are grounds that can make people switch from one political party to another, but those grounds are not in PDP. There's no division in PDP. There's no crisis in the party. So for them to have defected to APC, that means the song that Wike sang last week, it just shows that Wike himself is now in APC and is taking these 27 people along with him to go and catch cancer. So apart from catching cancer, they should also be dealt with. And Fubara, whatever you need to do, you need to begin to read now. Begin to make alliance also. And as many as possible you can begin to parley with in the PDP, because now you will need PDP. Fubara will need PDP like no other man's business now. You need PDP if possible. Even you need Atiku. You need Atiku as much as you want to remain relevant. You need all of those big whips in PDP. So whatever alignment you need to do, you need to do it. And
Give us
also,
a mandate.
yes, go ahead.
Sorry. They need the maize. If Fubara take that maize, they can never sit forevermore.
No, it doesn't. Fubara himself does not need to carry the maize. You already have a speaker there. The speaker, I mean, that was what they tried to do in Edo State, right? That they took the maize. So Fubara, he already has his own. He already has a speaker that is loyal to him. All they can now begin to do is the remaining legislator in that house, which are behind Fubara, make sure that the maize is safeguarded, because they also want to come for it. They did it in Edo State, where they even put granite in front of the assembly. They took the maize away. They went somewhere to go swear in some people. That was all of the shenanigan that Oshomole did. But Fubara, if you're listening, now is when you need to begin to form a more serious and dire political alliance with the people in PDP. In fact, the National Working Committee of PDP, we need to begin to talk to them and begin to get counsel. And also go and begin to learn from history what happened in Edo State and other places where their legislator defected. But I am sure if Fubara can actually listen to directive for people like Abubakar and the big whips in PDP, it will have a home run. It will be an home run for him. I don't see anything that Wiki can do. And you can begin to put it out there too. Make sure your own slate is clean. Begin to see how you can probe Wiki. All of the nonsense he did in Rivers State, begin to see how you can probe him. Let EFC put him on EFCC radar, and let's see what will happen to him. Wike must be made irrelevant both home and abroad, both in Rivers State and in Abuja. Wike must be made irrelevant because he has beaten more than what he can chew. So Wike must be taught a lesson. Wike, so for me, in quotes, as allegedly, I call him a political demon. Wike is a political demon. He can do anything to remain relevant. That is who Wike is. And so, Fubara, if you understand that, and listen to what Fayoshe told you, if you have to fight this fight, you have to fight it to the end. So get ready. It's going to be, and Nigerians, get ready. Rivers, get ready, because this battle is going to be a long one. But with the crowd I'm seeing in Rivers State, Fubara is going to pull through. He will pull through. Then now let's go to Tonye Cole. Tonye Cole is a pastor, right? Now I want to see if Tonye Cole is truly a pastor or not a pastor. I'm not judging him. Hear me clearly. Tonye Cole is a pastor. From what Dr. CM said earlier, maybe Wike is already reaching out to him. And this also shows that there was no election held in Rivers State. There was never an election held in Rivers State. Everything that was done in Rivers in the last election was Bajwe. They changed Peter Obi's vote for Tinubu. That was what happened in Rivers State. So whatever election they uphold in Rivers State shouldn't have been allowed to stand because the election was rigged. Wike changed all Peter Obi's votes for Tinubu. Even on IRF, it shows that Peter Obi won Rivers State landslide. It's still there on the RF if they've not changed it. And that's why Abacha Lawa can say that Peter Obi, if you look at the Rivers State, look at Lagos State and some other places where Peter Obi won, the record is there. So the election in Rivers State, it is now glaring to us that INEC Mahmoud Yakub colluded with people like Wike, the men in Lagos State, the INEC Residential Commission in Lagos State, to rig the election in favor of Tinubu. Peter Obi won the election. So Rivers, get ready to be behind your governor, like the Edolites they did for Obaseki, that has now turned also satanic against the people. But Fubara, if the people fight for you and you succeed all of this, don't forget the Rivers people. Because with what the youth are doing, they are putting their lives out there to make sure you remain relevant. Because I've never seen where, man, that guy, he has a support, and I'm sure he will pull through. But he needs to start forming alliance with the National Working Committee of PDP. Mr. Elvis, thank you. Hopefully, we'll be hearing from our guests shortly. But Fubara, get ready. It's going to be a long ride, but Wike must be taught a lesson. He must be tamed. But also, if he's not tamed, he's going to bring this evil apparition in the Aso Rock. He's going to also rubbish. He's going to, I mean, that one has been rubbish before. He's going to add, he's going to add to his dilemma to make sure that these guys, they are rubbished, and all they did in secret is made open to Nigerians. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Give us a Monday. Thanks for your submission. Sorry, guys, we are still struggling here with our guest. You know, you guys know he's a very busy person, so we are still hopeful and waiting for him. You know, please, let me quickly call on Oga CM to keep the broadcast on. I think he's calling me right now. Oga CM, thank you very much, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Niger Watch. Actually, in my first earlier, I said something about P2B's visit to Kaduna and the Wike's character. I think one thing I also want to add regarding this, what is playing out in Rivers State, because we don't, there's no pretending about it, is this. You know, I want to bring this issue, I want to interpret it this way. What Wike is trying to do will consume him politically. A thought came to my mind that the Fubara he wants to remove at all cost, because Fubara asked, what did he do? So it's purely a vendetta that they are taking out. This is not a case of under 6 months, 2 months, he has done this, done that. It will consume Wike. I think by now, as a fight back, Fubara should go into the archives, because Wike must have had certain things. He may not release it directly by him. You go through a proxy and they start releasing Wike's activities as governor of Rivers State. We know, even all the money he spent, everything, just keep releasing everything, because if they are doing it, and particularly those even House of Reps members that crossed to APC, just put everything, because the people are behind Fubara. I don't really see why he should entertain any fear. The people from the feeling are strongly behind him. I read somewhere that even the Ogonis are against Wike. So I don't, and even the rest of Nigerians, when you want to look at it, people that are not even from River State, because this is purely a vendetta. And the man is he's just playing God. You can't just be there and be talking. You want, what structure? What do you mean by structure? Are the people? Which structure? You want to keep your structure? Which structure? It's all this criminality of planting, spies here and there to like somebody told me, whatever meeting Fubara want to hold, the moment he's finishing it, somebody is on the phone to Wike in Abuja telling him that it appears he will do this or do that. Then they will tell them what to do if they go for after the, what is it called, after the break, they go back for another meeting. This type of thing. No, it shouldn't work. Fubara should come out fighting. There's not a there. I mean, what is it? Even if he took um, is it Godwin Obaseki to say that Oshomole, if he come here, we go show him. Say now so such things to tell you that look, in this time, don't leave any stone unturned. Just deal with the man. After all, who is he? He is not interested in the welfare of the people of Rivers State. It's just to make sure that you do what he wants. No, it shouldn't happen. So to that extent, I mean, the ball is in Fubara's court now to play, and you have to play it very well. You don't leave anything to chance. That is my own. Don't ever assume that you live, and you don't time waste for nobody. Just whatever plan you have, 2 weeks time, bring it up, bring it forward, do it tomorrow, start it, so that you know you're dealing with people. You don't leave anything unturned. Institute probe, all those bridges, everything will be running concurrently. Let it heat up the place so that you know that somebody is in charge, and not to keep quiet. When he likes, he will detect the tempo of River State. Just this time, be the person who is because is it not a word they said? If you cheer before a goal, you are motivating an action, but if you cheer after the goal, you are really reacting to an impulse. Motivate an action and not to and not yes, please, and not to react to an impulse. That's what I'm telling Fubara. Do something. You don't need to, who is he? Who the hell is he? Because sometimes there are things that somebody will just start behaving like this as if he's God of the people of River State. For
Can I
what?
interject you?
Okay.
Well, I think to what you said, I mean, those are very relevant. Hopefully, Fubara was his accountant, right? I think he was a so, and there are things that he would just like this guy that actually was Abacha's bagman that Tinubu now that this drug baron is now using. So Fubara will know many things that Wike did, and if he himself has not swelled his hand. But I mean, regardless, you acted for him, so you can throw him out.
Because in this case now you are not playing you are playing the game of public opinion. That's what Wike is doing. So you Fubara will also be quiet every day. You talk to people, but meanwhile, the person you give the key will be doing the damage and be releasing it. People will just be hearing it.
Exactly.
Say, is this, is that? So this is really what happened. When they hosted the PDP convention in Port Harcourt. Release everything. After all, you became a financial accountant.
The overhead bridge.
You know why?
This is the amount of cost. This is the amount he's paying for it.
Sorry, Mr. Give us a mandate, Garcia. You know why that strategy doesn't work in Nigeria? Is the fact that all of them will go down. Fubaras, and in the process of working with Wike to protect him, he has also dipped his own hands into the mess.
Exactly.
So if he speak now, he will expose himself indirectly, and all of them will go down.
See, do you know the way you expose it will also mean, because there's a way you expose it, Wike may even be going behind the door, so that behind the scene for agreement.
All right.
But you Fubara will say this is what happened then, so that people should not. You can, I mean, whatever Wike is saying now it's not right. What is he trying to say?
Thank you, Augustine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Augustine. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you all. Yeah, Mr. Tony is trying to join us. So he just sent me this video that we should replay this video as an intro, so that more people listening to us right now can get to understand who is coming in. Although we've played this video in the past before, but I think we should recap on it again. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Yes, as the dust continues to settle around the wreckage of the crashed election of 2023, particularly the presidential election, NINAS comes to you today to take a summary of where we are now in the middle of the wilderness that we have found ourselves. Everybody will recall that from the constitutional force majeure of 16th December 2020, by which NINAS declared a union dispute and offered the country a 5-point proposition that will have taken us immediately to a transitioning in place of elections. Looking back from what has happened with the elections and where Nigeria is today, we are certain that many will now be saying in their minds, some are saying it openly, that election was not the way to go because the constitution was the problem that needed to be fixed. Of course, we've heard all kinds of people coming out to say, starting with Obasanjo and Utomi and Mogalo and Meka Anyoko, all kinds of people who didn't quite see the connection of the constitution with the disaster that Nigeria had become. It is the unitary constitution of Nigeria that is 100% responsible for where Nigeria is today. Those who say, oh, leadership is our problem, let's go and solve leadership. Yes, leadership is a problem. Oh, corruption is our biggest problem, let's go and solve corruption, everything will be fine. Yes, corruption is a problem, a very big problem at that. But the leadership that is failed and failing, the corruption that is growing in leaps and bounds, are products of the inverted constitutional arrangement we have. It is the unitary constitution of Nigeria talking about cause and effect analysis. That is how rational human beings solve their problems. You take a cause-effect analysis. You don't leave the ailment and begin to deal with the symptom. Bad leadership is a product of the anomalous constitutional arrangement. Corruption is a product of that constitutional arrangement. Impunity we see are all mandated by that constitution. The corruption, the bad leadership, because in the non-accountability, in the provisions that ensure non-accountability embedded in that constitution. Where will you get the good leadership from? So the constitution mandates corruption and protects its beneficiaries. The constitution, you know, we've seen the election that happened now. It is the centralized control of the electoral machinery that is responsible for the outcome we have seen. That people could sit in one corner of Abuja and determine who gets PVC, who gets BVAS, what votes are collected or not collected. In all of that, in a federation, there should be no INEC. That is the problem. The fact that election into federal and state offices
It's like this is the attack Niger Watch is talking about. Hello?
What happened?
No, it's one of those attacks that Niger Watch talks about.
You see, this is a very strong message he's sending now.
No, I mean
strong one.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we
All
can.
right. Okay, we are facing technical situation here for us to have Mr. Tony with us. So we are going to reschedule, but he's on the phone. We can quickly take one or two questions but we are still going to reschedule for this. Mr. Tony, good evening to you once again, sir. You're on a live broadcast right now. Please, I would like you to quickly talk to the people before we pass 1 or 2 questions to you quickly. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for the technical difficulties. We've tried from the dot of the time we agreed. For some reason, it's not connecting, and so we have to reschedule. But as it is, we can only say that like doctors would do in any situation, we have to diagnose what is wrong with our country, Nigeria. We have to consider the appropriate prescriptions based on that diagnosis, and then we go to the treatment based on the prescription. In that order: diagnosis, prescription, and treatment. The key thing that we have to resolve now, the contention, the thesis of NINAS, for whom I speak, for which I speak, is that the problem with the country is the constitutional arrangement. And we're not saying that in conjecture. We're saying that as people who have interrogated the matter, as people with specialty knowledge in that area. There's nobody, all these lawyers you see parading all over Nigeria, senior advocate, professor, there's nobody that can come to engage in any kind of debate with us on that subject. To say that the constitutional arrangement is 100% responsible for what has happened to Nigeria across the last 55 years. And that was why Nina said to everybody in 2020, can we leave election alone and go and solve this problem? Because many say, oh, it's leadership. Let's go get a great man to come and lead us. Can anybody fetch water with baskets? That's what it looks like. Some say, oh, it's corruption. We say the constitution is responsible for the poor leadership, 100% responsible for the leadership we have got in Nigeria so far. 100% responsible for the corruption we live in. The constitution of Nigeria mandates corruption and comprehensively protects the beneficiaries of corruption. The structure is wrong. The economic assets of the country are confiscated by omnibus federal government. Everything that should have made things work for everybody is distorted and turned upside down. And so we are running around in circles. And then they go to election. We have seen how the election has gone. It is because of that constitution that election in a federation is being run from a centralized position in Abuja. It is people in Abuja that will decide who will be processed and who will emerge amongst them. Why do we go to submit ourselves to such a constitution that ties us down to the whims and caprices of lunatics, the lunatics we have seen now? And the structure is still in place. The winner of that election, whether it is Atiku or Peter Obi or what's his name, Bola Tinubu, the winner of that election will swear to defend and uphold this unworkable constitutional arrangement. And people are dying in large numbers. The currency is collapsing. The economy is in disarray. Young people are running away. Why can't we stop and ask, why are these things like that? The Constitution is responsible for the corruption we see. The Constitution is responsible for the bad leadership we have had. And it's not a change of personnel, because if we go from diagnosis to prescription to treatment, we will then see that if the problem is the Constitution, like one of the candidates, Peter Obi, did say, that the engine of the Nigerian state is knocked. Why do you load people into a vehicle with a knocked engine? That was what happened to us in 2023 election. Did Peter Obi not win the election to everybody seeing? Did he not get more votes? But why is he not president today? Has the heavens fallen? The executive went how they wanted to go. The judiciary went with them. The legislature had always been in the midst of it. If you allow them, they will carry on again in 2027, like he said, let us work. How do you want to get anywhere under this constitution that makes it impossible, that guarantees everything we seek will not be realized under this constitution? Anybody who doesn't know that is simply ignorant or dishonest. And we're beginning to suspect dishonesty. Tinubu came from Nadeko. He knows everything we're talking about. But he chose to go the way he's gone. The alliance of 1967, which he went to revive in 2015 when he went to bring Buhari. You saw what Buhari did for 8 years. You saw him saying it is his turn. You see what we are doing now? Because we went to election, that's why Tinubu is president. If there's any one person to be punished for what Tinubu is doing today, it is the people that dragged us to election when we should have said we cannot proceed to election, any further election, under this constitution. That's where the problem is. Anybody who doesn't agree with that as at now is being dishonest. And when it will snap, it's not the people you think are the problems that are going to be the problems. It's the people you followed, the men of God, the church leaders in Nigeria. We went to them one after the other. I had a closed door session with the Catholic bishops of Nigeria in their conference in March of 2022 on behalf of NINAS. Your lordship, this is what the problem is. If we go to this election, you will be leading your flock to death. Look at the conditions in Nigeria today. It was because they went to election. Those people who are being killed in the middle belt right now, those people whose lives have been tumbled upside down, it was their church leaders that led them to slaughterhouse in taking them to election under this constitution. Look at the Barr Association. Look at all the NGOs milling around, free and fair election. Where's Mike Igini now? And we did everything we could to send this message to our brother Peter Obi that it is not leadership that is the problem. Leadership is a problem. Corruption is a problem. The constitution is the reason we have the two problems. If you have the tap running and you decide to go and mop instead of turning off the tap, what will be the outcome? That's why Nigeria is in the quagmire we are in. Young people running away to every other place, anywhere but Nigeria. Many die in the desert. Many die in the Mediterranean Sea. What are they running away from? Their country has become a monster that feeds on their blood. And politicians are going about anybody who subscribes to that constitution is a criminal of the worst order. Is a criminal that ought to be stoned to death wherever he turns up. Because what we have now is what we can get from that constitution. It has been imposed since 1999. We raised these issues since 1999. They went to election in that 99. They went to election in 2003, 2007, 2011, 2015, 19, and now 23. And if you plot a graph for all the indices, you will see that it is a straight plunge to damnation, to the valley of death. But the politicians gather in Abuja, you see the kind of monies they are sharing because they have confiscated your sovereignty. The people who want to take back their country. It is the constitution that took away your sovereignty. It is the constitution that took the country from you. Every other thing you are doing is a product of ignorance. And that is the kind of ignorance that kills. That's why people are dying in the numbers that are dying in Nigeria. Ignorance. And some of them parade PhD. Okay, let's go to National Assembly and go and solve the problem. Who told you that National Assembly is the owner of your sovereignty? The Constitution creates all the institutions. It is your exclusive right to decide whether you want to be in union with anybody. It's your exclusive right to decide the terms of being in union with people, because you are entitled to be by yourself in the place where God created you. Was it not Scotland that went to referendum the other day? They are planning to go to another one. Because it is their right to self-determination. It is their sovereignty that is at issue. Our sovereignties were confiscated, first by the British, and then they handed it over to their local agents. And then those local agents expanded themselves into the alliance of 1967, in which they beat down one part of the country, and have been carrying on like that as if our lives don't matter. Look at what it has become. And we join them in going to election under that constitution. Imagine if the blacks in South Africa refuse to listen to Nelson Mandela. They will still believe in apartheid. It was the apartheid constitution that took their sovereignty from them, that took their land from them, that took their rights from them. But initially they were going about stoning white men. Anywhere they see white men, they stone them. And then they shoot back at them, killing them.
Okay.
They have no rights.
Let us take one or two questions, sir. Thank you very much for this. Let me quickly start by the first person on the panel, according to how we have it. Let me start with Augustine. Augustine, please, let your question be within 1 minute, please.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Niger Watch. Thank you, Tony. Obviously, all what you've said, I've heard it from you several. I mean, you've been consistent. So this has been your gospel. And that is the gospel truth, if I may say so. But the thing is, given all you know about an average Nigerian voter, our politician, our people, because the question now is about the mechanism to let people understand that if we halt our election for 6 months, like you used to advocate, maybe 6 months advocate, extend the tenure, because you said it in the last election, extend the tenure of the current the regime then by 6 months and use that 6 months to sort this out. Since then, we are still at that point. Are you now frustrated, or do you think that this is realizable given the Nigerian political climate? Because that is the issue. The merit of the case is not in doubt. But what I'm asking is, are you still convinced that this is realizable? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Tony.
The people who live in that damnation, the people who live in that misery, have to choose by themselves whether they want to continue in their misery and die off one after the other. You talk as if it is one person crusading. There was Nadeko. I'm not a stranger to how it worked. Tinubu came from that circle. That's why he has nothing to say back to us right now. We pinpointed what the problem was. That was what consumed Abiola. Abiola did covenant to say that if he recovered his mandate, he will not govern with the constitution that turns everything upside down. That was why they killed him. Now, those who went into that fight with him, the minimum they owe him is to make sure that we get to the correct constitutional arrangement. And if after 24 years of telling the people who live in that damnation, at the time we convoked Pronaco, I'm sure you heard about Pronaco, 164 ethnic delegations spread across Nigeria. Ijo came as Ijo, Ogoni came as Ogoni, Yoruba came as Yoruba, Fulani came as Fulani. Muhammad Buhari was it was part of the Fulani delegation. Sayed Abubakar, that is now Sultan in Sokoto, was part of the Fulani delegation. And we reached a consensus after 2 years. The US sent us that permission. European Union sent us that permission. Because part of the problem is that our people talk as if it is a one-man suggestion, as if Tony Nnadi is sitting in one corner and just writing on the internet. Human beings gathered in that number. All the groups that were carrying arms against Nigeria at the time, we were able to get them to put their guns aside. Asari Dokuba and his Niger Delta Volunteer Force, Ghana and his OPC. We're talking about a humongous engagement. It didn't need to be rowdy because we put on the table what needed to be done from that first day. The politicians are politicians everywhere, whether in the UK or in the US or in Nigeria. Sovereignty belongs to you, the people, not to them. The constituent components decide what they do with their sovereignty. The illicit federal government that emerged from the collapse of the Federation of Nigeria in 1966 hijacked the sovereignties of all these people. 200 million people milling around like people without any kind of content in the head. Okay, what is the talk of extension of tenure? It was on 16th of December in 2020 that we activated the constitutional force majeure after 20 years of building an alliance of the victims of unitary Nigeria. we came to the point where we said, we have become a majority. Let us insist that we will not proceed to the next election. 3 whole years. 3 whole years. There was no need to extend anybody's tenure. If the people who live in that damnation would be more honest with themselves. But between ignorance and dishonesty, they decided to rally themselves towards election. There were some other criminals down the road who were shouting, oh, give us Biafra, with no map, with no strategy whatsoever. Oh, Dua Republic, just collecting money from the Yoruba diaspora. So that was the kind of distraction. 3 whole years. Let us put aside what we were thinking before, work with this clear pathway. And so when the pain gets to a certain threshold, the pain is just beginning. When the pain gets to the appropriate threshold, people are being beheaded in Plateau. People are being killed in Southern Kaduna. People are being overrun in Benue. And you think it will not get to where you are? It is going to get everywhere, even the ones who are in the diaspora. Your status has changed. You have elected a celebrated drug merchant as your president. So all of you are suspects for drug. All of you are suspects for identity theft. All of you are suspects for forgery, the ones who want to go to school. So globally, we have submitted ourselves to avoidable catastrophe. We had a chance to stop the occurrence of this catastrophe. Even now, sovereignty resides with the people. We can stand up today to say we can no longer continue to allow a few people draw power and authority from this constitution in our name, because your name is actually on that constitution as the one who authorized your damnation. If all of these 200 million plus people cannot embrace a pathway, a strategy that can deliver them in a matter of weeks, then they truly deserve to perish. That will be my answer.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. Thank you. Let me quickly take another person. Mr. Jonathan, do you have a question? If you don't have a question,
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes,
okay,
I
please.
do.
You have only 1 minute. Sir. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Tony, thanks for being here today.
Yes, sir.
Having been, I've someone, my name is Jonathan. I've been following you, for some time. You've been advocating strongly for a constitutional reform. Yes, of course, you also advocated and you continue to advocate for reasons why there shouldn't be any election in Nigeria. In fact, you predicted the 2023 electoral mess, very well. So for me, the question is, it is therefore imperative to know your take on the 2023 electoral process with respect to 1, INEC, 2, the Election Petition Tribunal, 3, the Supreme Court. And then secondly is, do you see yourself or NINAS as a body that can openly work with the likes of Peter Obi or other like-minded Nigerians? Or you don't align with their position for the fact that they don't support or they don't align with your own position of no election in Nigeria until certain things are done, which you have enumerated. We all know very robustly. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Tony, please go ahead.
The matter is straightforward. Let me start from where the question started. What do I say about INEC? What do I say about Supreme Court? What do I say about what is it, the third thing? The first blame, 95% of all the blame for what INEC did and all of what the courts did go to the people who decided to go to election under a crooked constitution. There was a reason we said, let us not go to election, because the centralized control of electoral system is reason election will never go right. So it is redundant to be talking about whether INEC will get it right or get it wrong. INEC is already upside down by the fact that in a federation, you have a group of people sitting in one corner of Abuja, responsible for voter registrar. So it is what they register for you that you have as number. PVC. It is what they give to you, you get. They can give to people in Nigeria Republic, like we saw, and immigration people raise alarm that people from across the border, they could give to 9-year-old, 10-year-old, like we saw across the TV platforms. At the time, you were struggling. You had to close your business in Port Harcourt. You had to close your business in the south to be able to go get your PVC. And so it was already doomed to be the way it is designed to be so. And it is the constitution that has election on exclusive list that made it so. So the people who decided to go to that kind of a contest where your hands are tied to the back, the blame goes to them. I have nothing to say to INEC. INEC simply did what the constitution permitted them to do. Then we come to the judiciary. What was the judiciary? Judiciary is an arm is one of the three arms. The judiciary did what the system decided to do. The judiciary is not on your own side. That's why they embrace this constitution. And so, what do I say about what the judiciary did? They have done the business mandated by the constitution to select who will govern, to keep that constitution intact, to defy the constitution if they have to, because there was a requirement for 25%. A few hours from the time the election was called in February, a few hours after they did what they did, the people that work with us in Washington were asking us, what has happened in the space? It was NINAS that first told them that the person they declared winner of election did not score 25% in Federal Capital Territory required by the Constitution. Peter Obi got more votes than all of them put together. Even before they went to the election, it was the alliance we built to tell you where this matter is heading. For those who are talking about collaboration, the alliance we built that took us 20 years to build of the whole of the South and the whole of the Middle Belt to reject that constitution that was imposed by the caliphate on everybody, by which they became the owners of everybody's life. It was that alliance we built that some of our dishonest elders decided to convert into something else, to go and get power. We pleaded with them. You are dragging a knife, a sharp kitchen knife, with somebody. He has the wooden head. You hold the blade. Who is going to win that contest? We pleaded with them, went to them everywhere they were, to say, I'm talking about the South and Middle Belt Leadership Forum that presented to our people a different picture, as if the alliance we built is to go and get power. But the people who have to moderate, who have to organize that contest, are people who have their own agenda. They are operating a union of master and servant that exclude you. And then you decide to go and plunge yourself into that contest at a time you could join to say, we reject this constitution. We will have nothing to do with anybody who subscribes to that constitution, no matter what happens. The worst that can happen is that Nigeria will collapse unceremoniously. Right. By the time the blood flow ceases, everybody will come back to their senses. Peter Obi said with his mouth in the open that Nigeria is like a vehicle with a knocked engine. He said, brain box scatter. That the search should not be for a new driver, because there's nothing that new driver can do with a knocked engine in terms of driving it well. Meaning that the search should not be for a better president. The search should be for a replacement of the constitutional arrangement that put Nigeria upside down for 55 years. At what point did he buy the engine with which he was now loading the obedient movement? Where was he going to take them to? Have they not voted now? Has he become president? Is it not that constitution and the electoral management it creates All the institutions are products of that constitution. So if you leave the source of if you leave the tap on and you come and say, let us collaborate. Collaborate in what? Can't we sit down and define the change we want? That was how they brought Buhari the other time. Change. Everybody jumped up. Change. What do you reject? What do you want in place of it? How do you get to it? South Africa settled this kind of a problem when apartheid constitution was taken down. We have moved faster than what it took them to, what it took Oliver Tambo and Mandela and Winnie to get that done in South Africa. Apartheid was introduced in 1910. It took 80 years, up to 1990. By the time the people who lived in that apartheid, everybody joined to say, oh no, we can't proceed. And then the government of Frederick de Klerk was present-minded enough to announce that the society could no longer be sustained by that apartheid constitution. That is the challenge before us.
Okay.
Every other thing we do is a product of ignorance, and people are those who are living in that ignorance, those who are being dishonest in thinking that this constitution of death will deliver life to them, they are going to pay with their own blood. At the end of the day, the matter will still be resolved exactly as it has to be resolved. No other way.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. That is clear. I believe that response is very clear. As long as you have a mindset that you are working under this current constitution, NINAS have anything to do with you. So, okay, let me move on to the next person, which is give us a mandate. Give us a mandate. You only have 1 minute. Everybody, please, one minute for your question. Give us a mandate. Please unmute yourself. Pass your question if you're available. Give us a mandate. This is the third time we are calling you today. You don't answer none of them. Let me move on to Olumide. Olumide, if you are there, sir, please talk to us. 1 minute. Okay, Olumide, you are not available as well.
Hello?
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you have only
Can
1
you hear me?
minute. 1 minute. Give us a mandate. I'll come back to you, please. Somebody else is already talking. Let me come back to you, sir. Olumide, go ahead. 1 minute, sir. Thank you.
Tony, I just want to thank you for everything you've been doing. I've been following you for a couple of years now, most especially when you, at the time and at the point that you worked with the Akitoye movement, when you had them in your coalition, and we also all where that led to. But right now, what I'm most concerned about is how the people of Nigeria can get themselves out of this logjam. Whether we are going to come to a round table to discuss all of these issues and part amicably if we have to, or as I always say, as I've always said on this platform, I support the NINAS move that if we want to live together as one country, we need to draw a new document that we all subscribe to, that we all agree to, and that we all private to. Not that was
So, are you passing a
shut down our
question?
throat. So now at this point that we are at right now, what do you think is the way? Like I said, I'm more particular about the people who live in there, the common man. Things are getting worse. How can everybody come together to pull themselves out of this logjam, even if it means reaching out to the international community to kind of put pressure on
You
this
cannot
current
answer the
government?
question. You've passed your question already. That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Olumide. Mr.
Thank you.
Tony, please. Thank you, sir. Mr. Tony, please go ahead.
Straightforward. Anybody who wants the solution to this problem, our advice is to say, go and get a copy of that constitutional force majeure. Even the international community had to enlighten themselves with it to prepare for what they will do with Nigeria. The big companies you hear living in Nigeria is because they've been paying attention. We raised a union dispute, which we put out in Guardian newspaper, 4 pages, to say this is what went wrong. This is how the union was put together. This is what went wrong with it. These are the constitutional grievances across board. The Niger Delta is crying about their oil and gas. The Middle Belt is crying about being beheaded. The Yoruba say they want more autonomy. The Biafra people are with the Eastern people are waving Biafra flag. Everybody is at everybody's throat. But this is what we're going to do, because the Constitution of Nigeria imposed unilaterally by one segment of the country since 1979 is the problem arising from the outcome of the war of 1967. That's what the problem is. The solution we are going to have to apply to it is that all of us who are lamenting the torment of Nigeria must now stand together in the alliance we call Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. If you look at that name alone, you will see that the Fulani that come from Mauritania and Senegal with guns to conquer the place and take the land for themselves do not belong to that fold. Yet they are the ones who impose this constitution. But they have elements from your backyard and my backyard, renegades, who go to join them and swear to defend and uphold that constitution. So everybody else can be confused, but NINAS is not confused. The 5-point proposition we made in December of 2020 is still as potent as it was in 2020 as today. The fact that they went to election does not change anything. The sovereignty still resides with the Yoruba owners, with the Ijaw owners, with the Igbo owners, with the Tiv owners. Together, they can stand up today and say, this constitution cannot remain the basis of this madness we witness in Abuja and in the state capitals. It is the constitution that creates everything that is being done, creates the National Assembly that is stealing money, creates the executive branch that is looting and borrowing into our future all over the world. And so what we need to do now is to put aside what we were thinking before and work with the reality, work with truth, work with strategy that can work. We only need to say we reject this constitution, all of us saying it. The international community has already done for us what we went to ask them to do. It fell on me to lead the engagement with the international community. We went to the UN.
Okay.
We were privileged to have Wole Soyinka in our fold at the time. It fell on me to request him to go to Kofi Annan. The instrument from the UN, the one they called the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, is under that instrument that Scotland went to referendum the other day. That instrument came out of that UN from that venture of asking Wole Soyinka to meet Kofi Annan when he was secretary. These were the things that have been done in the international circuit. The UN Security Council looked at the matter in an informal way and then sent a rapporteur mission led by Agnes Callamard. Google Agnes Callamard and see that the UN itself pinpointed our constitution of Nigeria as pressure cooker for injustice, that everything going wrong with Nigeria is coming from that constitution. How can people who have education in that country be holding onto that constitution as basis of union, as basis of democracy, and they're crying now with the outcome they see? We went to the UN, to the US, and we showed the US evidence of the fact that ISIS had relocated to our sub-region and that our president, Muhammad Buhari, was their chief host. They have formed ISWAP. Buhari was the spokesman of Boko Haram. You remember when Jonathan wanted a meeting, he was pressured into calling for a meeting with them in Saudi Arabia. It was Muhammad Buhari that was their nominee to speak for them. Muhammad Buhari was also, in fact, he's still life grand patron of Miyetti Allah. Miyetti Allah he constantly comes to national TV to take credit and very proudly too for what Fulani herdsmen were doing. The Fulani herdsmen that were adjudged the fourth most deadly terror group on earth, in the same space where Boko Haram was functioning, and ISIS came and they all become ISWAP. So we went to Capitol Hill. Again, it fell on me to lead that discussion, to show the Americans who were fighting with ISIS in the Middle East that ISIS had relocated to our space. Buhari was president at the time, and we showed them evidence of his involvement in the killings that were happening, in the onslaught that was going on, that it was Fulani invasion to take over the lands of the owners of the lands the British confiscated into their project they call Nigeria. And they put Nigeria on the watch list and later put Nigeria as a country of particular concern. That was why all of what Buhari did to overrun the whole country and the Ruga he wanted to do, that was how we were able to contain him and get him out of the way. Now we come back home to say, having done all of this, can we now, this engagement with Washington happened in 2019. For 7 months, the US government was paying attention, interrogating. Senators sat down, State Department sat down. Policy came out of State Department that put Nigeria where they couldn't complete what Buhari was trying to do. We do all of that and people sit in one corner pretending that nothing was going on because they were not the ones. I don't know what they think. And look at where their indolence, their dishonesty has brought everybody. And then you came to contest election under such a constitution that guarantees the death of other people and the affluence of those holding them hostage. Anybody who voted in this election deserves any kind of calamity that befalls him. Anybody who is part of political party, because all the political parties in Nigeria subscribe to that constitution without exception. So anybody who will contest election in Nigeria under that constitution, whether it's running for Senate or running for House of Assembly or running for presidency, is a criminal, clear-minded criminal. No exception. And none of them will be better than the other. And I tell you, when things will snap, they will be treated as the criminals they are, because this constitution has been doing this kind of atrocity to the people since 1999. It doesn't bother them.
Okay.
Peter Obi was still governor in Anambra when Chinua Achebe in 2012. Chinua Achebe called our people into, he tried to get them to come to listen to this, 2012. That was why when Jonathan was still president and Peter Obi was vice chairman of the economic, the one where the governors and the federal government economic council. At the time, the APC people were trying to chase Jonathan out. Peter Obi said at that time that it is not the presidency of Nigeria that is the problem, that it is the constitution of Nigeria that was the problem. He came to Orlando. He came to Orlando to World Igbo Congress Convention in that attempt to get our people to listen in private. Our people refused to listen. That's how we got to where we are now. And so it is a straightforward matter.
Let's
for
take
the Olumide that asked about what happened there. The Yoruba is still very much in the alliance. The only person that left was Akintoye. And Akintoye did not have any movement of his own. Akintoye was only invited by us at the request of the Yoruba elements involved with us. And then on account of his age and exposure, we wanted, we decided to entrust him with the position of chairmanship. But he went 180 degrees away from where we were going. And the people that brought him, just expelled him. The people that brought him to our fold, he was in our fold less than 2 years for a project that had been 20 years before he came. You saw when he began to congratulate Tinubu, at the time we're saying that the election has ended in fiasco in interregnum, that we don't have a government at this time. Tinubu is in power, but he does not have authority. That is where we are now. And what NINAS has is the only potent weapon already on the table by which we can arrest the state capture that is going on, which is a compoundment of the conquest agenda the Fulani were driving. We have state capture going on now. Individuals who are established in crime, taking over everything that belongs to Nigeria.
Okay, Mr. Tony, let's take another question quickly. Thank you very much for that answer to Mr. Olumide. Okay, let me call on Black Panther. Okay, before Black Panther, let me come back to give us a mandate again. Give us a mandate. Are you available to?
No, don't worry. Go to him. Go to him. Don't worry. Go to him.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Black Panther, please, if you're available, pass your question within 1 minute, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Niger Watch, and thank you Mr. Tony, God will bless you. I'm a student of a new face of Nigeria. That is to say, I'm a student of a new constitution. I've been preaching this same gospel for long, but I've been rebuked. I want to ask now, how do we bring Nigerians into the folds so that we can form a formidable force that will have cells all over Nigeria to preach that gospel so that it can sink in and we can have a formidable force? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tony.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much. The matter, again, is straightforward. Moderator, permit the last speaker to answer for himself.
Okay.
Whether he was present the day in a clubhouse session that lasted 3 hours, the day the young people who were following Utomi all over the place, all over the years, the day they brought Utomi to come to explain to everybody why leadership is what we need to fix. And I was there to tell the same audience that the constitution is what we need to fix. The person that asked the question, were you present in that meeting? I think it was Knights and Cardinals clubhouse.
Black Panther, are you listening?
I listened to it, but I went off because I had a very big assignment to do right here. So I listened to it halfway, but I went off.
Okay. As I speak with you, the recording has gone viral the third time since after it happened. And the position of Utomi was comprehensively defeated because he was also involved with us across the many years. He was in Pronaco. And every time he would go and buy form to contest the election, telling young people that it's leadership that has to be fixed. And we say, no, constitution is the reason we can't get at anything better than what we have had. He refused. Where is he today? Did you not hear him say that the constitution is the problem that needs to be solved a few weeks ago? Did you not see it? After wasting 30 years of preaching what will not work. The same thing with Obasanjo. Some of us were directly involved in how he went from prison to government house. We attended his inauguration in 1999 just for him to solve this problem. He was Nzogu's roommate. That's Obasanjo. He was present at the time this problem was being created, every step of the way. Eventually, it was him they used in 1979 to impose this constitution. And when he came back in 1999, we thought that somebody of his experience, somebody of his involvement will be eager to solve the problem. We went to him. We know quietly, this is what we need to do. He took the parts of what we brought that enabled him to entrench himself, and then he became the worst opposition to solving the problem. Election after election, things kept going worse. Where are we now? Obasanjo went to Port Harcourt a few months ago to say, since after this election, because when he said he was supporting, when he announced his endorsement of Peter Obi in January of 2023, I had to issue a rejoinder to ask him, why are you loading young people into a vehicle without engine? He shut him down. Today, he has made a U-turn. He went to Port Harcourt to tell everybody that everything we do will come to naught except we go and fix the constitutional foundation of Nigeria. You saw Emeka Anyoku the other day. You saw Kingsley Moghalu the other day. All coming out to now say constitution is the problem. And none of them has found the courage to go back to the people who realized that from the beginning and who have put a process, a template, a strategic roadmap that has been done, executed more than 80%. None of them had the discipline. None of them had the honesty to go back to say, NINAS is right. Let us suspend any business under that constitution. And we have NINAS offered those in government house an accommodation in this matter. We said, if Buhari had listened, if Jonathan had not, if Jonathan was allowed to do what needed to be done in 2014, because the conference of 2014, because some of them will say, some people will say, oh, let's go and bring back and implement 2014. NINAS will not touch 2014 conference report because the conferees, the delegates, decided on the floor of the conference that they will not visit the Constitutional Foundation of Nigeria. So everything they did in that conference went to naught. We told them we were not going to participate and that it will collapse on their head. That's how it ended. And so we're just saying that they kept going to election after election under a constitution that guaranteed the calamity that was befalling Nigeria on all fronts.
Okay.
And so right now, in the first quarter of 2024, people are already coming for Christmas. Those who are going to Eastern Nigeria, of course, they are going to do Biafra, Olu, and when they behead enough of them, they will come back to looking for the appropriate solutions to the problem. But in the first quarter of next year, right after the Christmas, NINAS will be issuing an altar call. But before that altar call, that is, let those who want to see an end of this long-running disaster come on one side by signing up to say, we now agree that we must solve this problem. That's all they need to do. If they listen to instructions, it won't take us 3 months to finish what is left of this problem. Those in government house already can remain on a transitional basis. We have no quarrel with people. If what we are discussing is how to replace people in government house, it won't take 1 week to get rid of anybody in government house. But that's not the solution to the problem. They've done coup many, many times. And the people who are talking about a revolution, which revolution can be deeper than toppling the constitution of a country? Like South Africa had to, the black South Africans had to topple the apartheid constitution. It is their freedom. It is their sovereignty they had to recover. Every other thing was a waste of time. And so there's no revolution bigger than what NINAS is. Just that it's a staggered revolution, just that it is being done in a manner that will, minimize human collateral damage.
Okay.
All of those who want change can come, are invited. We're going to formally welcome them and direct them on the actions they want to take if they want an end. But if they choose to keep playing pranks, of course, we wait for their pain to increase sufficiently for them to become honest. Because that's what we're dealing with. People are being dishonest. And I've been calling their names so that you can know the people that have led us to this ditch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. I really appreciate your time with us today. In fact, even me myself, I'm learning a lot today. To be honest, there are so many things that I have not heard before, and I'm hearing them right now. It means a lot. But meanwhile, we still have about 1 or 2 to go on the panel. I would like to go to Mr. Alex. Then I'll try give us a mandate again after that. Mr. Alex, it's good to have you on the panel. Please, I would like you to go straight to the point with your question, if you have any.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Najawash, for this convocation. Unusual. I want to say, Mr. Tony, thank you. By the grace of God, as a political scientist for donkey years now, I want to bring my question from a different angle. Don't you think? Yes, I totally agree with 95% of what you do and everything. Yes, you are right. But I think we are missing something. It's just a question. I think our problem goes beyond us. It goes beyond our leaders. Our leaders, yes, they are the primary problem, but there is the unseen forces. For example, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger Republic, and Guinea, they've all chased away France from their country, and they've changed their language, and they are changing their currencies. They are changing things. Don't you think Buckingham Palace should be put where they belong when it comes to Nigeria? For example, why was Nnamdi Kanu taken, and he has a British citizenship, and the British government just kept quiet about it? And the Lekki Tollgate issue has not been raised against the practice of the international community and international, rule of engagement during the war. Okay. So I think there are bigger forces who are fighting us than our main leaders, who become traitors, who become betrayers, who are saboteurs. We need to look at the neo-colonial tendencies of the British involvement in our government. What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alex. Mr. Tony, please, if you can take that. Thank you.
I will give you 3 answers to the 3 components of your question. The first answer having to do with the role of Britain in what has happened to us as a country and what is happening to us even now. Let those who are listening, this might be the turning point in all of what they were thinking before. Let those who are listening get on YouTube right now. Alex, starting with you, get on YouTube, type for search Nigeria, a pyramid of evil. Nigeria, a pyramid of evil, which was where we brought out the British for their role in what became Nigeria and how it is being organized to date. We put a hierarchy of demons with headquarters in Buckingham Palace, followed by the Sokoto Palace, that's the Caliphate. Between the 2 of them, in that order, they impose what has become constitution for us without reference to anybody else. Underneath that constitution, you now see government. And because we are now unitary, it is the federal government. The states have no powers to do anything. Then at the base of that pyramid are the peoples of Nigeria living in the disaster that has lasted over 100 years. If you watch that broadcast, you will see that nobody has called out the British more than we have done. Not only calling them out, the actions we initiated to topple that arrangement they imposed on us is what has become this force majeure that is being implemented now. And there's nothing they're going to be able to do about it. Going to Burkina Faso and the rest of the countries of West Africa, they have a country they only needed to recover from those in government house. That's the difference. We do not have such a country. They have Burkina Faso that was hijacked by Fulani, the man that was a topple. Buhari is coronated most of them. They are working for the French, just like our own renegades are working for Britain here. So we have a deeper problem. For those who are thinking that anybody can come now and say, oh, I do revolution, oh, I take over power. How many times have soldiers gone to take over power in Nigeria? There is no Nigeria we commonly subscribe to. I cannot be in the same political union with any section that imposes Sharia that requires them to kill me as infidel. So there's no Nigeria. What we have as Nigeria is a fraud as defined by the constitution that is in place. And those who do not understand the meaning of constitution will think it is that document that is painted in green, white, green. No, it is the fact of union agreement, union arrangement. That is that we agree to be in one political union. That is what the constitution documents with all the terms we discussed. And so when our original agreement to be in one union was toppled, our union died in 1966. Those who do not understand should understand. There's no Nigeria. I'm not prepared to lift a finger in defense of the Nigeria, the monster, the Nigeria defined by this unitary arrangement, by this imposition. Rather, I'm prepared to invest whatever it will take to put that monster to death. And so we're on a construction site where 75%, including me, are struggling to pull down the construction. And the other 25% who do not know what the problems are struggling to keep it going. Between Sharia, and you can see there are 12 contiguous states, Sokoto, Kebbi, Kano, Jigawa, all the way to Borno, 12 contiguous states simultaneously, mark my words, 12 contiguous states simultaneously imposing Sharia in a secular union. Our contention, which we have taken to the international circuit, is that they have seceded from the Federation of Nigeria. Because as disputed as that Constitution 1999 is, at Section 10 it says, the government of the federation or that of a state shall not impose any state, adopt any state religion. Full stop. That's a section. That is what makes Nigeria a secular state. So when 12 contiguous states will simultaneously adopt Sharia, the governors, the House of Assembly passed it, the governors signed it, and formed what they call hills by the Sharia police, and began to dislocate other people from other parts of Nigeria. In the Nigerian Union that included those 12 states, the secular union we thought we were building, ended in addition to the federation that was toppled. And so we have no Nigeria that anybody can recover in whole, except we first agree. So that kind of revolution in which somebody will go and announce, topple the government and announce a new thing and expel France cannot happen here because of the underlying problems. We have no common country that we can stand up to defend. If anything were to happen to Nigeria today, you'll be surprised that more than 80% will join that thing that will beat down Nigeria to die, so that they can free, because Nigeria seized their land. Ijo is crying because Nigeria seized its land and water and the oil and gas taken from the place, killing them. Kensaro Uwa complained they hung him. You saw what happened in Odi. They leveled it. What is the problem? Why can't Ijo be on the table to discuss how we cohabit with those who are going to partake? And you have somebody saying, as long as Nigeria is in place, the oil of Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa, and the owners are not welcome to the table of discussion. It cannot stand. So let us not delude ourselves into thinking that we have a Nigeria that can become great. We either go and create that Nigeria, and NINAS has set in place a mechanism by which we can do all of that without going to Somalia first. But if they choose to make it a rifle show, because that's where they seem to be going, we'll beat you up. We see where they end. Then the third leg of the question that had to do with what was it again? He talked about what the British and what the other, what Burkina Faso, and so what was the third leg of the question? We have something on the table that can solve this problem. Knowledge is key. Anything you do in ignorance, and the system has deliberately imposed ignorance compounded by the poverty they're inflicting on people, or you think it's by accident that they're impoverishing the people. It is a containment plan to make sure that those who should have pushed back are not able to stand up on their feet. Everybody's struggling for what to eat. Everybody's struggling for how to survive to the next day.
Okay.
We must get hold of knowledge in order to tackle this monster. Otherwise, it will swallow everybody. It has swallowed Peter Obi's mandate. Everybody thought that once we go and vote, the matter will be resolved. You have voted. The mandate was swallowed. And there's nothing anybody can do about it as long as that constitution is in place.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. Even as you're talking right now, we are going through your website, ninasvoice.org. I can see that you guys are very, very prepared. And I wanted to look for the exact date that this NINAS was founded. Can you please tell us? Because that's what I'm looking for right now.
Yes, NINAS began from the immediate aftermath of NADECO. The reason we're not going to include NADECO as the foundation of it is that some of those that did NADECO went on to do other things. And so right at the point in 1999 when that constitution was imposed by the departing military, the very conveners of NADECO, the ones who called other people out to go and do NADECO, that got the soldiers out of government house, went into another initiative of now sorting out the constitutional arrangement by which we can go into that democracy properly. It was civil rule in 1999. To go to democracy, you have to bring a constitutional arrangement that can now give you democracy. What we have now is far from democracy, because the three legs of democracy that you know, government of the people, by the people, for the people, Let me explain the meaning so that you can know why we say we don't have a democracy, and so you can understand where we took off from and how we landed where we are now. We had to change. We had to operate in many names, different names, depending on what we had, because we had to conceal what we were doing from the enemy that would have stopped it. It's like in Nigeria that they have a power holding company. It was NEPA for many years. Before it became NEPA, it was ECN, Electronic Corporation of Nigeria, Corporation of Nigeria or something. ECN that became NEPA and then became what's they call a PSCN of today. Now, from that point on, the first initiative was to call a meeting of the owners. I'm sure you heard about Pronaco before. Did you ever hear about Pronaco?
Yes.
Pronaco was the unfinished business of Nadeco. Enohoro, that was the head of Nadeco, was the chief convener. Shrinka, that was doing Nalicon at the time, but working with them, co-convener. All the Ukiwes and Mduvisicanos and all the everybody that was anybody in the authentic Nadeco became the conveners of Pronaco, in which we started by a meeting of everybody to say, look, the British have left, the soldiers have left. Let us sit down, the owners of Nigeria. Everybody stand on your father's plot. Yoruba came as Yoruba, Ijo came as Ijo. Everybody came from their own, standing on their father's plot. Little Ogoni, Little Isoko, Big Urobo. And we were there, we were at it for 2 years. By the time we announced we were going to have a meeting of the owners of Nigeria, the Obasanjo that should have been, providing a secretariat for that action, went on national TV to say that it will amount to treason if we called a meeting of the owners of Nigeria. And we told him that our sovereignty is not subject to him and whatever he thinks, that is inconsequential. And we went on to that meeting that lasted 2 years. We sat at plenary in Lagos, sat at plenary in Port Harcourt, sat at plenary in Enugu, Ojukwu hosting Enugu. We sat at plenary in Jos, we sat at plenary in Kano, and came to conclude in Lagos. The US sending observer mission, EU sending observer mission. That was the size of the undertaking at that beginning, to say the owners of Nigeria will have to decide how they want to live together and if they actually want to live together. From that Pronaco, the enforcement of it, the enforcement of the consensus that was reached, because we had a draft constitution based on the positions of the constituent components. They had worked out the formations in which they could relate away from what Nigeria imposed on them in form of states and local government areas. It then became Movement for New Nigeria. That Movement for New Nigeria was the alliance of the South and Middle Belt, and now excluding those who pressed on with Sharia, MNN. And we called it Movement for New Nigeria, knowing fully well that if we do not find common ground, it will then become in reality Movement for No Nigeria, because that Nigeria was a mere geographical expression. That Nigeria had become a torment to the people whose sovereignties are detained by the malfeasances of Britain and the Caliphate, joint venture. And so that MNN, you saw the map. I'm sure you've seen. You've seen. You can put it on display since you have a visual. That emblem of NINAS. The portion in yellow is that 12 contiguous states that seceded from our secular union in year 2000, simultaneous year 2000. Then you see the balance of the map. You will see the Yoruba block delineated. You see the eastern half of southern Nigeria, that's the lower Niger, delineated. And the balance is the middle belt, more than 100 language groups. In the lower Niger, you have almost 20, but Yoruba is lucky one language, apart from the Igbo, who really are not totally different. And so it is the alliance of these three. The Hausa that own the land of Sokoto and Kano and all the rest up there. They are indigenous people. But because of that question of Sharia, I'm sure you've heard about the Hausa talking about indigenous Hausa, the emancipation movement. They have observer status in NINAS. But we informed them that it will be taken in 2 layers. That the invaders from across the West African sub-region, the Fulani that are invading from everywhere to take over everybody's things, that if we do not find a workable strategy to break their backbone and throw away the constitution they impose on us, nobody will recover anything. So the Hausa will still recover their land that the Fulani took from them since 1804.
All right.
But it will be in the second layer. And so NINAS was where, after getting the nationalities to make out their constitutions and their charters of relationship, like in the eastern half of southern Nigeria, the Urobo, the Anang, the Efik, the Ijo, the Ogoni, the Igbo, all of them. If you go to YouTube now and click Solemn Assembly of the Peoples of Lower Niger, you will see the leaders of all the armed groups, all the groups that have never been involved in agitation. Look at that video, the recording of the Solemn Assembly of the Peoples of Lower Niger, so you can see that the actual people that organize what happens on ground, not internet tigers, the people that control the guns by which they've executed their agitations all these years, you will see them. And so we ended up with a charter of relationship that is still in process. It has to be ratified by more involvement of people who were not there in that 2015. In the Yoruba side, they went to Adamakasiba Stadium on the 7th of September in 2017 in their own solemn assembly. In July of 2018, the Middle Belt did their own. All those nationalities, the Tiv, the Joko, the Doma, went to do this. What were they doing? They were formally repudiating this constitution as basis of Nigeria. The international community was paying attention because we kept getting invitations to come to explain to them. The only people that were not paying attention were the ones living in that mess. And so it was when they had done their solemn assemblies, they now came together in what we call the Freedom Park Proclamation. That was the first time the nationalities that we were inviting into this action, who had never been on the table of discussion, had come forward. And so we said, the organizations that were leading this, like the Lower Niger Congress that was leading from the eastern flank, southern Nigeria, we had done our work. The nationalities have now come forward. And so we then changed the name to reflect the fact that they've come forward. Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. So that was how NINAS came into the nomenclature. So it was the same process that was commenced in 1999 that became PRONACO, moving on to become MNN, and finally moving to become the NINAS that is enforcing the sovereignty and asserting the self-determination of today. It does not matter what anybody in government thinks. Government is a management team in an enterprise that is owned by the owners of the sovereignties. That is why they say sovereignty belongs to the people, from whom government, through this constitution, derives all its powers and authority. I now remember, I'm done with this last question, and I remember what was left in the other one. The one that talked about why Nnamdi Kanu is being held.
Yeah.
I can report to us that before Nnamdi Kanu began his broadcast in 2013, when IPOB, he separated himself from Wazirike that recruited him into the mass-up they were doing and the radio they floated in London. The people that helped him to procure the transmitter, what he was going to use to broadcast, invited him to come to sit down with us to learn what we will use. That is, that radio platform should have been used to enlighten our people. All those things, all those videos you watch of what we are trying to tell our people, that radio should have been what will be used to enlighten our people about what the problem is, so that if we take down that constitution, everybody will recover their sovereignty. Nnamdi Kanu came and sat down with me in Victoria Land for 4 hours. I brought all the documents of this matter that have been on since 1999. We were almost, because at that point, Jonathan had become president. Igbo people had compelled Jonathan to listen to us. And Jonathan had embraced what we were saying, organizing the conference that was to come a short while after. Nnamdi Kanu rejected everything you've heard me say now, and there were 8 points of strategy. Where is the map of the territory you call Biafra? He has no map of where it begins and where it ends. He said to me in that meeting that everybody knows where Biafra ends and where it begins. The Biafra of 1967 that was rejected by the Igbo and the other non-Igbo nationalities. Have you gone to sit down with them to agree with you that you have to restore that Biafra? Because it will include their land if you call it Biafra. He said, no, you don't need to talk to them. They were the ones that spoiled the first one. And on each occasion, each question I asked him, of those 8 questions, I am addressing this in this detail so that those who are sitting around in London talking about Biafra, you can see what Simon Ekpa is doing. People are being killed in large numbers in eastern Nigeria because a few people decide to scam others. The entire Biafra restoration campaign, we have dealt with 42 different Biafra groups, starting with Uwazurike's mass up. And when I say we, I was involved eyeball to eyeball with the leaders of all of those groups, including the ones who are outside Nigeria. These are clear-minded criminals. These are clear-minded criminals who are not involved in the campaign to liberate our people. They only tapped into the goodwill, the enormous and humongous goodwill associated with the Biafra of 1967. Because none of them can answer any of those 8 questions that we placed on the table from the beginning. They have no map. They have not discussed with the owners of the land that will be involved if you call it Biafra. The 3rd question I asked him, I said, the Constitution of Nigeria is the instrument by which Nigeria is occupying that space. If you say you want the place freed from Nigeria's occupation into freedom, what is your strategy for how to take down that constitution? Because as long as that constitution is in place, Nigeria is the owner of the place in the eyes of the world. Nigeria will continue to do what it's doing. The army base in Enugu 82 division will remain there. Bori camp will remain there. Police will remain in your community. Anything you do, they will criminalize and shoot at you. And it will be shoot at sight legitimately because they own the monopoly of ammunition and arms. He said, you are still talking about Constitution of Nigeria, with Biafra we want. That was what Nnamdi Kanu answered me in 2013. He doesn't see any role the Constitution is playing, whereas Constitution is 100% of the problem you are trying to solve. You don't know that Constitution is the one of, is like apartheid Constitution was what took the land of South African blacks. That's number 3. Number 4, I asked him, in 1967, 66, when things went bad and it became 67 that became war, there was an alliance of the rest of Nigeria that isolated the Igbo heartland. What is your answer? Because Nigeria is still selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day. What is your answer to that alliance that still depends on that crude oil for its own upkeep? That's the only money Nigeria has that is together. We have gone to talk to all the people. The Igbo are in with us. The Yoruba are in with us. The Middle Belt in with us. What will you do if you say, oh, I want to restore Biafra, and then immediately they go back to their alliance because they have to protect their oil? That was what consumed 5 million lives in eastern Nigeria in 1970 to 70. He said, oh, don't bring anybody, anything you discuss with Yoruba will fail. It was the Middle Belt that did the shooting against, as if Ojukwu that was involved with us did not know. As if Ebitukiwe did not know. As if Ndubuikusikanu did not know. As if Sisiono did not know. As if Achebe has never heard of it. He said to me that Yoruba will disappoint you if you bring them into any alliance. Middle belt were the ones that killed us. Yeah, he just doesn't understand what we are discussing. That was his answer. Is that not number 4 now? Number 5, I said to him, if you were to succeed in this, what will be the landing mechanism? We have something that is structured to end the referendum. This is how far we have gone. I showed him what we had done at the UN at the time. He said to me, if anybody talks about referendum, we will kill that person because Nigeria will rig any referendum. Those of them who have been in Biafra in this so-called Biafra, all kinds of Biafra agitation groups, will remember that that was their position, that nobody should talk about referendum. We went to the next one. The matter of interface with the existing constitutional order. We have a process that will go in an orderly manner with all the pressures. If anybody is talking about pressure, it wasn't for nothing that we first had to bring together all the groups that were carrying arms already, including those in government. It came to where we sat down with Autumn. It was our interaction with Autumn that led to that thing you saw in Benue, where he rolled out the tanks and the men in uniform. So when you have the ones from the Niger Delta agitation and the Ghanaians and his OPC and those operating in the Middle Belt at the time and all kinds of other groups, we are not ignorant of the fact that it was by force of arms that our territory was taken from us from the time the British came to when the Fulani compounded it. We are in military uniform of Nigeria. And so what is your landing? Because if you do not have a mechanism that can safeguard those who are in that campaign, they are going to criminalize you and shoot you aside every step you take. He said, no, that because we're talking about existing governance order, existing constitutional order. You can see what NINAS has done. There are step-by-step mechanisms. We started by calling a meeting of the owners. Then we went to court in 2007 to say this constitution is a fraud. 2007. It fell on me to file that suit against the legitimacy of that constitution, not the legality. The constitution is legal, but it's not legitimate. Many lawyers don't know this. And so, step by step, it will come to where they can't proceed anymore because we also had in that, it was a 20-year plan. I showed him that plan. And I gave him all those documents, including the documents at the foundation of what the British did that our fathers did not know. He rejected every one of those things. He said it was conquer and occupy they were doing. You saw what happened in 2015 when, what was the conquer and occupy? That they will infuriate young people enough to come on the street that they will shoot some of them. By the time they kill a certain number, the international community will come. That was what he answered me. So it was always a part of their plan to put people in the homeland in harm's way. You can see that that's what they are still doing to today. Simon Eber has carried on with that criminality of wasting the blood of innocent people at home in order to sustain their scam that will never lead to anything, even in 50 years.
All right, Mr. Tony.
These people that are doing this, we have told them before. I'm sure many of them are listening. We are going to treat them. We are going to treat them like the criminals they are. We are going to treat them like people who murdered other people. We are not bothered with what they are doing with the Nigerian police and army. That's of no interest to us. The one that is of interest to us is that they are deliberately killing our people in the homeland in order to sustain their scam, collecting money from our people all over the world. Meanwhile, as I speak with you, to tell you the depth of the criminality, as I speak with you, not one of them, none of them has ever met with anybody in the US government to this date. Everything you saw was Photoshop. In fact, by the time the people who were dealing with us in Washington had to now take on the one that touched on their national security, when we came to tell them that ISIS was embedding itself in West Africa and that Buhari was at the center of receiving them, the first thing they told me was that they had investigated our campaign and they were satisfied we were not involved with the scam. That was how they described the IPOB. Washington. And I'm reporting to you, if anybody listening to this broadcast and those who will listen after, if anybody finds out anything to the contrary, I will be more than glad to engage evidence of it. They have never met with anybody from any department of government in the US. They have never met with anybody at the UN.
All right, Mr.
I
Tony.
led the team that went to I led the team that went to Washington and got results. The videos are there. The documents we submitted are there. The policy actions that came from US government are there.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. Thank you, sir. I can see Mr. Alex, you raising your hand.
Yes.
Hold on.
Hold on.
There were 8 items. I've listed 7 so far.
Okay.
The last was the matter of no. I've listed 6. The one of using the Biafra name tag for that campaign. Say, look, all of those who led that war are involved in what we are doing. Are you more Biafran than Ojukwu himself, or Ajuzie himself, who are all involved with us? Leave that word Biafra. The moment you say it's Biafra you want to restore, you have made your campaign impossible. 2/3 of the land that constituted the Biafra of 1967 now fall into what you call the Niger Delta. The whole of River State, the whole of Bayelsa, the whole of Akwa Ibom, the whole of Cross River State. If you say you want to do Biafra restoration, you have already put their land in controversy. If you step into their land, they are going to shoot you. If they have not agreed with you, it only means you want to swallow them. This is our discussion with them. We all agree we're going to put the Biafra name aside. Let us talk about self-determination. Let us talk about our sovereignty. Let us talk about, call it any other name, but leave Biafra out of it. He said no. That it is only Biafra, that is, just refusing every single, and the last one was the international community. When things broke down in 1966, it was the British that turned it into war. I had in my team until the day he was buried in Uromi, Chief Anthony Enohoro. I had in my team until the day he was buried in Nnewi, Dim Chukwuemeka Odimegwu Ojukwu. The day Jonathan came to Nnewi for the farewell ceremonies for Ojukwu that had departed, at the request of the family, I had to be the one to receive. So to tell you the extent of involvement of these our men, doesn't Nnamdi Kanu know anything about our people more than these men and Tino Achebe them? And the Bitukiwe that is still alive? That he will be wasting the blood of our people in a scam that is known to him to be a scam. He's a clear-minded criminal. And when in 2015, Alex, I want you to listen and I want you to take notes and verify these things, because what you guys are doing in the name of Biafra restoration is a crime against our people, and it will be punished very severely, very, very severely.
Can we communicate? Can we have a conversation, sir? For 1 minute.
Mr. Elvis, I have a question, please, so that this can be an interactive section.
Everybody, hold on. Okay, Mr. Tony, please round up, because they want to ask you a question. Round up in like 30 seconds.
Yes, I'm going to answer their questions. In 2015, they grabbed him. They arrested Nnamdi Kanu, took him to court. Incidentally, I was at the center of the collapse of the treason trial of Asari Dokubo in 2007 when Obasanjo grabbed him between 2004 and 7. It was that shoot. I'm giving you specifics that you can all verify. It was that suit we filed against the Constitution that collapsed the treason trial of Asari Dokubo in 2007, and Wazirike, his mate.
Okay.
And so, Teyamo was their lawyer, you all remember. It was because we went to court. My name is on that. My name is on the court orders by which those matters were resolved. When they brought Henry Oka from Angola, again, they couldn't bring him to court because we told Nigeria that anybody you bring to court on account of what the person is doing to reject what you are doing in their space will be in court to ask you by which constitution are you alleging.
All right, Mr. Tony, let me quickly take one or two questions. Thank you very much, sir. To be honest,
you see, I'm discussing something that is costing human lives, even as we speak. You saw Simon Ekpa talking about sit at home from 15th to 19th. As I speak with you, people are already being killed on account of what they are doing. People who return from overseas.
Okay, sir. Before we pass it,
these criminals are carrying on
Mr.
with
Tony, Mr. Tony, I would like to quickly ask you this briefly before I come to the panel. Is Samuel Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu working together?
Very much so. And I'm not reporting to you what somebody else told me. I'm sure Simon Ekpa will be listening to this broadcast now. I was in the outreach. In the outreach we had undertaken to all the groups that were doing one kind of agitation or the other, whether in the east or in the west or in the Niger Delta. Let Simon Ekpa come out to say that I was not the first to. I contacted him when he was doing one Nigeria and quarreling with the people doing Biafra on Facebook. I said, these people are complaining about something that is real, but they are going about it in a manner that will not lead anywhere. Why don't you take this alternative? I passed all our documents to him for him to study it and now offer it to them since he was already involved with them in the manner. By that time, we had shut down with them long time ago. It was those materials I get to Simon Ekpa that he now used to work his way to Nnamdi Kanu, who then elevated him above the people that were working with him.
Okay.
So he joined the gang because he brought the skill of photoshopping. It was Simon Ekpa that was using the materials of what we were doing, some of which were still secret, to now put Nnamdi Kanu's picture in the center of events he knew nothing about.
All right, Mr. Tony, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
They are together in that crime. There's no difference. Okay. There's nothing that there's never a time they were apart.
Okay, that's fine. Let me quickly come to Mr. Alex, please, 30 seconds. Please.
Yes, Mr. Nnadi, thank you. Mr. Tony, many things you said that I disagree with you on some ground. Number one, this is not a Biafra platform. When you generalize or say, you guys who are doing Biafra, I'm not a Biafra person, but number two, sir, number two. Yes, number two, from what I can remember, what led to Nnamdi Kanu escalation against Buhari's government was a massive killings and Fulani invasion of different parts of the country, which gave rise to Igbo starting Oduduwa struggle.
Okay, all right.
And also in Benin City, Fulanis also killed many people.
Alex, it's okay now, please. It's okay, please. You don't have that time yet.
Hold on. If it was Fulani invasion, that was the problem. Was it what Nnamdi Kanu was doing that to stop them in Yoruba land and the Middle Belt where they were sacking all kinds of people? And we who had to go to the world powers. And I'm telling you what you can verify tonight. Find out whether we did not get to Congress. Find out whether we did not get to State Department. Find out what the government of the US did about how Nigeria got on that watch list.
Okay.
That was what stopped them. That was what stopped them, not because of these criminals that are killing our own people and pretending somebody else was doing it because they wanted to make money.
Okay, thank you.
I'm telling you what transpired between us. I'm not telling you what somebody else reported.
Wow.
Which is why we say we're going to punish them very severely. One more information on the issue so that you can put it in verify them and put them in context. When Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in 2015, again, our people say, oh, even Asari that beheaded soldier and I had to go uninvited at my own cost. And I engaged the legal team led by Obeta at the time and the senior advocate who used to be Attorney General in Anambra. Between the three of us and a few other volunteers, we got an order using the same formula we used in the previous matters. We got an order for unconditional release of Nnamdi Kanu. You will never hear it from amongst them, but my name is on that court order given by Justice Ademola. Buhari was so infuriated by that order that he bundled Justice Ademola and his wife into prison. A judge on false charges that were thrown out after some 6 months or so. Now, he didn't release Nnamdi Kanu. 2016 passed. 2017, it became something that they had to go to look for a political solution. But where would they begin that discussion? Again, I was invited. Everybody prevailed. The people who were doing Biafra with him, they had their DOS. There were 14 people managing IPOB at the time. Out of the 14, he was now in detention. The other people who saw something they didn't, he had told them lies, because Nnamdi Kanu told them that we were working for the Fulani to prevent them from getting Biafra. They began to attack the facilities that became their structures on ground in Aba, on it, and every other place in Port Harcourt, where facilities we put in place. But he turned around to lie with that radio. At the time, we were operating like a submarine. The reason some of you do not know anything about what I'm telling you tonight was that it was necessary to operate a submarine in the initial part of what we were doing. We disguised it so that the enemy will not stop it. I confided in Nnamdi Kanu some of those things that were very critical to the project. He used those things to now create falsehoods that are still impeding this project of liberation to this date. Because he diverted the minds of our people away. He said that we are trying to amend constitution. We've never talked about amending any constitution. We said we have not made any constitution. We want to end the Union of Nigeria by toppling the constitution that was imposed to hold our sovereignties together, so that those who want to federate will go to another meeting. That's what we have done for 24 years, non-stop.
Okay.
Every other thing in between is just people coming in to scam other people.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tony.
The release in 2007, the release in 2017, where his confederates in that behalf, the ones who now realize that he lied to them about what we were doing, they put pressure to say, please, help us and bring him out. We don't want to leave him there and declare support for, that is, join what you are doing. I had to go to, I'm sure some of you, if there's anybody present in this meeting who has seen the pictures, if there's anybody present in this meeting who has seen the pictures of where myself, Chukwuma Soludo, the one that is governor in Anambra now, Patu Tommy, the one that was doing obedient movement, Ferdinand Dago, and a few other people. Is there anybody here who has seen the picture of the day we went to Kuje in 2017 that became the basis of the discussion that led to the release of Nnamdi Kanu? Is there anybody who has seen those pictures?
I have not. I don't know.
I have.
Yes. Yes. Dr. CM
have
have seen it. Yes.
I have.
Guys,
Nzuko
No, hold on now. Garcia, please. Let him finish. Please round up, sir. 30 seconds, please.
Yes. The reason I'm speaking this way is that our people are being killed in large numbers in eastern Nigeria on account of the scam called Biafra Restoration. And I'm saying it to the hearing of the whole world. We are going to take it out against the people doing it and the people sponsoring it.
Okay. All right.
We're going to treat them like murderers.
Wow.
What Nigeria is doing now is Nigeria just
Nobody, please don't mute yourself now.
to stop that mess in the Igbo land. The Nigeria that wanted to kill Igbo people is deliberately managing the matter in a manner that.
All right, Mr. Tony. Mr. Tony, please hold on now. Mr. Jonathan, you wanted to say?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Jonathan, please just go straight to the point. So
I just have a quick question. Mr. Tony, I was listening to you, attentively. You mentioned that U.S. has been part of this, and that you informed that your group, made known to the United States government the involvement of or the infiltration of ISIS into Nigeria, and that the Buhari government was aware of that fact. So what is contradictory to me here is that why is it that the United States still continue to support the Nigerian government, knowing fully well that ISIS has infiltrated Nigeria? Is it a question of national interest that is far above the interest of Nigeria, regardless whatever cause that you or Nigerians, like-minded people, are fighting for?
It was the Republican government. It was the government of Trump that had the discipline, and the Christian, the evangelicals that confronted Trump with the killings that were happening to Christians. They were the ones who sat down. In fact, the first nominee for National Security Advisor position in Trump at the time Trump won election, his name is Frank Gaffney. The evangelicals were able to secure, as part of the discussion for support, they were able to secure the commitment of Trump as candidate, that if he became president, he was going to do whatever it took to stop the killing of Christians in Nigeria.
Okay.
And once
Make it brief, sir.
he became the opening to discuss that matter and the actions that were taken. It was the election of 2020 in which these democratic people came that turned them, they began to look. You saw that Nigeria was on the watch list. Blinken has removed it. Is it that the killings stopped?
All right, Mr. Tony, sir, please hold on. Augustine, you wanted to ask a question.
It's not America that is
Hold on, Mr. Tony. Hold on, Mr. Tony. Mr. Tony.
Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. Thank you, Mr. Tony. Mr. Tony, please just hold on. Augustine, please go straight to your point.
Tony, yes, my question, I would like a brief answer so that we can always interact. What is the contribution of the government of United Kingdom either to help NINAS succeed, because you said you engage a lot of international people from outside. What is the contribution of United Kingdom either to help it succeed or to kill it, knowing fully well that Britain is responsible for the creation of Nigeria? That's my question.
The government of the United Kingdom, from beginning to now, had been at the core of the problem. In fact, on 2 occasions, we had to make direct broadcasts detailing what their high commissioners were doing to compound the problem here. They were the ones that drafted Peter Obi to go to run. You saw when he went to Downing Street to drag us to election at a time we had already succeeded. You had when Afe Babalala said, let's leave election alone and go and solve this problem. At that point, we had overtaken them. If not for Peter Obi being drafted into going to contest, to drag Igbo people into this foolishness you have seen, of going to drag the knife, holding the blade. So Britain had been 100% committed to making sure that we did not succeed. And we do not need them. As I speak with you, we have done something deeper than what they did. We broke into their archives and got the documents that our fathers didn't see at the time they signed us into this terrible union. So Britain is the problem.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering that question. All right. No, everybody. No, that's it. We discuss for that. Mr. Jonathan, that's it. One person cannot continue to be asking questions. I need to let him go now. Mr. Tony, please, I want you to round up. I want to really appreciate you for your time with us today. You know, I never thought you were going to stay this long. Please round up with us in 2 minutes so that we can let you go, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. NINAS has a potent mechanism for arresting everything that had gone wrong with Nigeria across the last 60 years. We invite all of those who want an end to this trauma, whether they want outright independence, or they want regional autonomy, or they want resource control. The Constitution of Nigeria is the brick wall standing between them and that desire. NINAS has succeeded in delegitimizing that constitution. That's why everybody is shouting from everywhere now that constitution must go. And so, from that point of delegitimization, we have entered into the phase of decommissioning. Those who want these changes, because it's just a matter of a degree of autonomy. If you want 100% autonomy, let us bring the matter to a logjam. Let us bring the matter of Nigeria to a logjam, that all of us are rejecting this constitution. All of us insist we must go to transition like South Africa did in 1990 about apartheid. And all of us will now do the 5-step. What we have in our proposition in that constitutional force majeure is a 5-point proposition that states what has to be done, who will do it, when it will be done. It will not take 3 months if we leave aside whatever we were thinking before and examine what we have on the table. And whether we come or we don't, the matter will be executed. The matter will be completed. The only thing that will change is the collateral damage. So we invite everybody to please just put aside what they were thinking before. It is in black and white. It is in audiovisual. We have more than 320 broadcasts that are in the web, in the YouTube channel. Just say Nina's Voice. You will see everything I've told you now. You will see them in video.
No, I'll follow you up
scroll down.
henceforth. Yes, I'll make sure I keep close eye to you, what you guys are doing, because I've learned a lot from you today. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony, for coming in today. At least you spent 1 hour 45 minutes with us here. I really do appreciate this. We are still going to book another time where you can come in and take more questions, because a lot of people are calling in, but they could not, because we are using the same phone to engage you here. Maybe next time you have enough time to take more questions from Nigerians across the world. Thank you very much, sir, for coming in.
Thank you. I will only plead that those who are coming to ask questions should examine what our propositions are.
Good.
That is what will justify coming to ask.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Tony. Have a good night, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
All right. My people, I appreciate every one of you. That is Mr. Tony right there, the legal practitioner and co-convener of the NINAS Nigeria Indigenous Nationality right there. So I appreciate every one of you. Thank you for I can see, but I not can't know what happened last anyway, because some of you, I saved your previous comments. But I don't want to create problem this evening, but I saved your I have to go back to go look at your previous comment when Mr. Tony were talking. Some of you that were really praises on Mr. Tony, automatically you now started insulting him when he switched to Nnamdi Kanu. That is wrong. To be honest, you started disrespecting him. You know,
can I comment, sir?
Hold on, sir. This is one of the things I talk about all the time on this platform. You know, some of us here, what we want to hear is what you want to hear. What you don't want to hear, then you want to create a problem everywhere. Is wrong. I have to go back. Hold on, sir. Now I have to go back to go check. Some of you were even saying, thank you, Mr. Tony. I told you guys before that our constitution is the problem. The other one said, oh, thank you. I don't want to mention your name unless you not push me. The other one said, oh, Mr. Tony, you are hitting the nail on the head. The other one, then the same people now started criticizing Mr. Tony immediately when he switched to Nnamdi Kanu. That life shouldn't be like that. On this platform, if you know me, and some of you were even saying that Mr. Naja was asking questions, not be me asking the Nnamdi Kanu question. Now, Mr. Alex asked him. I don't ask him any question until that last time, where I can't ask and say whether Nnamdi Kanu and Samuel are working together. That's all. That's the only question I passed in today. Come on, you know, we should allow people to be free, you know, and talk. Thank you.
Mr. Elvis, see, Mr. Elvis, sorry, Augustine. Let me just see what you are saying is that you can't really condemn people completely like that, because for me too, I support Mr. Tony to some extent. However, there is the saying, the devil is in the details. You can support someone, but when that person comes out openly to elaborate, to expatiate on his position, you can find some fault inside. The devil is in the details. It's not just the headlines. It's like just
okay. When it gets to your turn, you know, we are taking a brief response right now. Mr. No, hold on. It's Augustine, brief, because I want to
Okay.
pass a longer minutes to everybody to talk, but
Okay.
brief now.
Yeah. My brief is that
1 minute.
I remember Tony made it clear. He said he had 4-hour discussion with Nnadi Kanu. It's only between two of them. He said
Yes.
that's what he's reporting to us. So I wasn't there. And what I wanted to ask him was, or just to say it now, that God help Nnadi Kanu comes out. Anytime two of you will debate this, because when you say two of us were in a room, we discuss something, and you are telling it and you are letting the public know, that is one side of the story. That's what I'm saying. He may be wrong, he may be right. So that's why I don't want to engage him on that.
Okay.
Because this is
Thank
purely
you.
discussion between them. But the other one, sorry, black the other one I wanted was, you see, you can now find out that the government of Britain that is responsible for the menace in Nigeria is torpedoing what they are doing. So my question should have been, how leave every part of the world, bring Britain on one and engage them. Have you people done that? That's what I wanted to ask. But
Yeah, but
the
at
answer
the end of the day, if they say Britain doesn't want us to succeed, Britain will not allow anybody to succeed that want anything
He
better
answered the
than
question
Nigeria.
indirectly now. He answered
that's
the
what I'm,
question indirectly.
He answered it
that,
now.
no.
So
He's
He
trying to say,
answered the
but
question.
I said to engage them. That's what you call them on one. That's what I'm saying. He said he went to Congress. Come here and tell them, Britain, this is what we are doing. What is your stand on it? That's what I
I
mean
will
by
bring
engaging
him
them.
back again next time where he
Okay.
can speak properly and, you know, give us a mandate. You wanted to come in earlier on, please make it 1 minute. You have enough time to give your submission quickly.
Well, it was just going to be on the fact that people were talking about when it came to Mazikan, people were
yes,
they were speaking. But you know, one thing is, honestly, I don't know. I've not heard about this man before. But what he came to say today is a revelation that I think he needs to come back and enlighten Nigerians. I was going to ask him what they are doing to make themselves known out there, like the Adeko and other organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Black Panther, you wanted to say something as well?
Yeah, Naija Watch, God bless you. Like you see on my when I made a speech, I said one thing: everybody should hold his pen and pencil to listen. And when you listen, you are supposed to go on research. You are not supposed to come and start condemning or saying all sorts of things. Go on research, meditate on it, and ask yourself a question. You will come out refined. Thank you.
Not when.
No, sir. You say that later. This is not an interactive session now. I'm going to pass minutes to every one of you. But before that, let me take some calls here. Only 1 minute. Thank you very, very much, Mazi, for calling in. You only have 1 minute, sir, to talk to us. Please go ahead.
Hello.
You have 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. Go ahead, sir. Good evening to you.
Yes, my brother, good evening. Yes, my name is Paul, calling from Gabon. Yes, I've been hearing what you people are discussing with Chitoni Nnadi. That's where I want to come on it. Nnadi Kanu is not working with his Amonepa. And I want to let him know, Tony have never visited Nigerian prison before. So he cannot come here to insult Nnadi Kanu. That's what I want to ask him, but he couldn't pick my call. So every other time he came online,
yes, we'll replan.
You will not go away with it.
Okay,
please.
no problem.
Nnadi is very, very precious to us.
Okay.
So let him stop insulting Nnadi Kanu in this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me pick another call quickly. Hello, good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from. You have only 1 minute. Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling from.
You are the best man. This is your brother C2 calling from Sierra Leone.
Thank you, sir. Talk to us. 1 minute.
Thank you for a good job. I just want to say something. It's just unfortunately we have no more time to ask Tony another question. I am one of those people that said make it clear. If you want to lay allegation on someone, don't lay allegation on that person. Based on that person, he cannot. He's not here at the moment to defend himself. We all know what Tony Nnadi stands for. Where it's quite unfortunately that people have never known him. He has been carrying this file for almost 30 years now, calling larger lawyer Congress. I don't want him to be calling them the Kanu names because we will call him names as well, and people are not like it because up to ask Tony Nnadi who is backcrolling Tony Nnadi. Why did the Yorubas pursue him from this quagmire?
Okay, sir, your 1 minute is up now. Your 1 minute is
Thank
up.
you very much,
Thank you, sir.
Najawad, for
Thank
this
you, sir.
information.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Love of God is my strength. You have only 1 minute, man. Please talk to us. Good evening to you.
You say 1 minute or 2 minutes?
1 minute. 1 minute we are giving.
Okay, thank you. I'll be quick. I just want every one of us on this platform to have a free mind, to have an open mind, to learn, to listen. You know, there's one thing that I see that most people do when they call a particular person, everyone is angry. Why not just listen? This man has been going on since not today. He has been talking about these meanings that a lot of us we are listening to and we are following him. What this man is saying is true. Yes, even long ago, the man said he went to visit Nnadi-NINAS. Then I was still following iPod on Facebook. I remember then. So what I'm saying is that let us listen to what this man said. There's a lot of doing it. We have tried everything in Nigeria. We are not succeeding. So why not let's see if we can elaborate this and see whether we can be free. A lot of people are against us. Countries are against us. And this man is saying that it's because of one paper, one constitution that they have done. That is not even the green paper that we are looking at constitution. It's something that has tied us down. Nigeria long ago is supposed to be no more. That is 1999. It's supposed to be no more. It's supposed to be 100 years. Oh, but it's still continuing. So we need to sit down and talk. And I think we should give people the right to bear their mind out. We should not argue because of our own interest. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm done with calls for now. Please let me come back to the panel again. But before that, my people, the only way we can have a better Nigeria, the only way we must come together. But what I'm seeing, we all are divided. Yes, we are. Many of us are. We are deceiving ourselves. We stand here. We stand here. Many of us we are not even sure where we stand. You know, that's why you see that these politicians have the opportunity to use every one of us because they know that any little thing we can fight ourselves, any little things we already started arguing with ourselves, division amongst us. A brother don't love brother anymore, sister don't love sister anymore, a wife don't love husband anymore, husband don't love husband, wife anymore. Everybody's fighting. So that confusion amongst ourselves must be able. You know, we must join head together to take it out. If not, we are not going anywhere. Because it surprised me a lot. Yes, I'm not. Mr. Tony didn't come here because of Nnadi-NINAS. Mr. Tony came here. Somebody, it was even one of you that told me that we should bring Mr. Tony. I don't really know him that much. It's today, you know, hearing him out, and I get to understand and reading their website. I get to understand what NINA stands for. I was like, oh wow, you know, I didn't really know much about this, but many of you that were raining praises and all that, what happened? So suddenly these people like because of Nnadi-NINAS now you come here we fail no say you hate Nnadi-NINAS, you are a bad person, you are this, you are that, but you the same mouth use and take pray for our sins. We have a long way to go, man. And anyway, hold on, sir, please. I have Ginger Breadman here with us. Ginger Breadman, thank you very much for calling in. You have just 1 minute, sir. Please talk to us. Ginger Breadman, go ahead now. You there?
Let him join.
Okay, your network is bad, Ginger Breadman. Unfortunately, we need to go. You are not talking. Sorry. Okay, hold on, sir, please. Okay, let me start with you, Augustine.
Okay,
then, let me start with you. You have 8 minutes, and I'm going to stop you 8 minutes dot. Everybody use your minutes well. Yes, 8 minutes dot, so that we can round up. 8 minutes. Go ahead, sir. Your 8 minutes.
But sorry, you can come to me last, please. Come to me as the last person.
Okay, that's fine. But before you go ahead, Mr. Augustine, let me quickly appreciate those that supported me, the channel financially. Michael Renemaro, thank you very much. Madam Bella Naomi, thank you earlier on. God bless you. Thank you, Anthony Ola. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Johnson Emmanuel. Thank you, George Blueshell. Thank you. I appreciate every one of you. May God bless you all for your encouragement. So that let me go ahead and give Mr. CM the opportunity to talk to us. 8 minutes, sir. That's now. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Niger Watch. Actually, today, like what Tony Nnadi came to discuss, the NINA's position. I've heard him say it before. I visited their website. I'm not I'm not in any way doubting that Nigerian constitution needs changing. We've all been saying it. In fact, not really amendment, but we need to change it. But the system, the the strategy he's using they are using in NINAS to get to mobilize the people so that they will bring it down, do another thing. I mean, change it is their own strategy. But the goal, which is to make sure we have a new constitution and then start to decide our fate, is very much welcome by me. I know the constitution is a problem. One thing, when somebody report to you that he had a meeting with somebody, they sat for 4 hours and they discussed a host of things, and he's telling you what they discussed. All you need to do is you take note of what the person tells you. When you take note of it, you may even ask him to get some clarity. It doesn't mean that whatever that person says is truth, because that is one side of the story. As long as the other party is alive, you can always consult the other party and then compare notes. Or better still, you tell the person, thank you for letting us know what you people discuss, but are you willing, if we inform the other person he comes, so that two of you will iron it out? That's why in court, you stay both sides, maybe the prosecutor and the defendant. The judge in the magistrate or the magistrate will be hearing both sides. So this is a meeting they held. I wasn't there. Obviously, none of us was there. So, and it was at a date they fixed. But he's reporting to us 8 items or so, the questions and the answers and the other party gave. How am I, if I say that the answers he's giving is not correct, how am I sure? If I say it is correct, how am I sure? So for to those that are attacking him based on that, it doesn't lead you any. Just take it that this is a meeting two of them held and he's reporting to you. What of the other party? Try and note it down and then put it across to the other party. So until that is done, you can just take it at being conditional that this is what he said. So that's what I'm going to say about that. Then returning back to the issue of our constitution. Remember, I asked him, because I'm listening to when he said they went to Washington, D.C., top government official. I know. Somebody told me in those days and said that whatever happens in Nigeria and you want to discuss it in America, the United States will always refer to Britain, because they say Britain created Nigeria. Britain has something like a veto in terms of international discussion on Nigeria. Britain should have an input. Let me say this. Somebody who knows better can also correct me or challenge me. In 1968, at the height of Biafran genocide, the then US president, he was a candidate then, Richard Nixon. He was running for election to be the American president. Part of what he said was he will address, because he want to bring the Americans back from Vietnam. America, I think, no, he committed America to Vietnam War. He said he will address the Biafran issue. Remember, the Secretary of State letter in his administration was Henry Kissinger, who said that they know about the Igbos are the wandering Jews of Africa. They addressed it. Ojukwu appeared on the cover of Time magazine. So that was what brought the attention of Biafra to the world. When they had OAU meeting at Addis Ababa, Tony Enahoro, Minister for Information, representing Nigeria, then Ojukwu presenting the Biafran case. So what I'm trying to say is that when Nixon was elected, because the blacks in America were equally interested, Martin Luther King, who was later murdered in 1968 or thereabout, or 1969, when he was 68, he was murdered, was already written to Ojukwu during the struggle. There's a note, I read it in one book. So what I'm trying to say is that the issue made Nixon want to win black vote. He said when he's elected, he will address the Biafran issue in Africa. He was elected, but Britain stopped him from doing it, reminded him that they have a say in Nigeria, that they will sort it out. So that's why I came back to ask Tony, since they are engaging people, what has Britain contributed to either make their the mission of NINAS, which is to bring down the constitution of Nigeria and then tell the owners of Nigeria, the ethnic nationalities, Ijo, Ogoni, everybody, come and let's debate it and write our constitution. I asked him, what has Britain contributed to help NINAS achieve their aim or to make it difficult for them not to achieve it? It's a very good question, and that is where the engagement should start. He said that they are the problem, that they are even wanting to do it. So you see, we are still back to that's why when he said these people will be with him, Obasanjo will be with him, later Obasanjo will say it's treason. All these people that they are with them before, later they will. That is the meaning. It's because of Britain. So what I had wanted Tony to tell us, or maybe if they haven't done it, is just NINAS versus you, British government. No third party, no second party, no other party. Two of you sit in a room, get a commitment. What do you think? This is where we are driving to. Are you with us or are you against us? Just put it very simple and then see what they are going to say. But I don't think they've done that. So that is really the issue in Nigeria. And until we recognize it, I think Alex said so when he said Buckingham Palace. Yes, that is the problem. And from what he said today, look at all the effort they've been making, even those that were with them, all of a sudden they will just, develop a cold feet, or maybe they leave them entirely and then chicken out. Britain is working around the clock to make sure that Nigeria remains the way it is today. They don't care whether we are suffering. And they know nothing good will come out of Nigeria with this type of arrangement. But why is they using it to serve their interest until people see it that way? So I think going forward, what I had wanted, Tony, if he's listening, the next move will be NINAS must have explored from what he told us. NINAS has explored almost all possible solutions, which is good. Engaging people on the basis of ethnicity in Nigeria, and they've been attending. Imagine Buhari attending before, and Nahru before he died, Ujuku them. So what the next thing will be, the next big assignment will be, one moment, will be to engage the government of United Kingdom, bring them that no matter how long it takes, engage them, either 20 or 30
seconds to
rounds.
go.
Okay, engage them and then let us know where we are headed. Because until that is done, they will be working behind. Doesn't mean that they are going to agree. They may be working behind the scene to scuttle whatever you are doing, which is exactly what they are doing. So until that is done, and that's what I got from where the problem lies. Otherwise, Nigerian constitution will continue to be a problem, and we continue going around the circle. I yield here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Garciem, for that. I'll come to you for your final submission shortly, but I want you to get to for that. Yes, sir.
Can I chip in a point so that everybody will note it? You see,
okay,
Naija Watch asked a question about NINAS. He gave one explanation. He said NINAS are the tumbling, hiding with name because there are agents that want to tarnish their process. So they switch from one name to the other. He was trying to explain the intervention of external forces, which he has to do it that way. And that is why we all got to go to their pages and really go in depth and see what they've done and how far and the process they went about it.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me come to the next person, which is okay, Ginger Breadman is calling back again. Ginger Breadman, can you hear me?
Elvis, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now. Good evening to you. You have only 1 minute. Please go straight to the point, please.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir. I tried to join earlier on, but I was kicked out. But that's fine. It was the system.
Yeah, I
It
noticed.
was the internet.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Naija Watch. I really want to thank you for bringing Mr. Tony Nnadi here. For give us our mandate. Yeah, Mr. Tony Nnadi has been talking. Someone like me has been a student of his message. Before I actually discovered Naija Watch, I was fully in subscription to Mr. Tony Nnadi's ideology until Mr. Peter Obi emerged. And then when I saw Nigerians, rallying around him, even though Tony Nnadi kept saying that the election was not the way because he was not going to bring out anything. And indeed, he's what he has been preaching even before the election, has manifested. So yes, I want to agree that the constitution is the problem of the country. We don't have a constitution, and that constitution It's what gives power to INEC. It's what gives power to the judiciary. It's what gives power to the politician. And if that constitution is not brought down by the reason of constitutional force majeure, then we go nowhere.
Okay.
Mr. Elvis, please, those people that are calling you to attack Mr. Nnadi, those people, because when Tony was talking about the constitution, everybody was praising him. The moment he talked about Nnadi Kanu, they are attacking him. No, listen to the words of wisdom. He made it clear that those people are criminals. Those people are criminals. So a criminal will always call immediately to support their criminal, attitude. So that is what it is.
God bless you, Gingerbread Man. Thank you very much. It is surprised me, and we want a better Nigeria with this hypocrisy. All of us they demonstrate so. We want a better Nigeria. We are divided, no unity amongst us. Same people, I say van here. Same people who were raining praises on Tony automatically started raining insult on him. We have to even remove some from the platform. This is wrong. This is wrong. We can't have a better Nigeria like that, man. Let me quickly pick this call, then I'll come to Mr. Jonathan. Thank you very much, Madam Origi, for calling back again. Please make it very brief.
Very brief. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Niger Watch. God will bless you. You are one person. You as a person, you are one person that, I like when you are so tribal, everything. The only thing you stand for is truth. The only thing you stand for is unity. And thank you for bringing Mr. Tony. What I wanted to say is on what Mr. Oga CM said about him confronting UK. I kind of feel that I'm glad, if he had said UK wouldn't do anything, or UK is this, I would have maybe you don't know UK. We all know that this is what UK has been doing. Confronting them they will not even do anything. But one good thing that I believe with everything Mr. Peter Obi did was to how you open a can of worms, everybody saw what is inside. Now people like me that have been way back, way reserved person, don't even hear, but everybody is coming up. Now you brought Nina. I believe these 1,000 people that have listened today are going to reminisce over it. And I know, and like you said, another problem we have is we are so narrow-minded that we will really need to open up our minds and allow the difficult questions to come in and answer those difficult questions. That is what will help us to move forward and find a common solution. Everyone that is clamoring, everyone that is, saying different things, the whole aim is to get a Nigeria that works. And God will help us. Thank you so much, Mr. Niger Watch.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you.
God bless.
All right. And on the comment section, before I call on Mr. Jonathan, some people accuse Mr. Tony of working with Nigerian government. And now I'm also seeing other people accusing Mr. Nnadi-NINAS of working with Nigerian government. While I offer everywhere, when it's not favoring us, we just find wanting maybe tomorrow now. Some people say no, Nigeria.
Many don't know what they want. Many don't know what they want.
I'm surprised. Okay, Mr. Tony working with Nigerian government. Nnadi-NINAS way they prison, also working with Nigerian government. Nigerians, we are the problem of ourselves. We are the problem of ourselves.
Not everybody there enlightened now, so you should excuse people, excuse them.
Let me call on Mr. Jonathan, please, sir. Your 8 minutes starts now. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I believe you can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, you are good, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Elvis, thank you very much. Thank you for this conversation. I really appreciate it. First, I want to start by saying that first of all, this is not Nigerian mainstream media. This is not Arise News channels or TVC.
I don't know what they use, or something is blocking your voice.
Sorry.
Why don't
Okay.
stop from your phone,
Okay.
sir? Remove all
Yeah,
those
that's what
wire. I don't understand.
Am I okay now?
It's not okay because you plug everything, the whole world on
Tell
your
her
phone.
make it through Williams. If you tell me make I throw my own.
Okay.
Now you are good. Now why not they plug all those thing for na phone? Eh?
Okay. All right. Can you hear me now, Mr. Elvis?
Now you are good. Must you plug all
Okay,
those
thank you.
madagua, everything for your phone? Eh?
Thank you. Thank you. As I was saying, this is not Nigerian media. This is not Arise or Channel where they will not ask serious questions. So if anybody comes here, I'm not here for me personally now. I'm not speaking for myself. I'm not here to pat anybody at the back. I'm here to ask serious questions. I'm not here to waste my time. I want to learn, number one, and get informed and to know better ultimately. So when somebody comes here, yes, I may or I might have agreed with him on certain areas. What did Mr. Tony of Nina said today that are true, that are completely true, effectively, things that are effectively, I mean, immediately needed for the people of Nigeria, for a better Nigeria? One, Nigeria is not a country. He said that. Nigerian constitution is a scam. He said that. Any election in Nigeria going forward is a crime. And only a crook, a criminal, will participate or promote it. Those are facts. And I agree with that entirely. These are the facts. But we must work together on all of these things. If we all want, if all of us, if we all want to see a country that will work well for us all, we must agree on all these facts. Because if you want to summarize it in 10 seconds, these are the facts of his summation today. And we must agree on these things. However, the issue I have with NINAS, the NINAS strategy, as per Mr. Nnadi, because he's the face of that organization. He's the singular face of that organization. For me, is the fact that the group just can't work with anybody. I don't know if anybody noticed that. I'm a good listener. I listen to everything that is said. And if I believe that I miss anything, that will make me to go back and listen to it again. Because it was clear to me that for Mr. Tony of NINAS, it is either him or nobody else. It is either his way or the highway. He berated everybody. He berated Party Tommy. He berated Barr Akintoye, Peter Obi, in fact, Nnamdi Kanu. There's nothing wrong, because it was clear that at some point he worked with these people, he worked with them, but later on something happened to the point where things has fallen apart and the center cannot hold again between him, his group, and these individuals, because he berated all of them. He has issues with all of them. Then comes the question to Mr. Tony. I wanted to ask, but there was no time. Holistically, who do you think you can work with in Nigeria? Mention 2 or 3 known people today in Nigeria that your organization, you yourself, that you can work with. Yes, Nigeria will take Nigeria by themselves. Nobody is going to take Nigeria for us. We are going to take our country back. However, it will still take some people that will still work together. We still take some individuals, well-known individuals, that will still come together. But ultimately, it is the Nigerian people. So my question to him will have been that, who are those people, 2 or 3 people that today you can work with? I found none. Because there's nobody you will mention today in Nigeria for him that suits him. And that is the issue that I have with him. That's the issue that I have with him. The other thing is that I asked him the question, but the answer was not.
Can I interject you?
Okay, don't take away my minute, though.
No, I'm not taking away your minute. You see, you asked a question that what people has he worked with? He made mention of the people.
What people has he worked with? I said now.
Now, yes.
People that he can
Look,
work with going forward. Now.
Yes. He has worked with the names, many people, many Nigerians that we all thought were for the Nigerian people.
So Peter
failed.
Obi is not for the Nigerian people.
Wait.
For the Nigerian people.
Wait. Peter Obi, he did not work with Peter Obi.
Okay, please let him use his minutes, please.
Let
we
me
get to
land,
you,
my
please.
brother. Let me land. See, what I'm saying is this: is that for me, that is the vibes that I got from today. Apart from the facts, I started with those facts. We are on the same page with that, and I've said it. They are all available, especially on this platform. I've said it over and over. I said it that anybody that participated in it is a criminal, especially after the 3-state election that we had last month. In fact, I was the one I called on even the Labour Party chairman. I said the man has compromised. He has been paid because you cannot go. And this is the problem we have in Nigeria. Individuals that believe they have set up a group, one group or the other, and that they can organize both internally and externally. They come to a position where it is either they alone can do it and no one else. Who can he work with? For me, I have a problem with that. And I believe many Nigerians are in the same position with me. We just can't work together. We just can't work together. I agree with him on the fact, after all, he himself, Mr. Tony, he disagreed with Peter Obi. That why did Peter Obi went into an election that he knows fully well that the outcome will be messy. He knows fully, he disagreed with him on that, and I agree with him on that. So you can disagree, but that does not mean that is the problem we have.
Jonathan, can you spare me 30 seconds of your time, or 20 seconds?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You see, I'm just in line with what you are saying. That's what they call danger of a single story. He was working with Akintoye, but Akintoye left. It will be interesting to find out from Akintoye what happened. He worked with Pat Otomi. Pat Otomi left. It will be interesting to find out from Pat Otomi too what happened. That's why I'm always keeping an open mind. That's why you see me, whatever he said about Nnadi Kanu, he says it's a meeting of 4 hours. So he just reporting. That is one side of the story. Nnadi Kanu will also report because he was giving us the answer that Nnadi Kanu gave to some of the questions he asked him. So it's possible that Nnadi Kanu will now say,
all right, your minutes is up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Let me round up.
Round up 30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much. See, the issue is that if you can have issues with people on this platform, Mr. Elvis, on this platform, on Niger Watch, if 20-30 people that people know regularly here, if they come out and say, I don't want to work with Mr. Elvis again, I don't want to be there again, people and they will say, probably Mr. Elvis have one problem or the other. You cannot condemn all of them in an open book. You can't, and go away with that. You cannot be the saint here. So what I'm saying here is that for me, my submission here is that this NINAS thing, and that is the problem we have with Nigeria. It is not going to be your way or your way or the highway. No, it's not going to work like that. He berated Mr. Peter Obi openly, and that is fine. But can you work with Mr. Obi? This NINAS can't work with Peter Obi. They can't work with Peter Obi. So where are we going? So that's my position. I will leave it for that now, Mr. Elvis. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'll come back for your final submission. That one is a very short minutes anyway. But let me pick this call quickly. Hello, yeah. Good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from. You have only 1 minute. Your name and where you're calling from, sir.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Thank you, madam.
Tina from the United Kingdom.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead. Talk to us.
2 minutes, please, or 3. I am in line with what Mr. Jonathan just said, and I was trying to call when Mr. Tony was speaking. Yes, he was saying my mind, like, we know that the constitution is not working. We know that Nigeria is not working today. But as time progresses into his speech and everything, I realized that everybody he's talked against them in one way or the other. So who is the good person? Nobody. According to what I understood from whatever he said, there's no good person in Nigeria, not P2B, not anybody, all the people he's worked with. And then I wanted to ask him, what is he planning, or how is he planning that this constitution that is not working, we all know, would be overhauled or something? Is it a movement? Is it how? Because he was hammering on that. We know it's not working. So what is his plan that this and how that should be done? But I didn't get to ask him that question. And I saw that he was trying to, I wanted to also ask, are you trying to form a party, or are you trying to get people, become the presidential type of flag bearer or something? Because that's what I was getting from it as well. Because every other person wasn't good enough, my opinion.
Okay.
And then also the way I saw him attack people that ask questions that did not suit him or his agenda.
He didn't attack anybody, madam. No, it didn't happen here.
Okay,
maybe
like I said,
maybe
it's my
another
opinion.
platform.
And then
Nothing like that happened here, madam, please.
Okay. Like I said, it's my opinion. Maybe he did not attack people, but the way he responded to their questions,
maybe that,
he was sort of agitated somehow. And then I thought, if he has to be someone that I'll have to follow, he's not giving that time for someone to understand him. He wants us to believe only what he's telling us, according to, that's my opinion, like I said, from the way he responded to some of those questions. So my question to him would have been to ease up and make his points clear. What does he want, and who, like Jonathan has just asked,
I think
who can he work
we will
with?
bring him again so that people on the phone can have opportunity to pass their questions
to speak to him. Yes, and if he can also listen, because as people were asking the question, he was talking also in the background. So I don't know if he can sort of don't be like a dictator. I don't want to use that word. Just listen also to what people have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Niger.
Thank you. God bless you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, callers, I'm done for now. Okay, let me quickly go to Mr. Olumide. Thanks very much for your patience with us. I would like you to pass your submission if you are there with us. Okay, you're not available right now. We'll come back to you. Give us okay, Black Panther. Black Panther, use your 8 minutes now, sir. Thank you very much. 8 minutes remaining, 6 minutes.
No, move. I'll talk later. Move.
Okay. Black, give us a mandate. Are you available now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Go ahead. Your 8 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the time today. Well, I think the man actually came here to actually open people's eyes. From what I said, there were a lot of things to take away from his speech today. I understand people's sentiments. People would have seen Nnamdi Kanu as a hero. But one thing is, the things that man said, which I'm not disputing, is an hero. I'm not disputing that. But there are things that he said that actually, he said they are on record. If you watch his comments, everything he says, he tell you they are on record. They are on record. So, but he has given a better. I think he gave a good insight on what we should do as a country, and that's what most of us have been also submitting to severally, that Nigerians need to actually arise and take the country back. The only way to get out of this mess is for Nigerians to arise. Without Nigerians arising, forget about it. Because what do you say? Now, the man in court, the criminal drug baron in court, that should empathize with people that actually we are biding the bomb explosion because of somebody's negligence, easily said is the act of God. But which God was he talking about? Because he knows that in that place where he went to speak such word, religion is the key thing there. And the Awusa has a belief that Allah yabamu, Allah yadauke, that means God has given, God has taken. So until Nigerians arise and take the country back, nothing is going to happen. The only question I was going to ask him is, what is he doing to get either the youth aroused, create enlightenment? Because the only way is revolution. The only way is for Nigerians to arise and take their country back. Without that, forget about it. Nothing. You think there's going to be election in 2027? There's no election. There is no election in 2027. Okay, imagine now, Alex Oti in Abia State. Look at what the guy is doing. Governance is not rocket science. It's just having the good people in power. And that's what Nigerians actually ordered for. But INEC through Mahmoud Yakub gave them a wrong product. And Nigerians are dealing with that today. So for me, Nigerians need to arise and fight to take the country back. Other than that, forget about it. And that's why I'll keep saying, I don't care about what we say, but I care more about the actions that we are not taking, because we need to have been taking action by now to stop all of this nonsense. The constitution can, I mean, we can hold the country, we can hold the government at a standstill. And like he said, Nigeria can take their country back in the next 2 hours if they so wish to do. And the man said something, he said, fixing this thing, it doesn't take that much to fix this thing, honestly. It doesn't take that much. But you know what? Thank you very much for that you do. We appreciate you. I'll just give the mic here because, I mean, for me, it was a learning moment for me today. There's nothing much for me to say. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think
Niger what?
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Are you ready now, Black Panther?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, your 8 minutes starts now. Talk to us, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Niger Watch, and I greet everybody once again. And I greet Mr. Tony that came to elaborate and educate us. Apart from being educated, when we were in school, when our lecturer finished his, teaching, despite us taking notes, we still got to go back and study ourselves so that we can know the in-depth. It's not, we ask questions, and sometimes our question we want to ask, we might not be able to ask all the questions, but we go on our own research, and later on we can ask questions. It's not for us to start saying that who has he been working with? And this man said one thing. He said he had been working with people, but they didn't listen, but they went and tested the system, and the system came out the way he told them. So what else do we want to hear from him? Do we want him to say in total of everything? He can't say that because he's a man that is that discipline. He cannot say all that. So we got to know how to understand how to go about this issue. He said the British are against it. So any question you want to ask about the British, he has already answered it, that they are against the progress of Nigeria. And that is why when they started the whole thing, it was moving from one name to another until it collapses down to Ninas. Do people know how it takes to bring people together in different regions, and they had their meeting and came with the communique, and America sent their consular down there? He's not the only one working alone. He doesn't want, look, Nigeria is one thing, they want to know everybody that is working with him. He's not an island. There are people working with him. And he cannot just come out here and start saying names. But he has to tell you how far he has gone and what people said, and people went against him and tested the system, and the system, acted the way he told them. He worked with Pastor Tommy. Pastor Tommy saw it, he's still disappointed. They now said, we need the constitution. Even some of us are talking about the constitution here, but some of us rebuke. That is the people, it is the man sitting on that throne. But we were arguing, we were shouting. It is because why am I shouting like that? Why am I pressing it down? It is because I have gone to study how a nation is built. I have gone to study how a nation, the amalgamation of nations, how they sat down and how it's being built, how they become great, because all of them decided to work together. In my speech, what do I say? If you want a great nation, the first thing you got to do all of you got to collapse your mind. You got to look at the aim and objective of every issue. And when you finish asking your question, you got to go and research. You don't sit and condemn. You got to go and research on what is their aim and objective? What is this about? Okay, every Nigerian wants to be respected, but they don't want to earn the respect. People come here under the disguise. He's trying to be like a dictator. Most people that are talking like that, they have IPOB. I know their talk. This man is blunt. And what Mr. CM said, let us wait for when the IPOB leader is out. Then we can have the opportunity to question. And let us keep our mind open. That is a wise wisdom for everyone. Keep your mind open. And one thing again I want to add. You must have one thing in your mind. What really do you want? Is it a nation or a tribe? Because everything we are asking, everybody wants to feel like it feel important. This is not an issue of feeling important. This is an issue of having a nation. And you have people that have the idea, that have gone through processes, that have met diplomats, that have traveled around the world to see it. And they came out with a blueprint. And now you are in the position, now you now become Oga, you now tear and dissect. Without not going into what they have done, how far they have gone, who or what process they've done. Now we are opportunity to sit down and begin to ask questions. We don't even know their antecedent. Okay, the man is consistent. What made him to be consistent in what he's doing? It's the same thing that made me convinced to be consistent that we need a constitution, because the constitution will create the monster which you want. If you want a monster, the constitution will create it. If you want a good governor, the constitution will create it. Because constitution creates everything that will nurture it to a greater height. It will even create the kind of human you want to see. That is what we need to really educate ourselves. We don't think, nobody's an island. And if you come to constitutional issues, we need to go and learn it and study it. What a constitution really means. That is what we need to do. Constitution is not something like you just read. He said one thing, gave a simple analogy and definition of a constitution. But most of us read constitution as if it's just a paper. No. It's a binding force within 2 or 3 people to move to a greater height so that there will be no defect as they move. And if there is any defect, it will be corrected. The reason, because they are in one bond. So we need to really ask ourselves, what do we need? Let's stop this criticism. Let's look at the aim and objective of this man. That's the driving force that will drive us. If there's any question to be corrected that is convincing you, you ask the question. Don't say it did not work with this man, that there's no good Nigeria again. He didn't say that. You are saying it.
Mr. Black Panther.
He didn't say that. He has worked with a lot of people. You go and look and make research on people he has worked with. Go and listen to his CDs, his YouTube. You will see people he has worked with. People have even backstabbed him.
Mr. Black Panther.
Yes.
Yeah. See, then it's for me, hearing you talking now, it simply means that you yourself, you don't even have an open mind. You don't have an open mind.
What do you mean I don't have an open mind?
You don't have an open mind now.
What? Look, let me tell you, Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, let me tell you one thing. Before you came here, I have understudied them. I have followed his YouTube. I have followed other people that have like minds with him that are Nigerians. I have merged them together and saw that he has done a good job.
Between yesterday and today,
the only problem I see.
You have 1 minute left, Black Panther. 1 minute left.
Just to let you know that I'm not just talking what I don't know. Between yesterday and today, I watched about 6.5 hours of his videos on YouTube. I don't just talk. I watch almost all the videos, especially those ones that pertain to constitutional reform. All the messages are pretty much the same, but they all, it's pretty much saying the same thing, which I said I agree with. I'm just saying that, see.
I use my time to Mr. Jonathan. Finish up.
Yeah.
No, your time don't finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Una don't finish. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Let me give opportunity for Mr. Paul to talk to us. Mr. Paul, thank you very much for joining us. I was looking forward for you to come in to talk to us, please. Talk to us.
Okay. Oh, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm at work. I just sneaked out. Tell them let me go to the car and do some pick something. So I just let me come and spend some few minutes here. So I was following all through with my phone, with my earpiece and all that. You've heard all he has said. That has been, if you go like somebody who said you have seen his YouTube talks, he has always been consistent. All he's saying there is that Nigeria has currently operated under this constitution is not taking us anywhere better. That the system has been hijacked, and the only thing is for the people to come. All of what we've been saying is for us to come together and renegotiate Nigeria. Those 5-point agenda, Nigeria Watch, when you go through later, you see all the step by step. He wanted to follow the South African pattern, where after Mandela was released, they discussed and said apartheid must go. How do we maintain this thing? How do we maintain law and order while we work on a new constitution? There was a transition government that was still operating, while a new constitution that every South African entity all came together and agreed on. All of us know that apart from our first independence constitution that all our ethnic nationalities and founding fathers from all those parts of the country agreed upon, we've never had any other one. All that we have had all these years are things being imposed on us by the military, who all have an agenda. And unfortunately, the people who are running the country all those years, they've all stick together in that regard. The man he's not against Obi. You can see he talked kindly about Obi to some extent. The only place he blamed Obi and others was that he has been telling them all along that the problem is the constitution, that it needs to go. So he has been consistent, and we know that if nothing is done, what we have now can lead us on it. It will get worse. So I believe like we've been talking all along here, all we need to do is to keep enlightening our people and telling them the need for us to come together and renegotiate. These people cannot be the ones that will be handling, that will be telling us how our country will be run. All of us must be involved. It's a sovereignty. We surrendered our sovereignty to the constitution. And the constitution we have now, we didn't surrender our sovereignty. The military regime of Absalami, they quickly rushed, got some legal minds, including some former Supreme Court justices, and they asked them to put something together. I even heard from somewhere that what we have now as the constitution was not what the Nikki Toby-led constitutional drafting committee gave the military. They gave them something sound, but they went and removed some that they felt will take away the power of whoever is president, because they know that their plan is to keep producing, keep dictating who will be president. And the country cannot run like this. We can see that all of us have been handcuffed behind our back, that nobody can do anything. Anything you want to do, you must go to Abuja. Some of us live in federal systems. I've not seen a federal system where the center has so much control over the states that every time, if a governor wants to do something, even something that he feels is good for his people, he has to come to Abuja to take permission. It's not done. So these are things that should be reformed. Resource control is allowed. Here in the US, states run their resources. There are some areas the federal government has control, but states visually have control of their wealth and submit something to the center through taxes and all that. But our country's own, just a cabal will just come in and they will begin to run the show and all that. It's not the way the country is. The same thing happens in states where some governors will become like warlord. Wike now is a warlord. He wants to control everything in a state that is no longer a governor. All this are what Obi has been saying. The rascality is just too much. This system will lead us nowhere. We need to negotiate the system and turn things around. Our borders up north and down south, all of us, we need to, because everybody is feeling the pain. We can't be doing this thing and think the country will go well. Let me stop here. Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you for coming in. Your submission is very, very important. Yes, I will agree with Mr. Paul. Mr. Tony did not talk down on Mr. Peter Obi. Somebody actually asked him a question concerning Mr. Peter Obi, if he will support Mr. Peter Obi. I think that was the question, but his response, which I can remember, he said, Mr. Peter Obi going running for election under this constitution cannot work. That's all he talked about. He did talk down on Mr. Peter Obi. But meanwhile, I'd like us to move on, my people. Everybody on the panel have given their submission. Yes. So on this note now, instead of giving everybody, because I wanted to give everybody two minutes to round up on the final submission, but I'm going to give 1 hour for everybody to talk. This 1 hour, you can interject yourself, but I'm going to time it exactly that 1 hour. I'll end the show.
Hello,
So,
Elvis. Me, I never give my own submission.
and we don't call you tired. You don't answer
I bet
that
no
time.
vex. You know, say I don't
No,
work.
man.
Okay, sorry. Make I zoom out. I will be listening. Make I zoom out. Go back to what I'm doing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Well,
sir.
I don't. I'm
Thank
not
you
going to
so
take
much.
too much. I'm not going to take too much time. Just 2 minutes.
Mr. Lumide, yes, you start with inside the 1 hour. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Please, everybody can interject. 1 hour, I give everybody. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
So,
Go ahead,
like I
Mr.
said, I followed Tony over the years, and I think Tony has been very consistent. I will give that to him. So, I mean, I will give that to him. He's been consistent. He's not said anything different from everything I've been saying. So when some people begin to say he's working for the government or this or that, I don't know where they're coming from. But I think, but there are obvious fundamental differences from. See, all of us, we are different. All of us we are looking for the same thing. We are looking for salvation. But it's our approach to that salvation that differs. So from his own take with what he talked about with Kanu, you understand? Obviously, there are fundamental differences. Kanu had his own, how do I put it now?
Methodology.
Thing. No, well, not really that. I mean, he because of what he believed in, he was kind of careful. He was kind of careful with people he wanted to associate with because he didn't want to be betrayed. And again, maybe the way to execute it is what differs Kanu from Tony. You understand? So Kanu believes that this government is not ready to talk to anybody. Whoever comes in there, whether be it Fulani, Yoruba, or whatever, because maybe there's something they get them to sign, or maybe there's something they're beholden to that we don't know. The British, are underneath doing remote controlling everything. You understand? So he obviously knew that, and me, I don't see anything wrong in. I mean, even the ANC before they liberated South Africa, they had a civil wing, a political wing. They had a military or militia wing. You understand? So obviously, I think that is where both of them differ. It is how to exit, but all we want is salvation. We all want salvation. So I think there's always a meeting point where they can work, but Tony cannot criminalize Kanu. I'm sorry, I disagree with him on that level or on that basis, because whether he likes it or not, Kanu has the backing of a large majority of his people. In as much as Tony too may have a large backing of a large majority of his people. Unfortunately, lives have been lost. But that is because somebody is not listening. So that is where I see this issue. I think the both of them want the same thing. It's just how we get there. So the sooner we all drop all this partisan and things that will not help us to move forward, then because look at who is speaking out for the Southern Carolina people, who is speaking out for the Middle Belt people. These people are being killed every day. I don't see anybody even talking or any of their representatives talking about how to stop this killing. All they talk about is one Nigeria. What kind of craziness is that? What kind of world are we in? Do lives not matter to them?
Lumide, can I just buttress a little bit of your point? You see, I know that you see one thing when I said Olumide, I understand you very well. I knew we were at the same road. I knew from your thought, I knew we were on the same path. You see one thing, and you said, yeah, our ways might differ, but the end point is what both of us are aiming at. Now, people have to do one thing. to salvage the system, to salvage the whole process. We have to do one thing. We have to put ourselves in a position of making a research when people come to speak. It is not only by asking question that will get ourselves enlightened or know the person actually or come here to say one kind of bogus thing. We need to know what all of us need. We need to be able to shift out what process is best suited, and we need to research on the process. If we want to limit, like what he said, if we want to limit the buying of our people, we can take this process, which is stipulated by the world body, on how to go about it. That is why I ask a question. We have to know what we want, and we have to know how we go about it the right way. Because if we have to go about it, oh, people should come out, go Venezuela way, go this way, we are not the same. We are over 200 million. They are not up to 15 million. So you can see, even if it happens, you're going to see the kind of the buying rate we have more than what they have. Look at South Africa, what happened? They still went to a round table to follow this same process this guy brought forward.
So all I'm trying to say is that
thank you.
Whatever anybody disagrees with, Nnamdi Kanu is fighting a legitimate battle that is backed by his people. Whether the Nigerian government likes it or not, they have to sit down at the table and talk with him and his group. So he's fighting a legitimate battle, and not just Nnamdi Kanu, they have to sit down with every ethnic group in this country, and we have to sit down and find a way to get out of this logjam that we're in. That's all I'm going to say. Tony has spoken very well tonight, and he may disagree with Kanu. That is his own opinion, and we have to find a way, because we are all suffering this. All the ethnic groups are suffering this as a result of a selfish mindset. So we have to find a way to get out of this.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Mr. Black Panther.
Somebody
Okay.
should mute.
Yeah, Mr. Black Panther. Hello.
Okay, who is
Mr.
speaking?
Black Panther, are you there?
Okay, yeah. We're with you.
Yeah, Mr. Black Panther. Today I kind of disagree with you today. It's not that I'm not in line with Mr. Tony. What I'm saying is that I am not the type of person, which I believe you are not. I'm an open-minded person, yes, with an open mind. I don't just come and listen and then I will just take everything you got to say. If what you are saying, if you are telling me the what I don't know before, yes, I will go and find out what I don't know before. But as you are right now, you have advocated for the reform of the Nigerian constitution at the least, and that is at the minimal level, that constitution should be reformed. But the best is that thing should all be, it should all be expunged, as they will say in the legal parlance. Expunged completely, like stricken out completely and throw into the garbage. But at the minimal level, that thing needs a reform. We all know that. I agree with that. But what I'm saying, that does not mean that if you are advocating for it and I see some faults in your position, I will highlight it. That is even the way to move forward. That is even the way for us to go better. It's not just that I'm just going to take everything. I'm not in that basket. Unfortunately, I'm not.
No, I wasn't making reference to you.
When you come out,
I wasn't making reference to you.
Yeah, I know. So
I was trying to speak to the audience.
Yeah, because when I for me, I notice some contradictions. Maybe somebody will have to enlighten me or maybe speak better on this. The fact that we all know that the British and the Americans, they are against Nigeria, at least at the economic level. They are against Nigeria, but they are doing so in their own national interests. They know that what is happening in Nigeria is not good. They know that Nigeria is a scam. They know that when they the likes of their CIA, sit down and they are strategizing on national issues, on intelligence, they know that Nigeria is a scam. When the British, what they call them, is it the MI5? their intelligence body, which you can rank with CIA in United States. When they are sitting, when they are doing their work, they know that Nigeria, because they are the one that pass this intelligence to the cabinet, to the prime minister or the president. They know that Nigeria is a scam. They know it from day one up to today. All of them know. But they are still supporting it because it is in their own national interest. It is in their own national interest they are doing so. So how will a body, a group in Nigeria still come and say he has to work with them? You still have to know if it is the same question you are putting to Peter Obi. That Peter Obi knows fully well. You know fully well that any election in Nigeria, you know the probable outcome. You know that it's going to be a mess because of the constitution. You know. So why will you go into it in the first place? So it is the same question I will put to Ninas too, so that we don't waste our time, because we won't want a better Nigeria. When you know that the British and the Americans are working against Nigeria, why is it that it is these same people that you go to go and analyze, say you want them, you have to talk to them? It's a contradiction that I see there.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
I pinpointed that out when he was saying, I said, okay, in all this, you're engaging the international community, different bloc, EU or this. I asked him, what is the specific contribution of Britain, either for you to realize your mission of NINAS or to truncate it? He said, Britain is the problem. We must get there. You see, that's why in all these things he's been going about, mind you, he made us know that so and so people have been working with them, later they won't work with him again or whatever. One thing that will happen is this. If NINAS, I believe Tony Nnadi will still be listening, if NINAS should convene, whether it's symposium or conference, between NINAS and British government, it doesn't matter how long it takes. One simple question, but difficult answer. What is your contribution? This is our mission, to take down Nigerian constitution and do it. Are you in support, or don't you want it? So this thing must be answered, because that is where the problem lies. I know that somehow, and thank God the Lex asked that question. I know that the British system, the British government, see Nigeria as their own plantation in Africa, where you go and harvest what you want. We know that. But in trying to let go, we've been going round it. Even if you visit America, America may say, well, America is interested in Middle East. They may say, okay, but by that their special relationship, America will refer you to UK, or they want to know what United Kingdom will do. What I'm telling you is a fact. They will know what UK, and the UK will always say, leave Nigerian issue to us. We know how to sort it. And who are their partners in crime? The moment they tell the caliphate that this is what is about to come, because Britain controls Nigeria through the caliphate. Britain can't control the Yoruba people. Even if they disagree, of course, the Igbo won't allow it. The Ogoni, they won't. So they go through the caliphate. And if you notice, whatever arrangement we are making to put Nigeria forward, the people that will be dragging us back, let's face the truth, is the Fulanis and the caliphate. Either they tell you that this is against the North, or they will tell you that majority of our people, if you change the electoral system, make it a digital, we are not on the social media, educational, they bring one reason to draw us back. These are facts. The constitution we want to bring down, if you leave it like this, insofar as it's unworkable, it favors the North or the Fulani. It favors them. Because when you say the North, you might say it favors Biroman or TV. These ones are just cannon fodder to them, unquote, anyway. So that is the issue. Britain will be here telling the Fulani, don't ever agree to this. If you like, bring it. Ordinarily, this should have been a case of take it to National Assembly. Or Tony Nnadi will go there, because they have what they call private members bill. Either you're a member or a public bill. I can go and present a bill to National Assembly for deliberation. Tell Tony to prepare everything with all the legal terms, everything. Go and deposit it there. They will take it face with before they will shut it down. Not because it's no good, but Britain does not want it to liberate Nigeria. Because if we liberate Nigeria the way it is, they will stop eating from Nigeria. It's just the thing. So that's why how do we go around it? Ordinarily, who wouldn't like, okay, who wouldn't like the system in Nigeria to change? But when you bring it, they will always tell you that something, okay, devolve power. Let's forget about let's even leave the constitution out. Let's say we devolve the power, whereby state police, everybody control your resources, use it to develop your place. Zamfara has gold, though, you know. There's what they call Goshenite. About 5 countries in the world, or 6: Brazil, USA, I think somewhere again. Then it's in Yobe State, Nguru. They are mining it till today. I know the company mining it. It does not come out. It does not reflect in our budget. A kilogram, or so a gram of it is $1,500. A gram. I don't know. Just 1 gram. How much do they sell a barrel of crude oil? Is it up to $1,000? Is it crude oil that is crude oil? Is it? It's
That
crude.
one too high now. How they will sell $1,000?
No. I'm just asking. But Goshenite, and there's no that is. I'm telling you, just check Nguru, Nguru, Yobe State. Goshenite is there. They are mining it and stealing. Who are the people doing it? All these are. Do you know? Let me tell you. I want people to listen to this. You know, suddenly Tanzania is now rising. Do you people know what happened? Their former head of state called Megafuli, he had a PhD in chemistry, was a lecturer. When he took over, he sat down to tell the British people, this same British, that the deal they are getting from their mining should change, or else they take it away. They have to change everything. Maybe where they are getting 17 naira before, they are now getting 83 naira. So they reverse it. Britain may be getting 17 naira, they will be getting 83 naira. That was what changed. Today, the world rate Tanzania middle income. I'm being honest. It's no longer, and they rate them higher than Nigeria. Why suddenly Tanzania? Go and look at Dar es Salaam, look at their port expanding, intercity freeways everywhere. Just go and check. Tanzania, I said it here, is putting an electric or something for charging on their road. It tells you that they've got an electric car. If you are building petrol station along the expressway, it means you are using car that uses fuel. But they are putting electric charging points, meaning look at where they are. Go and check about Tanzania. Uganda is following the now manufacture. So Britain know that all the minerals in Nigeria, and they use it. How do you control feudalism? You give the emirs in the north. They are rich. Dangote is rich. If you look, they say, Dangote, what do you want? We make you the richest man in Africa. Force somebody to give you what is it called, the monopoly. You give the emirs, and then they feed the beggars. Will be there just because of you British. So that's why that's why I asked him that particular, and he answered it clearly. Say Britain is the problem. They don't want it, and that problem, don't think is small. That is what is keeping Nigeria down. So when you blame the North, but they can't tell you, because they will always tell them that if you lose control of Nigeria, you suffer. Not knowing that you are holding it, they are coming, that indirect rule they used before, they are still using it to get Nigeria through the Fulanis. And let me tell you, this is a question for everybody to go and research. If you see a Bini man in Kasena, he go tell you, say, my ancestral land, he go to point somewhere in Edo State. You see a Yoruba man in Jalingo, he will tell you there's ancestral, maybe somewhere around the Ilefe. The same thing with Igbo. The same thing with something like Efik, Ibibio. Where will the Fulani point to in Nigeria as their ancestral land? They don't belong. And they are the people controlling Nigeria. If you rotate anything to the north, the Fulani will like to hold it. So when you look at Buhari, look at Shagari, look at Yaradua, these are Fulanis. They are Fulanis. I think Namadi Sambu, former VP, these are where they are. So is the Britain that is using them? They know. Because Britain will always tell them the truth that, remember, you are not part of Nigeria. You came through conquest in 1804. displace the houses and then replace them with your people. So we've left it so that we can be doing the game together. That is what is really happening.
Mr.
It is
CM,
yes, please.
you see, what you've just said now, you've just given historically what it is. And you've elaborated on it. The road we are embarking on, it's not an easy task.
Exactly. It's not.
It is not an easy. That's sometimes. That's why sometimes when somebody finish talking, and I know his end point is aligned with my own. The question I normally ask is, how are we going to actualize this and bring in other Nigerians so that we can be in bond? Because if we don't unite, the reason why South Africa came through was that South Africans, they were all united. Despite their own was a little bit different, but the process, in the process they were united because they had one man who was ready to lay that sacrifice, to be that sacrificial lamb. But what we have here is that the Fulanis themselves, they've used one weapon, which they know the weapon is, they can use it on the West. It's corruption.
Yes.
Corrupting the West, corrupting the Southeast, corrupting everybody so that they can take the head that is corrupt to speak for them, to force the head that is corrupt to speak for them by force. That is what they've been able to do. And that is the process the British did to Nigeria. They picked the head that is corrupt, the Fulani, to speak for the entire country. Because they know that with them, because they are not educated, with them they can penetrate. They can use them as a leverage. Because they are easy to be corrupted, they use them to do it because they are not the landowner. They know.
A Black Panther. If we close our doors, let's say the whole Nigeria were in a meeting, the Fulani, every ethnic group, they know the advantages of devolved power. Forget about oil or this. They know. But the thing is, when you do it, the British people will quickly remind them. Because Fulani will never come and tell you that we have to be like this so that Britain will benefit. They won't say it. Nobody will say that. But we know that the unseen hand is the British people that will tell them, look, what is our gain inside there? Let me tell you one thing. In 2015 or 2019, yes, when Buhari was going for second term, the British ambassador then, Paul Arkwright, I mean, not before Paul Arkwright, or the one that took over, I think it was Paul Arkwright, or this, whatever, they came to Port Harcourt. Wike was the governor. You know what Wike tell them? Wike said, because I saw it on the YouTube, he said the government you people helped install. The lady was laughing with the members of the people that came from Abuja, British and this thing. He said the government you people put here, he doesn't want one Nigeria because Buhari, because of his appointment, everything was killed, and then he was favoring the Fulani and even allowing them to slaughter the headsmen. He was not doing anything, prosecuting. So Wike was saying we all want one Nigeria, but the government you people put here. The lady laughed. He said, yeah, we know. You may say, no, we know who put him. You government two people installed. It's not helping matters. He doesn't want one Nigeria. The lady said that they came to visit him because they know that the government of UK has interest in the resources which is concentrated in your region, in River State. I wish I will get the videotape. I will tell you to play it here.
I think you are right. You are right. I think I saw that video too.
Yeah, thank you. So what does that, you see, because they were afraid, when Buhari came to 2015, because of the suffering, people were shouting, hey, this man, this. After that's why music, after the election, what then do, all the rigging, what then do, Oga Buhari, that type of, so people were so shocked, and they were saying, never again, that these 4 years, they must change. So it was tension everywhere as approaching 2019. I remember Wike was going for second term. So they went to him. They said, we have economic the word is economic interest in this region with your state. So we just want to appeal to you so that come for the election. Wike now said, because Wike is in a battle with federal government, remember, when Amechi will use troops come down to come and disrupt, Wike will use his own. So if you look at that, so Wike said, we are here for one Nigeria. We wanted unity, but the government you help to put in office, they don't want it. The one last said, he said, yes, you may deny, but we know. Wike said, we know. We know. Go and listen to it again. So that is to tell you what is called unseen hand. The Fulani are doing what Igbos call abateke. It's like two thieves. None of you own the resources. So we better cooperate and be taking it. Because if the Fulani should disobey the British government, they will lose. Because if this thing happens, they feel they will lose. They say, is it not better? You will back you, anything you know, they back you. So that is the problem. And that's why this NINA something, no matter what you go and discuss with America, they will still go and refer to UK because that is their deal. Britain colonized Nigeria. They feel that Nigeria is their own. And that, know you this, Black Panther, Nigeria is the only country colonized by Britain that is still intact.
You're right.
India, Pakistan off. Sudan and South Sudan,
Off.
every
Yes,
country.
you're right.
it's only Nigeria, and Nigeria is fully resourced. So they are looking at, in fact, let me tell you this, I live in UK. Britain was so vehement on leaving the EU, even all the advice. America, Obama came here. It's not a question of Obama. Obama came here, they entertained him with the Queen, everybody. David Cameron. He said, to tell the Britain the truth, he said, when you leave, you are about 60 million people, 60 million people, 60 million market, this thing. He said, you will go to the back of the queue. That if America negotiate their trade deal, they will go first, put EU about 500 million. Say, Britain will go to the back of, the way Obama talk with his left hand. Say, go to the back of the queue. No, this is on video. He said, we go to the back of the queue. There was dead silence everywhere.
That is why they are holding Nigeria seriously now.
So with all of this,
listen. So there was dead silence. Even their economists at Cambridge and Oxford University advised them not to leave. India advised them. China advised them. Canada, not to talk of the American government. They were so distant that Nigeria, they will hold it down. That's the same.
But CN, if they have not left the EU, I think would have gotten loose. Would have gotten loose from them, because the EU charter does not support what they are doing.
In fact, let me tell you the truth. In fact, let me tell you, part of them leaving EU was to make sure that, because they are because EU, when under that time, Britain has no control so much. If you go through EU for trade deal, Britain cannot torpedo it because it's EU, and EU regulates everything. So it is in their own interest to come out of EU and hold back to Nigeria. That is oil this thing.
That's correct. So with all of this now, isn't it clear now? Isn't it clear now that it is only Nigerians that can take Nigeria back themselves?
That is it now. That's why we need to come together.
You see, Jonathan, what you just said now is that when you've identified who is holding you down, that is the day your problem is solved.
And so, CN, except we resort to violence or means of attrition. You understand? We need to reach out to our elites, our traditional institutions, our obas. You know, they know that they know the power these people wield over us. That is why they've corrupted them. We need to reach out to them to make them see reason that this is about our future. This is about our destiny, and that they have to speak with one voice and support the people's, sovereignty.
You see, and part of what sustains that British hold was this class of 1966 that will always come. Now they are fading away. With the Buhari should be the last. So they faded away into history, whatever it is. So I know that now that all we've known this. The problem is, if we want to do it in a way that we don't want to, resort to violence, it's just a case of This Fulani, you people are suffering. Come, in fact, I don't need to say this. They know the advantage of devolved power. They know the advantage.
Yeah, I think I've
Everybody
used it.
knows. Everybody knows the advantage of devolved power, whereby we live the way we are and then control your resources, live in peace, and we develop at different paces, but we are making progress. But the thing is, if we do it that way, Britain will lose out. That is just the thing. Britain will lose out, and that is what they don't want. It's only Nigeria that is left for them. The only influence, in fact, let me put it this way: the only influence Britain had in the world is only over Nigeria.
That's correct.
They left EU because of the economic power of Germany
My friend will say
and
it
the
is
politics
only
of
Afaku left for them.
so you see, that is the only thing. Even if you come to Commonwealth, where before they dominate, Commonwealth is no longer like that because the southern African countries like Namibia, South Africa, and what is it called? Even Zambia, Mugabe and Didi. So they don't have that much control when power in Commonwealth now. And then Singapore, which is a member of Commonwealth, is almost like a first world country. So Singapore is an economic giant. Indonesia, all these people, Malaysia, they are economically. I think Singapore should be ahead of UK now in GDP. Maybe I may not be right.
Did you have a
Tanzania
question?
has come up. Tanzania has come up. So the only influence
There you
Britain
go.
had all over the world is Nigeria, and it's because of the Fulani. Britain can't look. If you bring southern Nigeria as a country, Britain can't control the Yoruba nation or Igbo or to talk of Ijo or Ichekiri. Britain can't control them. They know.
On where though? On
They know.
which
So
on where?
Olumide mute. Olumide mute.
Yeah, one more.
Olumide
Sorry,
mute.
sorry.
Okay, so it's only that Nigeria, and Nigeria is because of the Fulani. They use the caliphate. That's why they are doing all this. That is only the lifeblood left for Britain. Scotland, the relationship is neither here nor there. Those people are still urging to go. So the Englishman feels that Nigeria is their oxygen. That's why they will do everything to frustrate anything. But to me, they are not God. Everything is possible. It just depends on the amount of work we are willing to put in. Because I don't think that old Commonwealth, what is it called? All those empire, whatever nonsense they did, you have to break away. Countries are freeing themselves. Everybody's just on his own now. We're coming off the dot age. So many countries you thought they were poor before are now rising up and they're even challenging, doing things for themselves. Britain was in Egypt at a point. They can't control Egyptians now. Already in the Middle East, they have no food to stand in unless they go through US. So it's only Nigeria that is left for them. It's only Nigeria. That's all. So that's why when they go through the Fulani, who are aliens, they are not indigenous to Nigeria. Fulanis are not. That's why they use them. Fulani has to suppress Hausa based on with British help so that they can control the rest of Nigeria. They can't. There's no southern part of Nigeria that Britain can easily bully into submitting to their decision. It can't work, and they know it. So they go through the full. And if you plan everything, they change it. If you plan everything, they will resist. If you say state police, you say restructure Nigeria, they will say no. This constitution, I know Britain may have input in it when it was drafted. They will have input to make sure that everything is needed and they will never agree. So that is the issue, and that's why Tony Nnadi confirmed it. Look at all they have been running around since for over 30 years. Now they're telling you Britain is the culprit. They don't. So that is the issue. Until something must be done about it, the people shouldn't give up. We just have to get up and then tackle it the way it is. So that is the issue anyway. I think, and that's why we are. That's why Nigeria will continue to be in a mess until we change the constitution. Left for me, there's a way to handle it. Should have told Nnadi, convene. They may say no. You say British government will invite them one on one. This is where we are headed. What is your contribution to it? What do you say? They may evade the meeting. They may not come. Or they may send a low officer and say they want to be observer, that they are not interested in the sovereignty of Nigeria. All this, but it's a lie. they go through Sokoto Caliphate and then to get hold of, to make sure that they have Nigeria intact. Otherwise, the economy will suffer. And how long are we going to put up with that? It cannot be forever, man. So something must have to give. Yeah. Because look, the Black Panther. Are you? I think I will take my leave now. Somebody is asking me, so they're breathing us, Mr. CM. Of course, destiny of Yebo. It's true now. It's true. The unseen hand. Britain, Nigeria is the only country. Although when we blame them somehow, people may say this.
So yeah, CM, I think we've kind of realized where the problem is right now. I mean, we've
Yeah.
talked, it's like we've been flogging a dead horse, for years and months,
Yeah, it's true.
weeks. But what action? How do we take action, and what actions do we take? Is now the question. It's like these people.
Yeah,
It's like these people themselves. They know now. That's why they're
well,
just cashing out.
well,
See,
it's
Mr.
not.
CM Olumide, you see what the thinking of most Nigerians. They think that to break it is going to be easy than to say we want a new constitution. Some people are thinking that if you want to break, I think it's going to be a roundtable breaking. It's not going to be a lot of sacrifices have to be made. But when we have to go through the way we can come to a roundtable with a right,
Black Panther. See,
yeah.
Why can't we try this?
If
Olumide,
anybody has no
Olumide,
ulterior motive, we should not be
Olumide,
afraid of the outcomes or consequences. Czechoslovakia had a talk now. White skinned people, Oyibo, they don't fight war. They talk. They break amicably. Why must we blacks
Olumide,
fight?
let us even say it this way. Let us even use this option. Every ethnic group have a meeting on your own. We agree on that day. Yoruba will say either they bring out this constitution, no election in our land. Ichekiri said the same. Urobo says the same. Igbo says the same. It just says the same. Just like that, you unanimously up to the middle belt. They will cave in. They will.
That's true. That's true.
I'm telling you, we're not fighting. But Uroboma will say, because of this constitution, our crude oil, we are flaring. We don't get anything. Yoruba will
Some
say,
people are afraid that if we have this talk, we are going to break up. We don't have to break up.
If you must dialogue with your partner and you're afraid of break up, that means that we are not supposed to be together before. That's what it means. So the thing is, you said, look, Igoniman will say, look, we Ogonis have met that we can never condone any election or elect any on the land with this constitution unless we sit down with other people and debate it. Ichekiri will say their own like that. Ibibio will say their own. Ndi Igbo will say their own. Yoruba will say, Edo will, Bini will say that. By the time all these things are, and it was just like say automatic that on so day we are giving 2 months. Either we take down the constitution or everybody stay at the we are not going. Shut down the country. They have no option. Those people opposing it must come clean. That is only when you break the British. And when saying it, be sure that you are not going to somebody cannot be bought over.
But see, I will
Yeah.
where I will give Ninas a thumbs up is the fact that this was the point where Ninas was at last year. But people did not listen to Tony because majority of the people and even majority of some of us are here on this panel or watching or on the keyboard typing. They believe that that this election was going to be the way to get the people free or get the big progress. You understand? They believe that through the election, and then lo and behold, it was rigged. And then they believed in the court system, the judicial system failed the people. So maybe now at this point that we have all seen that these people are hell bent on holding on to I won't just say power, but the resources
Yes,
of the
that is the
country.
thing. That is the resources.
They're hell bent on holding on. What action now that we have all seen it? Are we now going to dust our PVC and go and vote again?
To me, no. That's what I'm saying. we are a people. That's where my discussion on Nigeria will start from. We are different people with different value system and civilization, and we must respect that. So let whether you are 100 people or you are 1 million or 10, 20, 50, it doesn't mean. Resolve among yourself that look, we are not going to participate further anything called the election between now until maybe next 2 months, unless these things are happening. And when Urobo is taking that decision, as an Igbo, it doesn't involve me. I say, do what you like so that you don't disturb me when I'm doing own. Yoruba, if you are doing your own, do it. I'm not going to involve myself. Decide what is good for you. So that this is not a case of if a Ogoni man say, look, I don't tire for this thing. Either we do change
All
this
right,
constitution
so
or leave me. Then tomorrow
I
you say
don't
me,
come home.
okay, is it time now? Okay, thank you, Niger
I
Watch.
don't come home.
Thank-
I don't come home, my people.
Okay.
Welcome, welcome. Go back, go back. No come, just go back. Go and sleep.
Go
Okay.
where?
Go
Go where,
sleep.
my friend?
You
Today
go die
we
here. Oh. Go sleep.
today we open front door, me enter house. You know, happy. Normally, now we dey pass enter house.
Una don,
Eh?
Mr. Naija Watch. You hear what you hear the real tea today. You tire, say.
My
So these
brother,
our people they
my
now we dey
brother.
fight like crazy about.
You know to say me come quiet. Cause say wahala. Mr. Tony, Mr. Tony cause scatter. In fact, I want to study more about him. You know, because that's why I'm talking less. I want to watch more of his videos, read more of his articles and all that. I really want to know more about him. You know, but nevertheless, I thank you very much, everybody. You know, I appreciate you all for your wonderful time with us today. I appreciate every one of you that came in here. I would like to first thank Mr. Tony. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony, for your time, for granting our interview. We appreciate you. We appreciate every one of you that came in here as well to ask him questions. Yes, every one of you that called in as well, every one of you that supported the channel financially, you know, thank you very much. Michael Ganemaro, you did it again. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to pass this quickly before I round up, because we need to round up in the next 5 minutes. But I want to let everybody understand this. I think for me, it's a beautiful time to be alive, to see that everybody is now beginning to fight for that Nigeria must be better, Nigeria must be better. Normally, you know, maybe it used to happen, but you know, to the best of my knowledge, this is the best time I'm experiencing it, to see that yes, in every angles, even though everybody have a different dimension to this fight, that dimension part is what I want to talk about now. I want to let everybody to understand that. Firstly, before I will pass advice to people, let me talk about myself. Nigerian Watch Media is a media where we all come here. Myself particularly, you know, I'm grateful that I'm the owner of the platform. You know, it didn't just happen because everybody opening a YouTube channel and I just opened a YouTube channel, everybody make an account, let's talk. No. I'm a journalist. I study film and media. So, but I decided this is the only way I can pass my message to our leaders for them to do the right thing. On this platform, what I stand for is a better Nigeria. I've said it before. It doesn't mean if you have a different perception, you can't join us. Of course you can. As long as you respect other people's opinion, I don't have a problem with that. You know, respect mine, I'll respect yours. But I'm telling you particularly about myself first before I come to you guys. On this platform, Nigeria Watch Media is standing for a better Nigeria. Write it with capital letter. When Mr. Peter Obi came out, after I've assessed everybody, you know, all the presidential aspirant at that time, you know, and I get to see that the only person that can give me this better Nigeria and that Nigerians will allow to rule us at that particular time was Mr. Peter Obi. But if you ask me, the only person that can give us better Nigeria was two of them. It was Omoyele Sowore and Mr. Peter Obi. But at that time, it was only Mr. Peter Obi Nigerians were paying attention to. Yes, that is why everybody stick behind Mr. Peter Obi. So I personally told Showore, you know, Showore is my friend. So I talked to him privately. I let him know that, yes, everybody know that you can change Nigeria. Everybody wants you. And I promised you that I will be there for you. But at this particular time, Nigerians want Peter Obi. Let's stand behind him. He refused. So to cut all that short, I decided to stand with Mr. Peter Obi, and I didn't regret it, and I will never regret supporting this man, Mr. Peter Obi. Because Mr. Peter Obi have actually opened my eyes. Particularly, I'm still not talking about you all now. I'm talking about myself. Mr. Peter Obi particularly opened my eyes. Mr. Peter Obi actually exposed me to things I didn't know that was that is happening in Nigeria before. Now, our journey throughout the campaign till now, I've never regretted any. And I want to thank every one of you that have been encouraging me, giving me the energy, boosting my energy, my enthusiasm to do what I'm doing today. But now, I want to come to the people now. You see, if we are fighting for a better Nigeria, the only way we can have a better Nigeria is for everybody to come together. As of today, Nigerians, both home and in abroad, we all are divided. And that is going to cost us more decades. And in this process, many of you listening to me right now, you might not accept it today because I'm not a pastor. In the process, many of you or many of us will get old. By God's grace, God should give every one of us good health and long life. We'll get old in the process. Many will go and die if we continue with this division. You might not accept it, but within your heart, you know I'm telling you the truth that Nigerians, we are divided. We have lots of group, different perception, different ideology. And there is no way we can have a better Nigeria with all this. Mr. A wants us to have a better Nigeria like this. Mr. B want us to have a better Nigeria like this. Mr. C want us to have Nigeria like this. Go reach Mr. Z. Now tell me, how are we going to achieve this? When Oga CM say, na so we'll achieve them. Black Panther say, lie, na your way we'll achieve them. When Black Panther say, na so we'll achieve them, Olumide say, lie, na your way I will achieve them. When Mr. Jonathan say, na so we'll achieve them, give us a man, they say, lie, will not fear achieve them. Then, when Mr. you know, let's say Freedom people say, now so we'll achieve her. Nigeria will say, lie, will not fear. You see, we are divided. We are not, I'm sorry, I don't want to speak negatively towards this wonderful movement, but it looks like we might not achieve anything. We are trying to achieve everything, but we might still end up not achieving anything.
Elvis, sorry, I just want to come in and say, see, I think the point that I want you to realize is that the reason why we all differ right now, and it seems that everybody's all over the place, is because the system that is in that location called Nigeria is not allowing the people's voice to count. The system there, which is run by the current constitution that they have, is fundamentally faulty. You understand? So the only way that Mr. A
I need to round up
can
now.
let me just say that the only way that Mr. A can give in to Mr. B and know that that he cannot have his way until he's able to convince the rest of us and make his voice count is by allowing the people decide for themselves through the ballot, through a fair
All
voting.
right.
You understand?
You see, Olumide, You see that thing where you talk just now? I support you 100%. Allowing the people to say to stand, right? And you know,
Right.
but are you aware that a lot of people are not listening to this? Okay, for example, now let me come to the look at someone like Freedom Sipo, who is saying that your kind of ideology of unity, we can't wait for that. 2024 will break Nigeria, will destroy Nigeria, will destroy. That this guy Freedom Sipo, they see so nice darkness now that day
I
forever.
see,
You
Elvis, that is why
understand?
I'm saying you yourself said that we have to respect diverse opinions. The reason I can understand where Freedom Simple is coming from, because the current system has allowed people to be fed with that kind of mindset.
Listen, but you just said that if they allow us, that's a big word that came from you. If
But
they
are they going to allow us now?
our
Are they going to
votes
allow us?
Okay, you are answering the question yourself. Maybe okay, they will not allow us. That means you are supporting what Freedom Sipo is saying to destroy Nigeria.
No, I'm only saying that I see Freedom Simple's point of angle. I don't know whether Freedom Simple wants his own country. I don't know whether he wants it to be divided, or I don't know what reason.
No, he said to destroy Nigeria. Destroy Nigeria. Are you supporting that? No, you all know the government.
You mean for Nigeria to break up?
Yeah.
I've always said, you know my point, Elvis. I'm not going to change. That if Nigeria is not going to see reason with everybody, that we should come together and sit down on a round table, the way it is considered right now, it should implode. Yes. But I want it to implode peacefully, the way Czechoslovakia did.
Okay. Do you know what? Thank you, Mr. Lumide. Let me quickly round up. You see, this is one of the, you see now, if we say when we continue just now with the way the argument we want to start just now, we ought to talk again for another 375 years for a year. We're not going to close the media.
Now I'm say I don't win you for this.
No, to be honest, because this one now be say
Olumide talk anymore now.
Please hold on, sir. Olumide stand. Many people will not agree. Many will agree. What do you call them? Freedom Simple stand. Many will not agree. Many will agree. Augustine stand. So how are we going to have this then? Is the problem. So for me, go ahead, sir, quickly.
Okay, yeah, quickly, you know, I always feel that when one problem is affecting everybody, the solution is there because it's not common. What the Yoruba is suffering, Joy, Chekiri, everybody. It's a case of what is your idea of on ethnic basis? What is the idea of it of a good, I mean, a better Nigeria? You Goni, what is your idea? Write it out. Efik, write your own out. Definitely, all of us will doing it. It will tally. Then let's put it and then we ignore. If whoever doesn't want it that way, then let the person leave. And then those that want it will be. To me, that is just the simple way to approach it. Because we are people. Okay. The what Ogoni is suffering is not happy in Nigeria. Everybody has got his own. So those that are lording it over others will always tell you that no, bring a one type of excuse. We remain where we are.
Oga CM, God bless you. I want to appreciate every one of you that is coming here. Like I said, on this platform, we have different opinion, you know, and we must respect it. But my stand, like I said, mine cannot change. Unfortunately, if you have to also respect mine and respect me for it. Me, I want a better Nigeria. I have not seen myself being in another country. I will not be calling myself in another country I come from. I never dream see him. I never see him physically. I never see him anyhow. So for me, I just want to. If that's why you see that I put in everything to make sure that Peter Obi succeed, so that better Nigeria I go feel experience by God's grace in my time. So fortunately, you know, they not let it happen. So for me, I want a better Nigeria. But for una way believe saying I break up on a day, everything is okay. I'm not here to tell people how to believe or what to do. But maybe during the time when they take a decision, if it constantly favor me tomorrow, who know? So make una take una own decision, maybe my own, they follow my own, they go, but let's respect each other's, you know. So I appreciate
your position, Mr. Elvis, is for one Nigeria.
Yes.
No, better
Yes.
Nigeria. No, not really one, but better
No,
Nigeria.
a better Nigeria, yes. A better
Better,
Nigeria will give us a one Nigeria. To be
because
honest,
you can say we are now one Nigeria, isn't it? But we are suffering. So better Nigeria is what
my stand is a better Nigeria,
Nigeria.
and I believe that better Nigeria can give us 75 to 80% of one Nigeria. The reason why many of us are divided today, to be honest to ourselves, nothing is working in the country. So a lot of people are agitating, a lot of people are saying they want to go, a lot of people are saying they want to separate division and all that. So if we can have a better Nigeria, 80% of the people agitating today, 80% of the people crying today will change their mind. That is how it works. It's just like a woman that is saying that she wants to leave her marriage. I must go. I don't want this husband anymore. Or a man that is saying, I want to leave my wife. I can't anymore. And you now suddenly say the wife where you want to leave don't change. Now you yourself will constantly say, what's the need? Maybe you don't get one mortgage, you don't the cash for one corner. You can't do comparison by yourself. So I want to leave my wife for that or mortgage with the corner where people don't know. No. This woman don't change. Let me stick with her. The same thing with man. So if we have a better Nigeria, we'll be able to win so many hearts that is already gone now back again. But how do we have that better Nigeria? That's a big problem. It's a big question.
We go remove the constitution, give ourselves a new constitution, then we move.
You know, so I don't know how they'll do this. Somebody on mute and you always give feedback. That's Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, try to sort your network out tomorrow. You know, because whenever you're on mute, we hear ourselves back. But meanwhile, my people, I want you guys to know that I don't have anything against anybody. What I'm doing on my platform here is I just want all of us to be happy. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in the hands of satanic set of people who have been recycling themselves for decades. You know, on a platform, one of the platform today on Instagram that insult me, not be small. You know, that they call me Obingo. You know, the other one, you can't tell me, say, I told them, because they were saying that a foreigner who visit America, for ambulance to carry you for 10 minutes or 7 minutes, I don't know how you talk, and say now $15,000. So I was saying that, oh, wow, they are now contributed a comment there by saying that, you know, you see, this is one of the things that we are fighting. Hold on now, let me finish what I'm saying. This is one of the things that we are fighting for, that if we have a better country, you know, and all that, you know, we the citizens, we don't pay this kind of amount for ambulance in the UK or America. Then a lot of people attack me. So people call me. One particular person actually came there, say, before you start accusing the Nigerian government, tell Obi to go and repair Anambra State, because automatically the person don't call me Igbo man. You see, the other one can't tell me, say, Igbo people not too they complain. The other one call me Obingo. The other one come. I was like, you see, we are divided in Nigeria. Anybody that complain about the dilapidation of the country now is an Igbo man. That's why.
Obingo.
Yes, that's what they call me, my brother.
Obingo. I like that name. That name is funny.
Yes, so now that they call, if you all complain online now, they all say, obviously, this is what you are, and he's wrong. You know, you are calling me Igbo man, you are calling me this, you are calling me that. So Igbo people not be human beings. What is happening? We have a long way to go. We have a long way to go, but I don't know how we'll achieve it. But for me, I just want to have peace, and I have my peace in the United Kingdom. I'm sorry for those of you.
Mr. Najawash.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a lot of Nigerians have been hurt.
Sure.
A lot have lost a lot. They cannot, they are affected, and when they come out in such a way that they want it brought down, all we need to do is just to calm them down. You still have a country. We can still make it if we go this route. A lot of people are hurt. A lot.
My brother, that word you are saying, a lot of people are hurt. Everybody, I believe everybody in Nigeria will agree that with you. But the problem now is that unity, we can't get it. And if we can't get it, we're in big trouble. Anything you are planning today, none will work. I'm telling you, none will work.
The hunger never come well now.
My brother, I said, you don't hear what me also say, they beat me from one platform today.
They say you're bingo.
they talk or say hunger never reach. They beat me, not be small. They talk about this thing. Those
Oh,
people
well,
when
that
say
name,
people,
that name now, I
hold on,
don't
sir.
calculate that for my head now.
Hold on.
Bingo.
The people where you they talk say hunger never reach. Now they insult me, so you they laugh. It's not funny. To be honest, not is funny. You know, it's not funny because at the end of the day, sometimes we just laugh, talk just for us to have still smile. But the situation in Nigeria is serious. The situation we will carry put for head that is serious. Eh? Okay, you don't know say now big they call obedient before. Okay, now today you know. Okay.
Now today I know.
You two now, Black Panther, you two now bingo.
No,
so I'm now bingo. I like that name.
So you don't know say now that they call all obedient. They can't put Peter Obi. They can't put go join now. That's what they call all obedient now. Any comment section your comment, that's what they'll call you. You know, in another they can't do it here. That's what they do because they don't say they don't here, you'll be blocked. You not only be blocked on earth, we also pay some fee, maybe they block you for heaven as well.
Nigerians can
If they like me, they call me. I kick on like that.
But those people complaining that they complain, are they happy? That is the thing. Are they happy with the situation they found themselves? Are they happy?
If you see what they do me every day, I they try for other platform, they try where they beat me small, not be small every day, 7 days a week. And they beat me. I don't look there and say, eh? So people came to my inbox today, Pastor, please, can you do Christmas for me? The other one says, if now only rice, you know, if you buy for me, if you don't know, you are beg. I don't know what I want you this Christmas. I can't look this. These are the same people insulting me on the comment section. Eh? Me will not the insult. By God's grace, I not go hungry again forever. God have done that. Eh? Many of us will not the insult. God don't do our own for not the insult us. Ah, now wow, these politicians they trash. You don't take away the ladies' foundation. They deliberately created illiteracy in Nigeria first.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's the only way they can that's the only way they can thrive now.
That's the only way they can thrive now.
Illiteracy, poverty, and ignorance.
Maybe this Ninas man, this Ninas man said it now.
They deliberately, Rahim, be like if they follow me everywhere. Oh, thank God, say person don't testify. He say, I saw them lashing Mr. Elvis on Today Head Not platform. You see, I said they beat me. I cry, not be small. Hey, if you see beating, they beat me. I say, me I can't ask say, waiting me talk was.
So now you make them the call us bingo, Abi.
My brother, waiting me talk was.
You know,
I was telling them that in the UK, no matter how say you they sick, you don't go pay for ambulance to carry you.
Exactly.
They can't insult me, say, man, no mind that with they pay through national insurance number, blah, blah, blah. I said, that's not the argument. The argument is you pay when you are working, you pay national insurance number, you pay tax, fine. What about if you are not working, you are not paying anything? So if you are sick when you are not working, the ambulance, will they come, yes or no? Is the contention. They will still come. Now, tell me, in Nigeria, what is any citizens benefiting from the Nigerian government?
Do you know that in the UK, most of the people that are really long-term sickness are unemployed people? Like all these people where they come, even kidney, everything now free. Whether you they work, you know they work. Any major operation, any major surgery, whether you are working or not, they will do it. So then we leave them. This is the surprising. The surprising thing about Nigeria is that when you bring up this type of issue, okay, those telling you are complaining, is the person normal? Are you happy? Or just to make mouth? Are you happy? Are you? Is it not? I think we showed us a video here. Somebody saying, "Hey, Ashi, what you don't enter this. Later, the same person was showing us a Glasgow Smith Kline augmentin. What is it called? One type of drug. Say, please, they leave now. What are you talking? But you were happy. Now you are coming back to tell us the medicine you are using for your asthma. You can't buy it anymore. So leave all these things. Is disappointing. I don't take such people serious because you're only trying to make noise. In the end of, if you after making noise, you go back to your problem. So why not, for once, admit that there's a problem and you want to solve it?
Okay, okay. I managed to carry Instagram con my quick show now waiting happen today. Can you guys see it on the screen? Yes, you can. Okay, this was what Today had not posted, right? That was what he posted. And they posted, they say, brothers and sisters, when you come to America, no matter what doing you, if it is not too severe, make you try avoid ambulance. You know, 6 minutes free ride to the hospital is about $15,000. Then I came in. This is my comment here. I don't know whether on officer it's tiny.
Yes,
you know, please, Oga CM, read it if you can see it.
Unless you
That's
widen
me.
it. Unless you
You
maybe
can't widen it.
Okay, you can't. He's saying
This is
what we okay, we said we sort like we have for free.
No, we get. Okay, it's very
It's what
tiny.
we get.
Yeah, we get for free as a citizen of this country called maybe this of it
Either UK.
Okay, either UK or US or any other European countries. We fight.
Okay, let me read
every
it.
day for you.
We fight every day for you guys that lives in Nigeria to have sense to know that for decades, these satanic politicians have been recycling themselves to use your resources to enrich themselves. But many of you ignorant insult us for our truths. The funny part of all is that whenever these politicians are sick, they fly here to get the best treatment with your money, while you will be drinking agbo in Nigeria. Wake up, guys. Finish. Oh, Sam, I have 131 messages here. Almost all of them are insults. Almost all of them. Sam, they insult me. Nyaka nyaka. Sam, one your friend can say, what are you saying? You don't get sense. Sam. This one they talk say, as in medical is not free. So in both countries, both UK and America, what are you talking about? I was just like, what is happening now? So my people, I thought I should bring that in because when say on this platform, anything where we talk, we know they lie because of one your spoke crowd. I know they do it for you. We'll show you where would the talk they go. But the truth of the matter is, joke apart, I just want a Nigerian to come out today to say, this is what I'm benefiting from Nigerian government. And we'll gradually, start to reduce our complaints, right? If you are a Nigerian and you live in Nigeria, if you don't have job, what kind of benefit are you entitled to? These are the kind of things I want to hear.
Mr. Elvis, this thing that we just talk about Nigeria ambulance is the story of this David Udein. This guy is because of this ambulance thing that guy become a renegade. That's why he becomes a rebel. That's why he rise up against Nigeria. That was what opened his eyes. I said that was what killed his father. He said with all the resources, the money that his father had, with everything, he said the day his father collapsed, he said they thought, he said that he was thinking before that time that, oh, we are okay in Nigeria. If anything happens, fine. He said the day his father collapsed, to call ambulance did not come. Before nobody showed up. Even with all the resources and everything. That was
and
what
this is what I'm fighting for.
Open.
This is what I want. One thing people don't understand is that when people like Freedom Simple now they say Nigeria was not go happen for long and all that, I not go too verse for Freedom Simple because Freedom Simple have almost same mindset with me because all of us live abroad and all that. Me they talk of the people you decide there with the defended satanic government, and they talk of these people. They don't know better. You said what?
Said they don't know better. That's all they live all their life. They are living in this mess.
It's crazy, man. They argue with you, they insult you, and you are trying to fight for them. If I don't get work for UK government, I used to work in UK where if I don't have work, government will be paying me what we call job seekers allowance. Oga CM is here. If I'm lying, we know. They'll pay you job seekers allowance. You'll be going to sign. At that time, this is about 9-10 years ago or so. You go and be signing every Monday. Maybe not every Friday they put you, or every Tuesday or Wednesday. But which of the day where they put you down, day. Now, time where they still put you, now that time you can't take the sign. Your signing means that you are available, you are close to your to your city and all that. You continue receiving your money. Then what does Nigerian government do for you? Nothing. My people, we've come to the end of this broadcast because Nigeria matter, they give person a headache, man. I
Make we
appreciate
go
everyone.
sleep. Good night.
Yes.
Elvis, make I tell one joke. You know, say
Yeah.
for here, if you for here, I don't say for UK, good happen to if you overpay for your tax for every year where you file your tax,
They go return her for you.
they go return money for you.
Bros,
They don't even return the one I forget before. They
Nigeria will
return her
return
for me
money
back.
for you.
Olumide 2009 2009 I can't see I receive letter. As I receive letter, I can't look the letter. They say after calculation and everything, so we've decided to return your overpayment of tax. You know what due to you, the return up. Then I said you cannot take the check. Me never see check. I don't know say inside that same envelope. Say check this side.
Remember, say when Tinubu first come, that in finance minister, been waiting be in him. That guy, I don't forget that guy name now. Where they talking a brilliant guy. The way they want look for money, they say they won't go. They won't go collect money for
Federal Inland Revenue now.
They won't go collect money for dormant account.
See, I mean, Oga,
make I tell you my own experience.
Hold on, Mike. We talk this one. As I look my check, I can't get £2,800. See, I mean, that time my eye they shook. I say, is this possible? I've been at this one. Now miracle be this.
I don't
Nigerian
get
government. You go if you go there, go tell them say some of my money there with you. So God, come next tomorrow. Come.
No. The thing in Nigeria, the wisdom in Nigeria is if your papa there alive and then they do banking for Nigeria, if he die, no go tell bank say he don't die. No, it's true. You go just say you go find way to operate the account. Probably if you know him, you go to operate them until the money can't drop like 100 naira. Where you say you go forget, you go tell them say, my papa don't die. You know all these things. Because the moment they know say he don't die, then go tell you say they now then go to operate the account. You go regret them. You don't tell them.
If you see the one that happened for me here, you know, say now there is our own. If IROS give you letter and I fear before you go put the fear will grab you. I don't do my Olumide, you go no, I be Olumide day for you. I don't pay my own finish. I don't get my money back. Now I can't go the 2 weeks after I can't go my mailbox. I can't see another letter. If you see, I don't the fear. It be like something I shit for body. I can't even slowly go with my wife. See, IROS don't bring a letter. I to open them, I not fit to open them. I beg open them. When my wife go open, my wife said the fear because those people, they was mass FBI, they catch you. Your jail go long, So now so I open them, I see check of 1,000, 1,500. My wife said they don't return money. I tell my wife, if you go spend them, write your name, say now you spend them. Me, I not go spend them.
My brother, may I tell you, I wish say these people when they sought us for Nigeria, they talk about the people in Nigeria, they know the benefits. Where would they get for abroad? The privileges. Let me say privileges, maybe. You know, they talk to you right now. I not get fence for my household. I not get fence. All those big fence. You go build house for Nigeria. Money when you want to build your fence is enough for you to build fresh house. Fresh house. And when they fight for these politicians, we don't care about you and I. It is well. Thank you very much, my people. Let's end the show. It's been a long day, almost 6 hours. I want to appreciate every one of you that is always coming here to air your voice. I'm not taking anybody for granted. And on this platform, we argue, we disagree, we agree. Please don't take it personal. And I want to quickly pass this on because I noticed one or two persons, which I'm not going to mention any names yet, but one or two persons from my own state, Bini, my Bini people, some of my Bini people, you guys una go open some of una satanic group. And that group, which one they discussed there, una say Nigeria's group is dominated now by Igbo people, una converse come out. It's very unfortunate that, you know, some of you on this platform, you are, like I said, you are not for a better Nigeria. So you want me to pursue the Igbo people or even the Yoruba people out of my group because that group, when I want me, you'll be for only Edo people. You all are satanic. If you are part of these people under your satanic group, please don't come back. Although some of you are still in the group, but you are now muted. You don't talk anymore. But we don't say you still there. You know they talk. You know they but your other satanic group. It's very unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. We laugh and joke, but we don't really love ourselves. I told you guys before, I am not looking for multitude that will stand with me. Even though now only one person stand with me. If you don't know only one, if that person is genuine, I'm good to go. All right. I still have my Edo people, good Edo people that is behind me. I have them, but I also have other good Asan, Igbo, Yoruba, and other tribes, Hausa that is behind me. So if you are trying to change me, say make I carry you more, I'm not part of that. Please, if you are leaving, that's not a problem. But I want you to know that, you know, any vacuum you deliberately create, I've said it before, any vacuum you've deliberately create in life, God will refill that vacuum for you. God will refill it. If you deliberately created this, say, make I do and this, go pepper ram, man, say life go be. Then you, in fact, the day you start to the door, you do already fail because you deliberately created it. So now no side go no son I go upon another group. And when I discuss that, they bring out to me, say, how can we will be a dope people now? You know, they take us serious anymore. Now God will punish you. You know, let's move on. Thank you very much, Mr. Dubusi. We are running up right now.
I know
this Naija watch your mouth now fire.
No, but it's wrong now. It's wrong, my brother.
It's a bit violence, Elvis.
You know, you don't live life like that. You know?
I support you. Leave people when they talk all those things. You know, you have said it now. Now this ethnic division is our problem. If we come out together and face our common enemies, we go defeat them. But when that time come now, somebody will remember say, my brother Yoruba man, I'm the president. Oh, my brother na governor, I'm the Igbo man, or this. People go shrink out. That be the problem. So until we all come together and fight this common enemy, because they don't regard us as anything. See how they behave. See, we can don't run mad like somebody really for mad man run for market now. So that's they do like him be God. They behave anyhow. They sing Jagaban up and down. You can imagine. He no get insensitive. If this man use sham, well, like nobody be surprised. Though. It just be like something else. So we need to really come together. I want support to this year talk about the need for our brother will come on our platform to see how they go even take that their matter, the NINAS matter to even Britain. To say because when they accuse them over the years, say that they're part of our, which we know. So they could ask the present British government, say, we want a new Nigeria. We want to negotiate our constitution. What you don't say we see their concept, but make we hear their mind. We don't say them go tell us something in the open. Go out, go do this, go do something else with their people they will support them. But at least make we hear something from them. Make the whole world hear and make them we could not understand. So do they like Nigeria the way Nigeria is moving?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Paul. We are rounding up now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll find another time to bring Mr. Tony here again, where he can take proper questions. For those of you that were trying to call in to asking questions, I apologize. You know, he was talking from the phone, the same phone you were calling through. You know, please, but next time we'll make sure that whatever that happened today, we'll sort it out to make sure that he's on the panel where he can take calls and also take questions from the panel as well. Guys, let's stand for what is right. Let's continue to do what is right. And, you know, just do what is right. Even though you are standing alone, like I normally say, do what is right. You know, I've passed through a lot, you know, by this decision I've taken for a better Nigeria. You know, by my great mother of all is here with me 24/7, you know, so I appreciate her always. Many people that were there for me before, all of them left. I don't know why they are angry for themselves, just because you want a better Nigeria, but you don't like Igbo people, you don't like Yoruba people, and you say you want a better Nigeria, But if I was preaching for only my Edo people, then you'll be happy. Nigeria, God go bless you. No, keep your God go bless you to yourself. You are not real. I want real people with me. Let's do what is right. That's what I'm standing for. God will continue to expose any fake person around me, around us, in the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. Mother of all mommy diaspora, thank you. Freedom Sipo, thank you very much. Thank you, Ifeshi Iwadi. I don't know whether I pronounce your name properly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mother Patricia Tagbojumi. Thank you very much. Thank you, Constant. Thank you. Thank you, Oriyomi. Thank you very much. Jesus is my father. Thank you very much. I appreciate every one of you right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Madam Origin, thank you very much. Love of God is my strength. Thank you very much, Mother Naomi Bella. Thank you, thank you. Michael and Amaro, thank you very much. Stella Imasevedo, thank you, my wonderful people. Now God bless you now. So we've got a destiny of variable. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, all my people. Please help us to press on the like button before you leave. Join us again tomorrow, and let's continue from where we stop. 6 p.m. Nigerian time. By God's grace, we are going to be here again so that we can continue from where we stop. Now we'll go try and draw the curtain, my people. It's been a long day, so let's end it right now. God see him. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Black Panther, my lovely brother, Mr. Jonathan Kingsley. Thank you, Olumide. Thank you very much. I appreciate every one of you. Now God will bless you. Now stand for what is right. Stand for what is right. Now we'll draw the curtain. Good night, my people, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye for now.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. Go there, biza. Kama barawa lo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. I go show you love. Kama barawa lo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama barawa lo ninu ife kan. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama barawa lo ninu ife kan. They do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nnadi o, ẹ fẹ́ jókòó. Alákọ̀bí Ṣẹ́gun Nnadi. Alákọ̀bí Sábà Mẹ́la. Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti kíníṣí. Délé mo ló ń fọlú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o.